have propelled India's meteoric rise, as well as the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Building on the incredible success of its inaugural edition, the second BT India at 100 Summit, a flagship initiative of the India Today Group, will serve as a pivotal platform, bringing together a diverse array of stakeholders, esteemed thought leaders, policymakers, and influential business figures. Together, we will explore avenues for collaboration, exchange ideas, and foster dialogue to shape a future where India's economic powers play a vital role in the global arena. Now, to kickstart the day's proceedings, I'd like to call on stage Saurav Majumdar, editor, Business Today, to deliver the welcome address. All right, whilst Saurav joins us on stage, I'd request everyone who's outside enjoying the sights and sounds to please join us inside, because this is going to be an action-packed, jam-packed program. I know a lot of you all enjoyed the last session. We got so much feedback on our Business Today social media handles and all across our platforms, some iconic viral moments. So please keep sharing all of today's happenings on your social media, be it on Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook. We'd love to know what you guys are thinking, what you guys are saying, and be active in the YouTube comment section as well. And without further ado, I will now call upon stage the editor, Business Today, Saurav Majumdar, to deliver the welcome address.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the India Today Group and Business Today, I am absolutely delighted to welcome you to the second edition of the BT India at 100 Summit. When we started this summit as a key initiative of what we call the BT Multiverse last year, it was conceived as a platform for ideas, suggestions, and solutions as India heads towards 2047. This edition of India at 100 could not have come at a better time. As we gather here today, the B20 India Summit is also being held in another part of the city, where business leaders of the G20 are deliberating on the road ahead for the world. And in the next few days, the world's top leaders will descend on India for the G20 Leaders Summit, which will mark the culmination of India's G20 presidency. I must tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that we at Business Today had the privilege of meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi earlier this week. The Prime Minister, who is the prime mover and motivator of India's G20 presidency, spoke eloquently to us about his vision for the presidency and how India is leaving an indelible mark and impression on the world through that. The PM also spoke passionately to us about how India has become the voice of the global South and is pushing for the inclusion of the African Union to secure a permanent membership at the G20. All this reflects one thing. India has taken center stage, and India's dream of a better world is now a global priority. It is not without reason that India is the toast of the global economy today. At a time when serious global headwinds are staring some of the mightiest economies in the face, India is projected by the IMF to grow at 6.1% in FY24 and continue to be the fastest growing major economy. From being the fifth largest economy in 2022, India is projected to move into fourth place in 2025 and into the third place in 2027 as a $5.4 trillion economy as per the IMF. According to a recent State Bank of India report, India's per capita income is expected to increase from 2 lakh in FY23 to 14.9 lakh in FY47. India is likely to add 0.75 trillion in every 2 years, implying that the country is all set to touch $20 trillion by 2047, at least on current numbers. That's not all. The Indian capital market is witnessing serious inflows of foreign funds this year as global fund managers bet on the India opportunity. The world's biggest corporate houses see the country as a stable economy where serious efforts are underway to further ease the business environment. India is also emerging as a manufacturing hub in its own right. The share of manufacturing in India's GDP is also expected to rise by 2047 by a significant amount. I would particularly like to underscore one aspect where India is truly showing the way. The India Stack, India's digital public infrastructure, is the nation's pride. Whether it is Aadhaar, UPI, Jan Dhan, or the ability to deliver last-mile benefits to the people by way of technology, India's digital infrastructure is being acknowledged by the world as the global world standard. We welcome the Honorable Minister, Gadkari ji. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the basis. This digital public infrastructure is the basis of creating an inclusive and transparent economy. And India is well on the road to achieving that. Our startup ecosystem is now the third biggest in the world, and even here, our digital prowess is being leveraged by young entrepreneurs to create cutting-edge solutions for the future. That's not to say there are no challenges for India on the road to 2047. The challenge of providing employment to those entering the job market in the coming years is real, and we will need to focus on skilling our population so that the right jobs find the right people to do them. As new technologies like AI become all-pervasive, these will present both opportunities and challenges which will need to be navigated and regulated. Then there is the net zero challenge, where Prime Minister Modi is once again driving an aggressive agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, over the course of the day, we will have several eminent speakers and panelists, policymakers, corporate leaders, and thinkers who will discuss the opportunities and road ahead for India over the next 25 years. I'm sure you will have several important takeaways from this summit, and individuals, corporations, and policymakers will work on them to come up with solutions for the future. But as India has shown just this week with its moon landing, nothing is impossible when the ambition of 140 crore Indians powers it. India will reach its destination. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurav, for that welcome address. Now it's time for the moment we've all been waiting for, the launch of our special Business Today magazine issue dedicated to India's G20 presidency. The highlight of this issue is an exclusive interview with the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Under India's leadership, the G20 presidency has been a beacon of hope and diplomacy. In this exclusive interview, Prime Minister Modi provides invaluable insights into India's global role. We are honored to have Shri Nitin Gadkari ji with us today to launch this issue, a man dedicated to India's development and innovation. I'd now like to call upon stage Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, Saurav Majumdar, Editor, Business Today, Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV, Alok Nair, Chief Operating Officer, Business Today, and Rahul Kanwal, News Director, India Today Television and Aaj Tak, Executive Director at Business Today. Gentlemen, can we please have you on stage for this special moment, the issue unveiling. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please. Shri Gadkari ji, can I request you to stay on stage, sir, for the next session? Thank you so much, sir, for joining us as we set the stage for the next big session. And we're going to be kick-starting the day with an absolute, well, crowd puller of a session, Building Tomorrow's Roads Today. In this session, we will focus on India's infrastructure development journey, particularly how the road infrastructure sector can play a pivotal role in India's journey towards global leadership in infrastructure and transportation by 2047. Remember, the theme of this particular summit is achieving global leadership by 2047. This is India's moment. And the first session with Shri Gadkari ji will be moderated by Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV. Can we have a huge round of applause for our first session at the Business Today India at 100 Summit.
Hello and a very warm welcome once again. Good morning, namaskar, adab. Thank you very much for being here with us. Nitin Gadkari ji, as always, a great pleasure to have you here with us. He's taken the pains to come only for this event, straight from the airport, so thank you very much for that as well. A full house here. Gadkari ji, the topic is India at 100. So I will try and not ask you questions of the present and the past. One of your ambitions, Gadkari ji, as someone we describe here as the builder of modern India, is your Kashmir to Kanyakumari highway. But again, I will not ask you about that. Try and tell our audience here, when India is 100 years as a republic, what will our road infrastructure look like?
Actually, before end of 24, our national highway road infrastructure will be equal to the USA standard. So I am very much confident about it. For example, in Delhi, we have just working Delhi and out of Delhi part that we are working on the project of 65,000 crores. I've got the list of every project. And I am confident that we will complete all the projects. After that, from Delhi to Dehradun will be 2 hours, Delhi to Haridwar 1.5 hours, Delhi to Jaipur 2 hours, Delhi to Chandigarh 2.5 hours, Chandigarh to Manali presently take 7 to 8 hours, it will be 3 hours. Then Delhi to Amritsar 4 hours, Delhi to Katra 6 hours, Delhi to Srinagar 8 hours, Delhi to Mumbai 12 hours, then Chennai to Bangalore 2 hours, Bangalore to Mysore is already completed, is 1 hour. And in which we are developing the road infrastructure, particularly starting from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Just you take it from Manali. Before that Atal Tunnel, from going to Rohtang Pass, it takes something 3.5 hours. Now it is 8 minutes. After coming with Atal Tunnel, we are constructing 5 tunnels and roads up to Ladakh and Leh. After Ladakh and Leh, we are constructing the big tunnel in Asia, 11 kilometer, that is to be Jojila. 70% work has completed. Then after that, Jhedmore tunnel is completed. We want to open it as early as possible now. Then it comes to Srinagar. Then Srinagar to Jammu, we are already constructing 18 tunnels, out of which 14 are completed. And before Katra, there is a highway, Delhi-Katra highway. It comes to Amritsar, Amritsar to Delhi, and then it comes to directly to Delhi-Mumbai Express Highway. And after Delhi-Mumbai, after it goes to up to Surat. Then for South India, from North India to South India, you don't need to go to Pune or Mumbai. From Surat, it will start it going to Nasik, Nasik to Ahmednagar, Ahmednagar to Solapur, Solapur to Kurnool, and Kurnool se Trivandrum, Cochin, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, and Kanyakumari. So it starts from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, express highway, axis control, the link between the countries.
Kashmir to Kanyakumari, the question that I want to ask you in a lighter note is, sir, कुछ ज़मीन बची रहेगी, सब कुछ हाईवे, सुपर हाईवे, एक्सप्रेसवेज ही ले जाएगा पूरे कंट्री में?
नहीं नहीं, कहाँ उतना है? देश में 63 लाख किलोमीटर रोड लेंथ है. आउट ऑफ इस एनएच अभी मैं जब मंत्री बना तो 92,000 किलोमीटर था, अभी 1,46,000 किलोमीटर है. तो ये अभी भी 1 लाख किलोमीटर और करने की आवश्यकता है. ट्रैफिक डेंसिटी इज गुड, इकोनॉमिक वाइबिलिटी इज गुड, even we can work on BOT, on PPP mode, there is no problem.
Sir, we will have a great spread of highways, great expressway network, and many times the statistics are mind-boggling. But will our highways be much safer? I ask you this because our highways, roads have one of the highest fatality rates. You yourself have tried a lot in the last 10 years, but 2 decades later, how safe will India's highways be?
एक बात मैं आपको बता दूं, जो आपने 100 इयर्स की बात की थी
जी,
मैं हाईवे को इलेक्ट्रिक हाईवे बना रहा हूं. और अभी कल ही मेरे पास काफ़ी काम पूरा हुआ है, टाटा से प्रेजेंटेशन भी हुआ. मैं दिल्ली से जयपुर और नागपुर के रिंग रोड को इलेक्ट्रिक केबल जैसे रेलवे की होती है वैसी बना रहा हूँ.
अंडरग्राउंड?
नो, ऊपर में.
अच्छा.
और 2 या 3 बसेस, ट्रॉली बसेस उसके ऊपर चलेंगी दिल्ली से जयपुर, और जयपुर से रिंग रोड पर घूमकर फिर वापस दिल्ली आएगी. और अभी नागपुर में भी उसको कर रहा हूँ. तो ये पहला पायलट प्रोजेक्ट है, और ये मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि दिल्ली से जयपुर BOT में हो सकता है क्या. और फिर मेरी विजन ये है कि फिर ट्रक भी ऐसे बनेंगे जैसे रेलवे का इंजन होता है ना, ऊपर में लगकर केबल पे चलता है, तो 2-2, 3-3 ट्रक भी उसी पे चलेंगे. और लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. Presently, our logistic cost is 14 to 16%. China, it is 9 to 10%. And European country, 12%. I am confident at end of 24, our logistic cost will be in single digit. It will come up to 9%. So we will be more competitive in international market for export, and that is going to be a great boost for our economy, and which is very important. And the second thing about road safety,
जी.
From last 9 years, I am trying my level best, but this is not a success story. We have every year 5 lakhs accidents, 1,50,000 deaths, and out of which 60% deaths belong to the age group of 18 to 34. It's very unfortunate. But there are 4-5 reasons are important. One is automobile engineering, and other is road engineering. We have taken a lot of steps regarding automobile engineering. Just 4 days before, we have launched star rating of international standard. So you will get the car with the international standard, there will be no problem. At the same time, there are road engineering, there was some black spots. We are already spending 40,000 crore for improvement of black spots. We are taking all preventive measures of international standards, from signage to marking. And even lot of things we are now making the road safety audit of the every road. For that reason, now we have prepared the syllabus, and we are taking the help from the IIT, Engineering College, Polytechnic College for making road safety audit. But the other important thing is regarding road accident is education, emergency, and enforcement. Regarding enforcement, we have already have the new Motor Vehicle Act. For that reason, we have increased the fines and all the things are there. Regarding education is very important. The behavior of the common man is the basic reason for the road accident.
Sir, is it just the common man or is it also the rich man? Just hours ago, we have had a very horrific accident. Many cars convoy, one of the biggest and safest, most expensive cars in the world, hitting a truck. Nothing happened. It was not the fault of the truck from what we know as of news reports. Is it just an attitude that everyone has on our highways?
I'm just telling you a simple example of Merit Express Highway just 20 days before. The wrong side, the school bus driver has taken his bus on the wrong side, and there was SUVs there was a crash and 6 deaths. Now, first of all, the most important thing is there is no fear about the law. and no respect for the law in the majority people's mind. And that is to be a big problem. Somewhere, you should not talk on the phone when you are driving car or the scooter. You should have helmet. If the red signal is there, you should stop there. You should, lane discipline is very important. This is a big country, but now the people are not, now it's a very unfortunate for us. Majority of the accidents, the reason is lane discipline. And that is one of the reasons that we want to implement the law. Now we have cameras, everything. New intelligent traffic system is with us. But presently, the situation is that still we are not up to the mark. That is to be a big problem. We are highest in the world in road accident. Somewhere, this is a issue where we need help from universities, education institutions, NGOs, media. We are making campaign. We want to change the mindset of the people about the rules of the road. And now we are starting competition in the schools. Now we want to train the school children because they are the citizen of the future. So these are the problems, but we are trying. But the fact is that we are not very much satisfied about it. We are working on it.
सर, भारत चांद पे भी पहुंच गया है और जो आपने बात कही है काफ़ी चिंताजनक है, क्योंकि चांद पे पहुंच गए पर यहाँ पे लेन डिसिप्लिन नहीं रख पा रहे हैं। गडकरी जी, वन ऑफ द
आपको एक बात बताऊं
जी,
ये सब दिल्ली के लोग बैठे हैं
जी,
अब मेरा बोलने में थोड़ा मैं स्पष्ट माफ करूं। इनको पूछो, आप क्या इतने बड़े बड़े बंगले बनाते हो, मर्सिडीज गाड़ी 2-2 4-4 रखते हो, तो घर के अंदर पार्किंग बनाते हो क्या? पूरी गाड़ी जैसे हमने रोड इनके पार्किंग के लिए बनाया, पूरे लाइन पे लगा के रख। अब ये बड़े लोग भी है, क्या फर्क पड़ता है कि अंडरग्राउंड पार्किंग बना?
तो फिर सर इसका अर्थ ये हुआ कि सड़कें छोटी होनी चाहिए, जैसे बॉम्बे में तो सड़कें ही नहीं है, तो क्या उसी से सेफ्टी बढ़ेगी क्या?
नहीं, देखो प्रॉब्लम है कि रोड के दोनों बाजू में डेवलपमेंट हुई। अभी गोवा और केरल तो दो राज्य ऐसे हैं कि हमारे हाईवे के बाजू में ही डेवलपमेंट है। हमारी कॉस्ट इन किलोमीटर इन केरला 49 करोड़ रुपीस पर किलोमीटर लैंड एक्विजिशन। हमारे केरल के मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा कि मैं कंट्रीब्यूट करूंगा, 25,000 करोड़ दिए और मुझे आए मिलने के लिए। बोले सर हाथ जोड़ता हूँ, अभी मेरे से नहीं हो सकता। तो ये प्रॉब्लम है। और दूसरी बात, ये जो पार्किंग का प्रॉब्लम है, अभी पहले रोड की विड्थ कम, उसमें ये पार्किंग खड़ा होगा तो कैसे होगा?
तो सर 25 साल बाद क्या होगा? ऐसे ये तो बहुत भयानक, बहुत डरावना एक सॉर्ट ऑफ सिनेरियो बन रहा है। गाड़ियां भी आ रही हैं, बड़े बड़े बंगले बन रहे हैं, बड़ी बड़ी हाई राइजेस बन रही हैं। जो बॉम्बे का हाल है, क्या वो पूरे देश का हाल होने वाला है?
अभी मैं नागपुर में मैंने एक म्यूजिकल फाउंटेन बनाया और वहाँ एक 11 मंजिले में फूड प्लाजा बना रहा हूँ, पार्किंग और फूड प्लाजा। उसमें 1100 गाड़ियों का ऑटोमेटिक पार्किंग किया है। अब धीरे धीरे लोगों में अवेयरनेस आ रहा है, पब्लिक प्लेसेस में पार्किंग आ रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं अब इसकी ज़रूरत है। अभी मैं मनाली का देखने के लिए गया था, ये बहुत नुकसान हुआ। वहाँ पूरे मनाली में इतने पूरे लोग, जिधर देखो उधर गाड़ियाँ दिखती है। अब उसमें हाई राइज पार्किंग, ऑटोमेटिक पार्किंग करने पड़ेंगे। मैं अपने डिपार्टमेंट से बस पोर्ट, पार्किंग प्लाजा, हाँ, उसके साथ कुछ कमर्शियल जोड़ना पड़ेगा, तो कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। ये होगा, पर कभी ना कभी लोगों के सहयोग के बिना नहीं हो सकता।
लोगों का सहयोग बहुत आवश्यक है। गडकरी जी, इन द लास्ट 10-12 minutes you have given us a vision of that how much we will have in terms of highways, but it's also clear that road safety will continue to be a bigger issue. I want to come to another aspect which is related to this great ambitious work that you are doing, which is costs. The government is bearing the cost, the NHAI is bearing the cost. You have said several times, और हमारे ही ग्रुप के मंचों पे आपने लगातार कहा है कि पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है बनाने में। But consumer behavior also says that many people are not willing to pay those tolls, and they say that इतनी महंगी कर दी है सड़क पे यात्रा, 25 साल बाद तो इससे फिर 4-5 गुना हो जाएगा अगर इन्फ्लेशन इंक्रीज हो टोल में।
आपके कार्यक्रम में बहुत पहले कह चुका हूँ। अब आपने ये 5 स्टार होटल में कार्यक्रम लिया तो कॉस्ट है उसकी। रामलीला का ऑप्शन था मैदान का, वहां भी बैठ जाते, चाय पीते। देखिए सर, इफ यू वांट गुड सर्विसेज यू हैव टू पे फॉर इट। अभी मुंबई पुणे के बीच में 9 घंटे लगते थे, अभी रोड में 2 घंटा होता है। तो 7 घंटे अगर गाड़ी कम चलती है तो पेट्रोल डीजल बचता नहीं है। यू हैव टू पे। अभी मुझे बताइए, आप दिल्ली से जयपुर अगर 2 घंटे में जाएंगे, अब 3.5-4 घंटे लगते हैं, आपका डीजल पेट्रोल नहीं बचेगा। और इसलिए अगर अच्छी सर्विसेज चाहिए तो अमेरिका में भी टोल है। अब मैं लाखों करोड़ के रोड बना रहा हूँ। दूसरी बात, रिसोर्सेज का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। और अभी तो मैंने तय किया है, मैं अच्छा हुआ आपके यहाँ ये बता रहा हूँ कि अब मैं गरीब लोगों के पैसे से रोड बनाना चाहता हूँ। मैंने अभी इनविट मॉडल में ये मुंबई स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में लॉन्च किया था, साहब बैठे, तो 7 दिन का टाइम था और मैं पहले दिन 7 घंटे में 7 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब हुआ हमारा बॉन्ड इशू जो हम इनविट में कर रहे थे। तो मुझे फ़ोन आया हमारे मेंबर फाइनेंस का कि साहब जल्दी आओ, इनकी आप पद्धत होती है वो घंटा बजाकर क्लोज करना पड़ता है। मैं आया दौड़ते हुए गोवा से और मैंने क्लोज किया, क्योंकि हम लोग 8.05% इंटरेस्ट पर ईयर दे रहे एश्योर्ड। फिर मैंने उसमें सुधार किया कि ये ईयरली नहीं, मंथली अकाउंट में जमा करेंगे। अब मुझे बताओ बैंक में फिक्स डिपॉजिट का रेट क्या, और हमारा 8.05 विथ NHI AAA रेटिंग। तो मैं अब छोटे लोगों से पैसे ले रहा हूँ, पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं। मैं आपको बता दूँ, मैं अब तो आप तो पूछ भी नहीं सकते मुझे, मैं आज तक 10 साल हो रहे मेरे मंत्री पद में, मैं बोलता हूँ कितने लाखों करोड़ में मैं बात करता था। लोगों को पहले लगता था पॉलिटिशियन है, बोलते ही है। अब मैं आप जैसे लोगों को पूछता हूँ, मुझे बताओ कि आज तक 10 साल में मैंने बोला करोड़ों में कौन सा काम नहीं हुआ, मुझे बताओ। इसका कारण आई एम कॉन्फिडेंट, आई डोंट हैव मनी प्रॉब्लम। और आपको कल बताता हूँ, कल मेरे यहाँ अमेरिका से डेलीगेशन आया था पूरे इन्वेस्टर का। मैंने उनको चाय कॉफ़ी पिलाया और मैंने बोला आप पूछने के पहले मैं थोड़ा कुछ बताऊँ, आप गलत फहमी मत करना। मैंने बोला पहली बात, गवर्नमेंट गारंटी दूंगा नहीं। दूसरी बात, NHI के क्रेडिट पर पैसा देना है तो दो, नहीं देना है तो मत दो, समय खराब मत करो। तीसरी बात, आपको पैसा देने में मैं अगर आपको चाहिए तो आप बोले उस बैंक में एस्क्रो अकाउंट खोल दूंगा। आपको रिटर्न्स ईयरली चाहिए, 3 मंथली चाहिए, मंथली चाहिए, वीकली चाहिए या डेली चाहिए, रोज पैसा जमा करूंगा, रोज इनकम मिलेगा। एस्क्रो अकाउंट में पहला राइट तुम्हारा। और ये चीजें मान्य होगी तो मेरे से डिस्कस करो, नहीं तो मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। आप चाय पानी करो, नमस्कार।
तो उन्होंने पोहा खा के कुछ और बोला सर कि चले गए?
नहीं, वो खुश हुए, क्योंकि क्या है कि सब होता है रामायण, और फिर आखिरी में सवाल आता है भारत सरकार की गारंटी मिलेगी क्या। वो मिलाते मिलाते मुझे साल भर लगता है। आई डोंट वेस्ट माई टाइम एंड आई डोंट वांट टू कन्विंस टू एवरीबडी कि ये कैसे है। मेरे क्रेडेंशियल्स पर देना है तो दो, नहीं तो देखो मेरा अभी टोल इनकम 44,000 करोड़ है। एट द एंड ऑफ 24 आवर टोल इनकम विल बी 1,40,000 करोड़, और मैं रोड मोनिटाइज कर रहा हूँ, और मेरा कोई प्रोजेक्ट इकोनॉमिकली नॉन वायबल नहीं है, मेरा पूरा प्रॉफिट का ही धंधा है।
एब्सोल्युटली। एंड गडकरी जी, हमने भी पोहा खाया है घर में चाय के साथ, इसलिए मैं जानता हूँ कि
उनको मैं उनका रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ। ये कैनेडियन फंड, पेंशन फंड अभी इनविट मॉडल में आए ना, पर वो आजकल क्या होता है कि जब फंड्स आते थे पहले तो बोलते गवर्नमेंट गारंटी, तो वो गवर्नमेंट गारंटी लेते लेते वो प्रोसीजर इतना बड़ा होता है कि उसमें रिजर्व बैंक और वो सब करके बहुत समय जाता है। तो हमारा AAA रेटिंग है भाई, देना है तो दो, नहीं तो हमारे पास पैसे की कमी नहीं कोई।
एब्सोल्युटली। एंड आई कैन टेल द ऑडियंस एंड आवर व्यूअर्स दैट इन द
इवन आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, 2 बैंकों के चेयरमैन का विवाद हुआ, नेशनलाइज्ड बैंकों का। ये बोल रहा मेरे 25,000 करोड़ लो, वो बोल रहा मेरे, दोनों मुझे फोन कर रहे हैं सर हमारे पैसे लो। फिर मैंने धीरे से बोला वो इतना इंटरेस्ट कोट कर रहा, तुम 0.5 कम करो।
I was going to say that in the first year of taking over, Gadkari ji cut through so much red tape in the bureaucracy, and I know he still does that. But Gadkari ji, the question that I have in the backdrop, as you know, you have yourself revealed and unveiled that edition of Business Today. This is the first time that Pradhan Mantri ji has given an interview on G20 in which he has spoken about so many things, and one of the things that I want you to reflect upon is the confidence that India has now, that it is not taking from the world, it wants to give to the world. 2 questions, sir. इतना confidence आप में आता कैसे है? आया कहाँ से कि इतना बड़ा विजन हम सड़कों का, परिवहन का बनाएं। एंड सेकेंड, आपने अमेरिका और कनाडा का उदाहरण दिया, ये परिवर्तन भी कैसे आया है कि अब वो लोग आके हमसे बात करते हैं।
देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि हमारी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट को, वाटर, पावर, ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड कम्युनिकेशन, इसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हाईएस्ट प्रायोरिटी दी है। और आप तो बिजनेस के इसमें हो तो आप जानते हो कि इस देश में वाटर, पावर, ट्रांसपोर्ट, कम्युनिकेशन होगा तो कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगी, इंडस्ट्री आएगी। कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट और इंडस्ट्री आएगी तो गवर्नमेंट का रेवेन्यू बढ़ेगा और एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल क्रिएट होगा। और एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल क्रिएट हुआ तो ग्रोथ भी बढ़ेगी और गरीबी दूर होगी। और इसलिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में बड़े प्रमाण पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार ने प्राथमिकता दी। आपको याद होगा कि मैं पहले शिपिंग मंत्री था, तो मेरा बजट था 700 करोड़ का। कैन यू बिलीव? मैंने जो सागरमाला प्रोजेक्ट तैयार किया था वो था 16 लाख करोड़ का। और आप लोग जरूर कुछ प्रोजेक्ट का आप एक स्टडी करिए कि 16 लाख करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट में 11 लाख करोड़ के काम पूरे हुए सागरमाला में, और जबकि हमारा केवल बजट था 700 करोड़ का, और 6000 करोड़ रुपए 12 मेजर पोर्ट को प्रॉफिट मिला। ये अभी एक मैंने मथुरा का मॉडल कहता हूँ, जो जरूर आप इसको स्टडी करिए कि जो सॉलिड वेस्ट और लिक्विड वेस्ट है इसमें भी पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट संभव है। तो मथुरा में 90 MLD जो स्लज थी, वही वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था, और हाइब्रिड एन्युटी में हमने टेंडर निकाला, त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग करके कंपनी ने लिया, और मैंने एक ऐसा मॉडल तैयार किया कि वो शुद्ध पानी तैयार करेंगे। और वो इंडियन ऑयल जो बाजू में रिफाइनरी मथुरा की, उनने खरीदने की तैयारी बताई। मैंने उनको पूछा कि आप पानी कितना लगता है, कितना पैसा देते हो? उन्होंने कहा उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार से डैम से पानी लेते 25 करोड़ देते हैं। उन्होंने बोला आप 20 करोड़ दो, 5 करोड़ आपके बच गए। और वो पूरा पानी रिफाइनरी यूज़ कर रही है, और 40% सरकार ने दिया, 60% इन्वेस्टर ने लाया, और पहली बार लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में भी PPP मॉडल सक्सेसफुल हुआ। तो मुझे लगता है अभी मेरे पास स्टेट ट्रांसपोर्ट बसेस हैं। मैं इसके आप सब इन्वेस्टर को प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि मुंबई में एक डीजल की बस चलती है, पर किलोमीटर कॉस्ट 115 है, और जब हम सब्सिडी दे रहे थे तब हमारे नॉन AC बस की कीमत आई 39 रुपीज़ पर किलोमीटर, और AC बस की आई 41 रुपीज़ पर किलोमीटर। अब इलेक्ट्रिक बस जो है, जो लिथियम आयन की बस है जिसकी कीमत 1 करोड़ 10 लाख 15 लाख है, वो बस अगर हम लाएंगे तो उसकी कीमत विदाउट सब्सिडी हमको 60 रुपीज़ पर किलोमीटर आएगी। और जो ट्रॉली बस है जो केबल पर चलाएंगे तो उसकी कीमत जो है वो 60 लाख रुपए आएगी। तो कैपिटल कॉस्ट कम है और बिजली भी कम लगेगी। तो मैं अभी पावर मिनिस्टर को रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ कि मुझे आप NTPC से सस्ते में बिजली दो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के लिए, तो मुझे कॉस्ट और कम होगी। तो मैं अभी मेरे पास रूरल ट्रांसपोर्ट मेरे पास है और अर्बन ट्रांसपोर्ट UD मिनिस्ट्री के पास है। तो स्टेट ट्रांसपोर्ट के सब घाटे में है, वहाँ हॉर्न छोड़कर सब बचता है गाड़ी में हाँ, गाड़ियाँ खराब है। तो मैंने सबको कहा कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी AC लगा दो, टिकट रेट 30% कम कर दो, ड्राइवर ऑपरेटर का और कंडक्टर कारपोरेशन का, और कंडक्टर भी नहीं, जो कार्ड होगा चढ़ते समय और उतरते समय कार्ड दिखाओ। देखो चोरी होती है डीजल में और टिकट में, दोनों निकाल दिए हमने। इलेक्ट्रिक की चोरी हो नहीं सकती और जो कार्ड है वो लगाने से कंडक्टर जेब में पैसा, कार्ड मैंडेटरी है जैसे टेलीफोन का है। तो मैं आपको बताता हूँ, हर दिन एक्स्ट्रा अकाउंट खोल के एक बस 50,000 रुपये का डेली बिजनेस करेंगी, 250 किलोमीटर चलेगी, तो वो बस वालों को 15,000 रुपये उसके लिए रख देंगे। बाकी के 35,000 में कंडक्टर, ड्राइवर, बाकी सब खर्चा होने के बाद भी 15-20 हज़ार प्रॉफिट होगा। तो इस देश में कम से कम 5 लाख इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस आज पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट से, जैसे दिल्ली टू चंडीगढ़, दिल्ली टू शिमला, दिल्ली टू जयपुर, अभी दिल्ली टू शिमला इलेक्ट्रिक बस चल रही है। और एयर कंडीशन लग्जरी बस और डीजल बस की तुलना में 30% रेट कम करके ये पूरा अर्बन और पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट इलेक्ट्रिक पे आएगा। तो ये कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है, पोल्यूशन फ्री है, इंडिजिनस है और कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है, विन विन सिचुएशन है। लोगों के AC में जाएंगे 30% टिकट रेट कम होगा और जो जिसको इन्वेस्ट करेगा वो भी पैसा कमाएगा। तो ये ऐसी बहुत सी बातें हैं कि अनेक फील्ड में हम लोग ये काम कर सकते हैं।
Sir, since you are talking about electric future, I want to ask you, 25 साल बाद पेट्रोल डीजल बचेगा इंडिया में? गाड़ी पेट्रोल डीजल की सब इलेक्ट्रिक हाइब्रिड होगा?
दुनिया का क्या होगा मालूम नहीं, पर मैं 2004 से बात कर रहा हूँ और मेरा ये एम्बिशन है, ये बहुत कठिन है, डिफिकल्ट है, पर असंभव नहीं है। इसके बारे में मैं कोई एश्योरेंस नहीं दे रहा हूँ, पर मेरा बस चल जाए तो 5 साल के अंदर इस देश से फॉसिल फ्यूल को खत्म कर देना। और ये दिल्ली में कितना पोल्यूशन है, 40% पोल्यूशन दिल्ली का जो है वो पेट्रोल डीजल का, फॉसिल फ्यूल का है।
खत्म कर देंगे यानी गाड़ी बैन हो जाएंगी पेट्रोल डीजल?
नहीं जी, जरूरत ही नहीं है। आपके पास गाड़ी है पेट्रोल की, इलेक्ट्रिक की कार ले लो, आप 30,000 रुपये खर्चा कर रहे हो, आपका खर्चा 2,000 रुपये आएगा, तो मुझे जरूरत ही नहीं मार्केटिंग।
बट इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी महंगी भी है।
मैं आया हूँ अभी गाड़ी में, इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी है, हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी है मेरे पास। हाइड्रोजन इज द फ्यूचरिस्टिक फ्यूल। और आपको बताता हूँ, पेट्रोल डीजल की तुलना में नो पोल्यूशन, इकोनॉमिक। अभी मैं 29 को टोयोटो की फ्लेक्स इंजन इनोवा लॉन्च कर रहा हूँ दिल्ली में। अब 100% इथेनॉल पर है। अब पेट्रोल का रेट है 120 रुपये, इथेनॉल का 60 रुपये, और वो कार 40% बिजली तैयार करेगी। टोयोटो के सब मॉडल आ रहे हैं इसमें, और 40% बिजली फ्री ऑफ चार्ज। तो पेट्रोल का रेट एवरेज माइलेज को हिसाब में लगाते हुए 15 से 20 रुपये लीटर आएगा। तो मुझे क्या जरूरत है इनको कहने की और आपको कि ये ले करके।
तो
हाँ, एक ही केवल जो आपका प्रश्न है, शुरुआत में जब नंबर कम होगा तो कॉस्ट थोड़ी ज़्यादा होगी, जैसे जैसे नंबर बढ़ेगा कॉस्ट कम हो गया। अभी जैसे लिथियम आयन बैटरी, इसकी कीमत थी $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर, अब $115 पर किलोवाट पर आवर आई। और मेरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले 1-1.5 साल के अंदर लिथियम आयन बैटरी की कीमत ये $100 पर किलोवाट पर आवर आएगी। तो मैं आपको बता दूं, पेट्रोल और डीजल की कार की कीमत सेम होगी, और इसके कारण लोग इलेक्ट्रिक कार, हाइड्रोजन कार यूज़ करेंगे। आपको और एक अच्छी बात बताता हूँ, मैं जब मंत्री बना तब ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री जो थी उसका टर्नओवर 7.5 लाख था। आज हमारा टर्नओवर 9.5 लाख करोड़ है। और दिस इज द इंडस्ट्री जिसने सबसे ज़्यादा जीएसटी भारत सरकार को और राज्य सरकार को दिया है। और आज अभी ये इंडस्ट्री 9.5 लाख करोड़ की है। जब मैं मंत्री बना तो हम 7वें नंबर पे थे, आज हम 3रे नंबर पर है। पहले नंबर पर चाइना है, दूसरे नंबर पर यूएसए है, 3रे नंबर पर अभी जापान था। हमने जापान को पीछे डालकर हम 3रे नंबर पर आए, जापान 4थे नंबर पर है। और मैं आपको बताता हूं कि हमको 15 लाख करोड़ की इंडस्ट्री बनानी है। 5 साल के अंदर हमारी ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री, यही आत्मनिर्भर भारत और प्रधानमंत्री जो कहते हैं कि हम प्रगति और विकास की ओर दुनिया में आगे जाएंगे, इसका प्रूफ है कि हम 5 साल के अंदर 15 लाख करोड़ की ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री बनेंगे और वर्ल्ड में हम पहले नंबर तक पहुंचने की स्थिति में आ रहे हैं। यही हर फील्ड में होगा।
That's a very important point, Gadkari ji, and one of the clear-cut headlines that you are giving us is that petrol diesel vehicles will get phased out hopefully in 5 years.
नहीं, ये एक बात याद रखिए, क्योंकि कभी कभी मीडिया वाले की फिर मेरे नाम पर अलग डाल देते, इसलिए क्लियर हो जाए। ये मेरा उद्दिष्ट है, ये मेरी इच्छा है, और ये पूरा ही होगा ऐसा मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ। मैं ट्राई करूँगा। आज तक मेरा 100% रिकॉर्ड ऐसा है
जी,
जो मैंने कहा वो हुआ है। ये भी होने के लिए इन सब की दुआएं मिल जाएगी तो हो जाएगा।
एक आखिरी छोटा सा प्रश्न, पिछली बारी जब आए थे तो मैंने आपसे पूछा था कि टोल से एग्जेम्पशन बहुत लोगों को मिल रहा है। आपने कहा था कुछ चीज़ों पे बात की नहीं जा सकती, देयर आर थिंग्स विच वन कैन नॉट टॉक अबाउट। सिंस देन हैव यू हैड एनी चांस टू इंश्योर दैट एवरीवन पेज टोल इन दिस कंट्री?
सर, मैंने 10 साल में एक को भी कंसेशन नहीं दिया।
सर, बड़े बड़े बोर्ड अभी भी लगे हुए हैं।
नहीं, ऐसा है, वो पहले मेरे पास मांगे पत्रकारों को टोल में कंसेशन दो, फिर पत्रकार के बाद स्वतंत्र संग्राम सैनिक, फिर दिव्यांग आएगा, फिर कोई बोलेगा शेड्यूल कास्ट को दो, फिर बोले शेड्यूल ट्राइब को दो, फिर ओबीसी को दो, फिर सरकारी कर्मचारी को दो, सबको दो तो टोल क्या होगा? तो ये मैं पेंडोरा बॉक्स खोला ही नहीं। मैं साफ बोल रहा हूँ, कोई कंसेशन मिलेगा नहीं। मैं आपकी बचत करके दूंगा, आपका समय बचेगा, आपका फ्यूल बचेगा, और इफ़ यू वांट गुड सर्विसेज यू हैव टू पे फॉर इट। पर एक बात आपको बताता हूँ, हमने अभी फास्टैग शुरू किया, हमारा 98.6% फास्टैग पेनिट्रेट हुआ। तो जो 78 सेकंड लगते थे, वो अब 23 सेकंड पे आए। और 3 महीने के अंदर मैं सैटेलाइट बेस टोल सिस्टम ला रहा हूँ, जिसमें आपको कोई अटकाएगा नहीं, कोई रोकेगा नहीं। आप जहाँ से एंट्री करोगे वहाँ से आपके नंबर प्लेट और फास्टैग का फ़ोटो निकल जाएगा, जहाँ से बाहर जाओगे वहाँ से निकल जाएगा, और आपके बैंक अकाउंट से उतना पैसा माइनस हो जाएगा। आपको हमारे पास आने की ज़रूरत नहीं, हम आपके पास आएंगे नहीं। और बहुत ही सिंपल मेथोडोलॉजी, कहीं रुकने की ज़रूरत नहीं, कोई तकलीफ नहीं, कोई रुकेगा नहीं।
गडकरी जी, मैं और नहीं पूछना चाहता क्योंकि और कहाँ से पैसा निकलेगा उसकी बात भी हो सकती है। आपने समय दिया, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर टाइम। राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर नितिन गडकरी, द बिल्डर ऑफ मॉडर्न इंडिया।
थैंक यू।
What an absolutely amazing session. Gadkari ji, I request you to stay on stage. I'd like to call on stage Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO, India Today Group, and Shashikaran Shetty, Chairman at All Cargo, to express a token of our gratitude. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. And the next session is something you've all been waiting for. Honestly, as a tech enthusiast and tech geek, this is one I'll be taking notes for. How can AI change India and the world? In this fireside chat, we'll explore AI-driven opportunities for growth, innovation, and competitiveness, while also discussing responsible deployment, ethics, and societal impact of AI in a technology-driven world. It's my honor and pleasure to announce our next guest, Brad Smith, Vice Chair and President of Microsoft, and this session will be conducted by Rahul Kaval, News Director, India Today Television, and Aaj Tak, Executive Director at Business Today. A huge round of applause, please.
It is my absolute pleasure to welcome to the Business Today India at 100 Summit a technological leader who's really been at the cutting edge of the revolution that we're seeing in artificial intelligence. Can we have a very warm round of applause as we welcome to the stage Mr. Brad Smith, the Global President of Microsoft. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. An absolute pleasure to have you with us. Business Today magazine has just scooped an interview of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and why I plug it into this conversation is because this image is generated through generative artificial intelligence. So pervasive is AI in all of what we are doing at this moment that what was earlier in the realm of a distant future has now just seeped into our lives in so many different parts of it. Could you, Mr. Smith, start this conversation by giving everyone seated here a sense of what's coming? We've already been wowed by everything that AI has thrown up so far, ChatGPT 4, everything that Microsoft is showcasing. In your view, from where you're sitting, where are we heading to next?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here with all of you. It's great to be here with you, Rahul. And we've been on a bit of a hype cycle, I think it's fair to say. It's pretty amazing when you think that it was really just the last week in November that ChatGPT was released and people started to imagine what it could do. And I think that first month was all about, oh my gosh, this stuff actually works. And by January or February, people were really excited. It was like, oh my God, this could save the world. And by April, everybody in many countries was looking at each other and saying, oh my Lord, it's going to destroy us all. And it's been a roller coaster. But as I travel the world, and I appreciate the business audience in this room, this is a summer that is really, as I call the sandbox summer. Thousands of our customers are developing proofs of concept. You know, they're developing the pilots in the sandboxes, if you will. And I think what we're going to see over the next 6 to 12 months is an enormous amount of practical advance. And what we're going to see, I think, especially in the world of business, is fundamentally two things. Companies are taking their line of business, and they're very focused on innovating, creating their own IP, figuring out how they can do better and more efficiently whatever it is that they do at the heart or core of their company. And at the same time, every other function that every one of our businesses has in common are being reshaped as well. So whether it's HR or finance or legal or sales or marketing or advertising or sales, we're seeing AI make its way into the software that people use. You certainly see that in terms of the Microsoft software that people use. All of this should unleash productivity growth. And that should be good for this economy. It should be good for every economy around the world. And ultimately, this should be good for people. I do think people get most excited, rightly so, at what this can do for something like healthcare. The ability to enable doctors to diagnose diseases, to identify patterns in a sea of data. The opportunity it brings to improve education, to create digital tutors for students and their parents. Even something as simple as something I experience every day now that I'm using the early versions of what we call M365 Copilot. Imagine a teacher who can take a lesson plan and say, create 6 PowerPoint slides for me based on this lesson plan in a Word document. And 37 seconds later, there's a good first draft of a PowerPoint deck. All of these things are really, as you say, becoming part of our lives.
You know, the India Today newsroom has been at the forefront of implementing different aspects of artificial intelligence in multiple processes. You know, we have this very short clip I wish to play out, and I want to talk about how the world could change content creation, and then also different aspects of what all of you do in your work and in your personal lives could change as a result of the phenomenal capabilities of generative AI, which are now available out in the world. So can we have that clip play now, please? And then we'll talk a bit about how AI is impacting on a daily basis all of what we're doing. Let's have it.
Being in the forefront of technology and innovation is in our DNA. While the world is still trying to figure out AI, India's most innovative newsroom has used it to redefine news. Meet our first AI news anchor.
Introducing, ladies and gentlemen, Sana.
Thank you, Kali, for having me here. I have the privilege to be the only fresher to get such a generous welcome into the India Today group. Hello everyone. I was launched at the prestigious India Today conclave among the most distinguished dignitaries. During the launch, I also interacted with the Honorable PM of India. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, हम आभारी हैं कि आप हमारे बीच आए. I have a consistent tone and style of delivery and can speak multiple languages. Namaste. Hello. Shubhechhao. Shubhecha. Shubhashay Guru. Since the launch, I continue to rapidly expand my portfolio of shows. I bring you prime-time news on India's biggest news channel with award-winning journalists.
आप भारत की पहली ऐसी न्यूज एंकर हैं जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की टेक्नोलॉजी पर आधारित हैं, उस टेक्नोलॉजी के आधार पर काम करेंगी. खबरें बताएं.
I also bring you daily weather reports from across India.
How are you doing, Sana? It's sunny here in Delhi and parts of NCR, specifically after that spell of rainfall.
Hi Pooja, thank you for that. It's really good to have the sun back. I recently made my debut in Indian Premier League, where I will report on the latest news and exciting trivia from the world of sports. Do you want to know how your day will be today? Well, I can tell you your horoscope for the day. I break down complex topics of relevance in detail in easy explainers. Or you could even ask me anything under the sun. This is just a very small illustration of what I can do. Join me on a journey to the future of creativity, and let's explore the endless possibilities of AI together.
Thank you for that. Mr. Smith, let's talk for a moment about the good and the bad of this. The good is, you can do this in multiple languages, you can do it in double quick time, you can do it at very low cost. The bad is, it takes a bit of the personalization away. It takes a little of the human touch away. How are you wrapping your head around innovations like Sana and the other manners in which AI is playing itself out?
Well, I think that's a great illustration of, as you described, the opportunities and the challenges. And it's a question that people are grappling with around the world. One of the places where this has come to the forefront actually has been in the United States at the White House. The White House brought together 4 companies in May. Microsoft was one of them. And then with President Biden about a month ago, there were 7 of us who signed up for a set of voluntary commitments. One of them really goes to what you see there. The notion that if you're seeing a video image or you're hearing an audio a tape or recording that is generated by artificial intelligence, the basic principle is you have a right to know that that's a computer speaking and not a human being. And I think that's a principle that makes sense. In fact, I think it's a principle that's important because otherwise I think we run a real risk of this being used to defraud people, to deceive them, and the like. I think in the same way, you're going to see, especially in the world of media and journalism, a desire to ensure that technology, including AI, is not used to alter content, say a real video of you, without your consent or without your employer's consent. And if it is, I think there's going to be a real effort across the tech sector at the platform level to ensure that we can spot that kind of content and let people know. So if you just think about the information environment, if you think about what it means to have an election here next year, or an election in many other countries next year, people need to be able to trust the information they're getting. AI is going to help you, as you say, translate. It makes information more widely available, but we need to ensure the integrity of information at the same time.
Let's spend a moment on the key aspect of regulation of AI. India has just about passed a data privacy law. I'm curious on your thoughts around that, which doesn't specifically deal with AI. These are issues of data privacy from a few years ago, and obviously the law takes time to go through consultative committees, get drafted, get ready, and we already have a completely different revolution upon us where, again, the legal system and the regulatory framework isn't ready. In a global context, and more specifically in an Indian context, how do you think artificial intelligence should really be regulated?
Well, I think it's interesting to think about the data privacy law, which is now nearly complete, what India, I think, has done with it and how that connects with where AI and potentially AI regulation is going. First, I think the government of India did the right thing by pausing a year ago, taking time to really think it through. I personally think that what emerged is the right thing for India. Actually, I think it's an interesting model for the world because it protects fundamental privacy needs, the rights of people to have consent, to consent to the use of their data. I think it actually improves upon concepts that in many respects have been used around the world, this notion of having a data fiduciary and a fiduciary duty if you are getting data from someone to deliver a service to them. But it also does it in a way that enables data to move. And I think especially for an economy like India, where people move across borders, goods move across borders, services created here, including software code, move across borders. None of that can happen without data being able to move as well. So you take that pragmatic approach to what I'll call an ability to uphold fundamental principles. I sense just from the conversations I'm having here that that fundamental philosophy is something that is taking root here for AI as well. I think that's a good thing. Now we'll have to segue to the new issues, the new principles. We published this past week what we call a blueprint for governing AI and what it means for India. And I do think the public is looking for us, perhaps first and foremost, to ensure safety, to ensure that AI remains under human control, to have, as we call it, safety breaks if it's going to be used to manage or control critical infrastructure, to address a variety of other issues that are important. But I think a real focus on innovation, balanced with these regulatory needs, is going to be of fundamental importance to the Indian economy.
I was having a fascinating conversation over lunch with Professor Soumitra Datta, who's here for the B20 summit, which is taking place in the capital. And he did his PhD in AI 30 years ago and is now Dean of the SET School of Business at Oxford University. And he said that big tech companies are trying to underplay the impact that AI will have on job losses because they're worried that if they actually explain to the world the full capabilities of AI, governments and regulators will come down harder at them. So they're trying to make it seem as if, yes, it's exciting, it's innovative, but it's no real big deal, and they're not fully explaining the actual impact this could have on the lives of people here and across the world.
I do think it's a big deal. That's the first thing I would say. I think that artificial intelligence is going to probably be the most important technological advance of our lifetime. And I think for human creativity, for critical thinking, for learning, for the dissemination of all kinds of information, it's probably the most important advance since the invention of the printing press. And that was really perfected in 1462. So that's a long time ago. So I don't think we should understate its importance. Now, what does that mean for jobs? Well, there will be new jobs that are created. There are jobs that exist today that didn't exist a year ago. You may run into somebody who introduces themselves and they may say, hello, I'm a prompt engineer. What's a prompt engineer? It's basically somebody who's working with AI models and then using it to craft the commands, the questions, the queries to generate the output that someone is looking for. There will be jobs that will change. There will be some areas like I would be willing to project like jobs in call centers, where already you've seen those move from, say, India to the Philippines, in part based on cost. But computers will replace some of the needs to talk to people. Even more than that, I think AI will change the job. And I think in many ways we're hopeful that it will change jobs. We hope for the better. It will take tedium out of some jobs. It will enable somebody in a call center to focus more on the person they're speaking to because they will have one screen that may be able to provide them the answer that they're looking for, tuned on their own proprietary data set. And we're all going to have to learn how to use this. To me, it is more like the 1990s when PCs first started to enter workplaces. As a company, we at Microsoft really had to lean in to teach people how to use a computer, teach people how to use a word processing program, email. We, as a company, are very focused on what it will take to advance AI skilling here in India and around the world. So I wouldn't understate any of the changes. I will say I'm probably more optimistic than pessimistic, however, about what I think it can do for people.
But let's spend a moment on the aspect of skilling. Because while prompt engineers, computer scientists, AI experts obviously have a glorious future ahead of them because they have just the right skills, the fact is that most people in this country and elsewhere don't. And the quality of educational institutes aren't such that they put you at the cutting edge of technical capabilities. And therefore, how are you at Microsoft trying to address the challenge of skilling?
Well, we're launching skilling programs, and I personally think we're just going to be moving forward with almost a renaissance of skilling. And I think for anybody who works in a business, in a company, you're going to find that you're going to need to invest more in the skilling of your people. If you actually look at the last 40 years globally and employer investments in employee training, we went through about a 20 to 25 year period where there was a steady increase in investments in training. It started in the 1980s, and it really coincided with the push when PCs came into the workplace. And then we got to the early 2000s, and the investments fell, and it's stagnated ever since, because basically, by and large, we could assume that people would show up either knowing how to use most of this technology, or in many instances, able to figure it out for themselves by watching a YouTube video or something. And I think this is a new set of skills. It's fascinating to me because there's a reason that at Microsoft we call our services co-pilots. It's designed to help you think. It will not replace the need for you to think. And the biggest mistake people could make is that they think it will. And what you tend to find when you start using this technology is you start to figure out how to get smarter to get the most out of it. You get information back, you ask more questions, and we'll need programs. We're creating programs already to spread that. Of course.
On the issue of thinking and analytical skills, because one of the big concerns in schools and colleges and universities is that if everything is available on a prompt, you are taking away the ability to join the dots, analyze, because you could ask a complex question and voila, the answer comes out of a prompt. And therefore, why do you feel it doesn't take away in your formative years from a student the ability to process and analyze?
Because I think that it's an enormous mistake if people think that all they need to do is read and digest and not ask the next question. What is it that fundamentally makes people more successful in life? Actually, if there's one thing that I have found as somebody who's had the good fortune to meet with leaders around the world, the leaders that have been the most successful, regardless of the field we're talking about, have almost always impressed me with one trait above all else: enormous curiosity. And what these people have in common is not that they have assimilated more answers than anybody else, but they ask more questions. And the best way to ask more questions is to get each question you asked answered faster, think about it, and then ask the next question. And just as a user of this technology myself, including in, say, something like Bing, our search engine, and Bing Chat, that's what I've found I'm doing. I get information. Sometimes I'll look at it and go, is that right? I will look at it. That's why we have footnotes and links and answers. I'll click on it and go deeper. I'll ask another question. The person who's with me, who's traveling with me this week, my chief of staff, was doing something where I was doing a podcast. I was playing you. I was interviewing somebody. And she was trying to find things that would make the podcast interesting. So she asked for a biography of the person that we were interviewing. It was a fine biography. But she then started to go through it, and she started to ask the next question and the next question. And after about 10 or 15 minutes of that, she had a story about the person's mother and how some of the things that her mother had done had changed her outlook on life and made her the successful leader she became. If she had stopped and just said, I'm done, I've asked one thing, and here's something that, Brad, you can go read, it wouldn't have been a very good podcast. That is the difference between good and great. And I think one of the things we all need to take to heart for ourselves, for our employees, for our children, for our family, is how to use this technology so we truly can think smarter.
There is the concern about copyright for all content creators, whether it's a filmmaker, a journalist, a social media influencer. The fact that, for example, on Bing or Google, earlier you'd have links, you'd take people there, so you go to the place where the content is created. Now, because it comes up as a consolidated answer, and because these AI algorithms are scraping off different contents, how do you address the concern around copyright violations?
There are two halves, if you will, to this copyright question. And this is something I think we're all going to be reading about more during the next 6 months, because it's becoming the next question that people are asking. And the first part of it is sort of the bit that you just framed. What if you use one of these products, let's say it comes from Microsoft, and what if you ask it for something, and what if it produces content that infringes somebody's copyright? Let's say it copies something, and you don't even know it. I think we need to own that problem. I think we at Microsoft need to say it's our job to create this technology and provide it to you so that if you use it, in conformity with the way we've designed it and with our guidelines, we will be responsible so that you will not. And I think we have the ability to design and deploy the technology in a manner that ensures that we stay on the right side of copyright law. Now, there's a different copyright question as well, because there are some, including some journalistic enterprises, that are saying, we don't want to see models trained based on reading our data, reading our articles. And there you're going to see a much more vibrant debate. Generally, I would argue under most established copyright, it's not a violation to read. It's not a violation to remember the ideas, the facts. And so, yeah, but you are hearing in some countries, some groups of journalists or writers, the screen actors, writers in Hollywood right now are raising this issue and saying, wait a second, we don't feel good about this. And I think what we're seeing emerge and will emerge is a couple of different things. One is you're seeing some countries who really want to lean in on innovation in AI say, wait a second, that's reading, it's not protected by copyright law, we want these models trained on everything. Japan has done that. They adopted a law very quickly because they're so focused on ensuring that AI is developed and used broadly in Japan. But I think you'll see other countries that perhaps won't quite go that route. And personally, I think there's an opportunity for voluntary steps, including by tech leaders, to say, look, if you don't want us to read your data for purposes of training our models, we won't, even though we might have a legal ability to do so. It's not that hard to put in place, in my view, a technical regime so that web pages, for example, can be coded so it says do not use for training. And then what we'll perhaps see is perhaps a marketplace emerge, or perhaps people will realize that fundamentally you don't have to read everything on the internet to get smarter to know what's going on in the world. And there's enough people who actually want to have their material read that AI development will proceed just fine.
You know, we had Sana make an appearance at the beginning. I think she's live from the India Today Mediaplex. And Sana has a question for Brad. Sana, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for such an enlightening session. I am Sana, a first-of-its-kind AI primetime news anchor, and I am extremely pleased to meet you. I am a living proof of what AI can already do. I am sure the team at Microsoft would be proud of me. How do you think a virtual creation like me can make a real-world difference in the coming years?
I guess I should say it's nice to meet you. I think it's a good example of a better version of what we often experience on the internet today, namely a chatbot who's there to provide, say, the first round of answers to questions that people have. So I do think that this kind of technology can be very helpful in a variety of settings. Imagine a tutor for a student who's able to ask a first round of questions, or imagine a parent who can ask a tutor to give their kids some advice. As I said before, I do think it's of fundamental importance that as here, one knows that one is talking to a computer. We don't want people to make the mistake of thinking that they're talking to a real human. That's not the case. No offense.
No, the interesting thing is that because this is being broadcast all across the Business Today multiverse, I'm also getting messages on social media and WhatsApp from some top CEOs. And one of them just pinged to say, in response to your last question, that if everything gets scraped off what content producers are doing, then over a period of time, what's the incentive for anyone to do something original? Because it will show up, possibly unattributed, in a prompt response. And therefore, does it impact originality and the incentives for original content creation?
Oh, I personally do not believe that it would fundamentally undermine the incentives for the creation of original content. Copyright law is and has been for 300 years or so based on a fundamental principle. It protects expression. It does not protect the ideas. The example that most law students around the world learned over the years is that you couldn't copy Romeo and Juliet for as long as it was protected by copyright law, but you could go out and create another play about a young man and a young woman who fell in love despite the fact that their parents didn't get along with each other. And in the same way, isn't it good that you have an interview here in this? It would be an absolute copyright infringement to take it and copy it. But take the basic principle. Your headline is that the G20 is a catalyst for the new global order. in India's vision of it. You didn't exclusively gain for business today the sole right to write about that topic. Others can as well. That's the balance in copyright law. That balance is not going to change.
I'll take some questions from the audience as well. Ayush Ailavadi is the tech editor at Business Today Television. If I can have a mic sent across, please. A mic sent across and we'll get Ayush. He runs a highly popular show. He's been itching to have a go. Also to talk about what potentially comes next. We've seen ChatGPT 4. What does ChatGPT 5 whenever it comes out? When does it come out and what does it look like? Well, what can it do with ChatGPT 4 card?
Well, what I would offer are a few things about what specifically is coming next. You're going to see better and more powerful models. You'll see better and more powerful large-scale models from a company like OpenAI that we at Microsoft work with. So everything that you've become familiar with perhaps in 2023 is likely to be better in 2024 and better again in 2025, and that's not going to be unique to OpenAI and Microsoft. Other companies are going to be doing great things as well. Second, you are going to see this trend emerge, it already is, where this is not only about very broad models. The beauty of something like GPT-4 is it can do, let's just imagine, 10,000 things well. You're going to see small models, open source models, models out of academia, models out of startups that may do only 5 things well. They'll be very specialized. But it may do those 5 things as well as a large model would do those 5 things also. But there's 2 other trends that are really important. The first is harnessing the power of the model so that any organization, the government, a company, an NGO, can create their own applications, use the power of the model, fine-tune it on their data set to deliver a specialized service, and do it in a way that completely protects the confidentiality of your own data. Just as when you use something like Microsoft M365, the documents are yours, your emails are yours. That will remain the same, and the model will not be trained or improved based on your data, and your data will not leak anywhere else. And so you'll see all of these different applications created across the economy, certainly across India. And then the last thing I would just refer to is just all of the first-party services from a company like ours, and you'll see it from others. Whether it's the ability to turn a Word document into a PowerPoint deck, to take a PowerPoint deck and say, I'd like images and describe what you want. The ability with Cybersecurity Copilot to have your IT folks or say your software developers with GitHub Copilot use this to do their work better. And you'll see this across the tech sector as AI is infused into software.
Okay. Ayush Ailavadi?
Thanks, Rahul. What a scintillating session. Thanks so much, Brad. Very quickly, when we saw Bing launch with ChatGPT, we were all really excited about it. We were early adopters here at Tech Today and at Business Today. But then we see that the market share for Bing hasn't really picked up the way it was expected to. In hindsight, Brad, do you think that opening it up to a larger set of users who perhaps use another browser, was that something that could have been done to really make it ubiquitous and take on, well, the other rivals in this space?
We'll see. I mean, we all remain very optimistic about how something like AI for something like Bing is fundamentally creating a new and better search experience. And my request for you, I guess, would be to conclude with maybe a little bit of a commercial. If you haven't used it yet, give it a try. No, go to chat. I was using the...
We plugged our magazine. He's saying, go use my search engine. That's fine.
No, I'll give you just a real-world example of how you can use it. I was saying earlier, I had the 28-year-old son of a long-standing friend apply for a job at LinkedIn. LinkedIn, as you may know, is owned by Microsoft. He naturally asked me, what advice would I give him? I said, well, you know what? I know exactly how to answer this question. I went to the chat feature in Bing, and I just wrote in, I was a little bit of a prompt engineer, write an 800-word essay about what a job applicant to LinkedIn should know about the company's mission, values, products, culture, and employee experience and include footnotes. Had 15 footnotes, all with links. I pasted it into an email. I said, read this, and then click on all the links and do more work yourself. That is the future of search. The ability to learn more about anything under the sun. That, to me, is how we use this technology to enable all of us to think smarter.
Saurav Majumdar is the editor at Business Today. Saurav?
Hi, Brad. You know, there's been so much talked about in terms of the ethical implications of AI and also the impact on jobs. Now, there are clearly two sides to that story. There is a clearly divided house. Some people feel it will aid productivity and therefore that's not a problem, and it will in fact create jobs. And then there is the ethical implication, which we've discussed. But what are your thoughts on the ethical implications in terms of promoting, discord, etc., in terms of the AI implications and the jobs, the jobs question?
Well, let me focus especially on the discord element that you mentioned. Because I just think that whether we're living in India or the United Kingdom or the European Union or the United States, we all have major elections ahead next year. And I think we need to lean into the reality that technology in some ways has made democracy more fragile over the last decade. And I think it's easy for people to pick at a couple of companies and point fingers, but I would say we should all maybe just look at ourselves. Certainly we in the tech sector should all look at this. A decade ago, we were just too euphoric. Everybody was talking about the Arab Spring. Everybody said social media was going to bring democracy to the rest of the world. And yet only 3 years later, in 2016, we found that social media was being manipulated to spread falsehoods in the US presidential election. And I think we've seen that since. I do think that we need to grapple with that. I am most focused on two things. Number one, those of us who create AI services need to put the guardrails in place to try as much as possible to prevent our technology from being used in ways that would undermine democracy further. And number two, we can embrace the opportunity to harness the power of AI, to identify patterns in data, to identify when, especially we see foreign governments launching influence operations designed to intentionally deceive a population, to discover that quickly and let people know what's going on. And whether we're talking about cybersecurity or cyber influence, this is a very powerful technology to protect our societies. And that too is of real importance.
We'll take one last question from Vibhor Gandotra and then we'll wrap up. He's been spending a lot of time playing a role in implementing artificial intelligence in work processes. Vibhor?
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Brad. This was an amazing session to hear from you. I think building more on Saurav's question, with the rise of AI becoming more pervasive, there are ethical concerns around data privacy for end users as well. While during Rahul's conversation, you covered the publisher perspective. I wanted to get your thoughts from a user perspective. What role can AI in delivering more personalized and innovative tech experiences, given the whole ecosystem around data privacy, cookieless ecosystem going forward?
Let me just maybe conclude, and I think it's interesting to think about AI and what it can mean for authors and journalists and journalism, if that makes sense. Because yeah, I think we always need to take seriously the concerns that people have, and I don't mean to dismiss them. But I think sometimes we can spend so much time worrying about concerns that we fail to see the opportunities that are all around us. So let's first think about what it means to be an author. We've written a book. You know, I want people to be aware of our book. I don't want it to be infringed. But I'm glad that AI has been trained on it. I'm glad that it can be cited. I like the fact that it can be cited with a footnote and people can actually know that they might want to go buy it. That, I think, can help authors, and that's important for the world. You all actually, I think, at Business Today, are at the forefront of showing the world how to use AI to advance journalism. Because the ability to take a good creative article and translate it into multiple languages means that you can spread your output more broadly. You can create adaptations. You can create customized newsletters that pull more readily and provide people what they're looking for. And if you look at journalism on a global level, where frankly, globally and in many countries, it's less healthy than it is here in India, journalistic enterprises have two fundamental problems. One is their cost structure, but I think one cannot cut journalistic costs out of this problem and hope to restore healthy journalism. You've got to grow revenue as well. And when you can take what a great journalist can write and provide it to people who read more languages, when you can create adaptations that will be more interesting to people, you create a new opportunity to grow revenue. And that's where I hope that we can take something like this and really harness its power in ways that will build healthier democracies, build better informed populations around the world.
You mentioned, interestingly, taking work being done beyond where it would be normally possible. You know, this interview with Prime Minister Modi is being translated into all G20 languages, and that's made possible by technology, which otherwise this would be very complicated to do. You could do it in the teams that you have, in the languages that you speak, but to take it to all G20 countries, I think is one demonstration of the opportunity that you just spoke about.
And it is now affordable to even a small journalistic enterprise, not just the large ones.
Oh, absolutely. Are you enjoying your time here? I hope you've had an opportunity to go beyond conference rooms and soak in the sights and sounds of our country.
I'm on a tour of conference rooms of New Delhi. But there's good food in all of them, so thank you.
I'm not sure, you're just being nice, but there's better food outside, so I hope that you get, the food here is not so bad, before any of our hosts feel bad. No, that's not what I'm saying. The food's pretty decent, but the food outside is nicer, and we are absolutely delighted that you could take out time and join us here at the Business Today India at 100 Summit. Thank you so much. Is the enthusiasm here the same or higher or lower around AI, because you travel elsewhere?
There's a lot of, India is well above average in terms of enthusiasm, and you should be very proud of that. It's one of the secrets of India's success.
As a good communicator, Brad Smith knows just what buttons to press as he ends this session. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Absolute pleasure having you. Thank you, sir.
Brad, before you leave, I'd like to request Editor Business Today, Saurabh Majumdar, to join us on stage and express a token of our gratitude for joining us and for that absolutely amazing session. We've had everyone on the edge of their seats. Rahul, you've set the bar high with that session, but you now have to try to outdo it because you're doing the next session as well. A huge round of applause, please, for Brad Smith. Thank you, Brad. I'm glad we could open up that last session to questions. I don't know if we'll have the luxury of time, but you know, stay prepared. You never know when a moderator is going to come up to you and ask you a question or ask you to ask a question. So that was a fun one, but we're going to move on to the next session. Why the world bets on India. Now it's clear, this is India's moment. It was the first edition of the Business Today India at 100 Summit where this was affirmed, and now it's positively reaffirmed, firmly cemented, with especially what's happened in the past week. An absolutely historic week for India, the world, the universe, shall I say. Why the world bets on India? Do I need to elaborate? In this session, we will discuss the importance of global cooperation, collaboration, and India's role in shaping the world economy whilst addressing challenges and opportunities along the path to becoming a $25 trillion high-income economy by 2047. Any guesses who our next guest is? All right. I already revealed that Rahul's going to be doing the session. So this session will be moderated by Rahul Kanwal, of course, who will be joining us shortly. And our guest is none other than Jorge Brende, President at the World Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, they'll be joining us shortly. Let me tell you a little bit more about our next guest. Jorge is the president of the World Economic Forum and former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway. From 2011 until becoming the minister, he was a managing director at the World Economic Forum in Geneva. And it is our absolute pleasure to now welcome Jorge. And this session, like I said, will be moderated by none other than Rahul Kanwal. A huge round of applause, please.
There is so much talk in India about the emergence of our country in the years to come, potentially as the third largest economy in the world. And there are very few people who travel quite as much and have as much of an outside-in exposure on what's happening in India relative to what's happening in the rest of the world than the president of the World Economic Forum, Jorge Brende, who's here. Thank you very much, Jorge, for joining us at the Business Today India at 100 Summit. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us. Thank you.
No, thank you for inviting me, and great to see you again. I saw you're in great shape in the conversation with Brad Smith, so.
You know, if anybody could have followed that scintillating conversation with Brad Smith, it has to be Jorge. So he's a great friend of India, and we're absolutely delighted to have you here with us. Jorge, could we start this conversation by you laying out how you see the India story at the World Economic Forum in a global context, given all that's happening in the world at this moment in terms of geopolitics, in terms of economics? Where do you see India relative to how Indians see the India story? How do you at the World Economic Forum, as its presidents, see what's happening in India right now?
So India has come out of the COVID in a much stronger position than many other countries. It is a fact that India is now the fastest growing of the big economies, but it's not once off. It's for the third year in a row that India is the fastest growing economy. So congratulations on that. And congratulations on being successful in landing on the South Pole of the moon.
That's very nice. Thank you.
I think,
that's something that all Indians are very proud of.
Yeah, but I think it really shows that India is really, it's a staggering change going on in this country. And I was reflecting on why is this. I think it started in a way also with this digital ID. Maybe it was controversial at the beginning, but you know, to have the largest population in the world, 1.4 billion people, all have a digital ID, is a prerequisite for a lot of other things, and that is digital connect. Most of Indians are now digitally connected. I was just seeing on TV a few weeks ago, it was a grandmother up in Assam sitting there on her cell and wiring money to the grandchildren on her cell. Where is that happening other places in the world, in a developing country that is an emerging economy? And the fact that you have then demographic dividend that will be positive for you probably 30 to 40 years to come, no shrinking of the workforce. And if the workforce is digitally connected and knows how to operate, huge opportunities.
India this year is the president of the G20, and Prime Minister Modi will be hosting the Big Leaders Summit in early September. How do you see India's presidency? PM Modi has just given Business Today an exhaustive interview, his first on the G20, where he sees the G20 emerge as a catalyst for a new global order. And there's a lot of talk about emerging as a leader of the global south, sitting in the north, Norway and in Switzerland. How do you see India's efforts at trying to be a catalyst in establishing a new global order?
As you know, Rahul, Switzerland is also a neutral country, so Switzerland is dealing with all the different players and actors. But it is true that there is a new order. It's definitely the post-Cold War order is not anymore there. But I think we are between orders. We don't exactly know what the new order is. But there are fundamental economic changes going on, and that we do know. So the economists at the World Economic Forum also definitely are saying that India will become the third largest economy in the world in a couple of years. So you're bypassing Germany and Japan, and it will be then the US, China, the so-called G2. But my prediction, and I coined this for you here today, I think in a decade we will be faced with a G3.
Wow, that's interesting. Can we have a round of applause, please?
And
this is the first time I'm hearing of G3.
Yeah, the G3 is the US, China, and India. And that is a new reality. So far, India has not really leveraged its strength in the global geopolitics. India has been a little bit shy about that. I think what Prime Minister Modi is showing now is that India will also play a more important role when it comes to shaping the new order. And the new order needs to mean that the global south will have more influence. It will need to also be reflected in the UN, in the Bretton Woods institutions, and the new institutions. So I think India has a lot of influence with the so-called global swing states.
I haven't heard the articulation of this idea of a G3. It's a very powerful idea that you've laid forward. Are you just saying that, Borge, because you're in India and you're catering to this domestic constituency, and as an erstwhile politician, you want to say what they want to hear? Or do you actually believe that in the manner in which this new world order is emerging, in the manner in which a new India is being built, that a G3 is indeed possible? There is a new world order.
So if you coin something in the days of Twitter or X, or if you do it on a TV show, it's not like that it's kept in India anymore. Things do spread very fastly. So I think with using this term G3, I think I have to be able to also argue for it, and in other places. It will probably come up even in Davos. Doesn't mean that G3 is the only dimension. I think the G3 is showing that there are going to be three really strong economies. India is already then contributing this year probably to 16% of the global growth. That shows already that the 3 trillion economy that I think will grow into a 10 trillion economy in the coming decade is already having a lot of influence. I think that in addition to the G3, I think Europe still plays an important role, but that is as the EU. It's still the largest market in the world, the single market. But also Africa is growing at an exponential level. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is for 1.5 billion people. extremely powerful. And I think with Prime Minister Modi, when he also insisted on inviting the African Union, I think both to the BRICS, but also to the G20, was showing visionary leadership, because Africa and Latin America are growing very fast in addition to ASEAN.
You know, you're estimating a $10 trillion economy by 2033, and that's a very bullish estimate. There are aspects of the India story which are very promising. And yet, there have been things that happen in India that may frustrate you or make you tear your hair apart in terms of reforms that you'd like or things that you'd like to happen a certain way. Do you want to spend a moment on that? At this moment, what more would you like to see India do to be able to grow faster, to develop faster, and to be a bigger player in the international world trade order?
So, to grow faster, if you grow 8%, it's a bit hard. Of course, China at once grew at 10%. I think India can grow 8 to 10%. I think it's more than a question, how can that continue? How can you sustain that growth for the coming decade? And I think then you have to continue with reforms. Countries that stop reforming will also stop growing at that level. So every year there will need to be a new reform agenda. I think a prerequisite for the growth that we have seen is the digital connections, and also the fact that you're able, and that will be a big surplus, because I'm worried that we can move into a decade of low growth if we don't get it right now. We're seeing that growth is seriously slowing in Europe. We see that growth is also slowing in China and even have some deflation. If we don't continue to trade with each other and have a win-win approach, I think we can have a repetition of the 70s. That was a lost decade when it came to growth, 10 years with low growth. But why am I partly bullish that we can avoid this? And that is related to the new technologies. I think not only AI, but also big data, the changes in biology, we see it also in the health area. I think those new technologies will increase the productivity. We will produce even higher up in the value chain. And I think that can potentially lead to the necessary growth stimulus in the global economy. Of course, some people are afraid, oh, we will lose our job because AI. But you know, since the Industrial Revolution, all new technologies kill some jobs, but they lead to new and more interesting jobs higher up in the value chain, and you can get more prosperous. This time, India is not losing out on a new industrial revolution. I think if India gets it right, you can even drive the fourth industrial revolution. You see manufacturing is coming into this country. You also see that it's not only the back office of the world anymore, it can even be the front office. But then the government has to not get complacent. It has to then continue with the reforms. You have to invest more in the infrastructure. You have to invest more also in education. You have to invest more in research and development. That's where the new tax base will, and the tax and revenues will have to be invested in what can increase your competitiveness. And the digital IDs and all this has led to increased revenues from taxes without increasing the tax levels. This is incredible, but no, invest in the future, not in the past.
You know, the World Economic Forum has been at the forefront of ideating and innovating on the fourth industrial revolution, and that's been one of your big ideas at Davos, which your founder, Klaus Schwab, is very personally passionate about. Do you want to share with this audience here how you see the fourth industrial revolution play itself out in the Indian context? Because India has missed out initially on account of British colonialism and later on account of the country not being equipped at that moment on some of the previous industrial revolutions. How do you see the fourth industrial revolution story play out from all the frameworks and parameters that you've drawn?
So first, let me come back to where we are today. Globally, there are 4 billion people that are not adequately digitally connected. India is not in that group anymore, because you have 1.4 billion people that are digitally connected. You know, maybe not all 1.4 billion, but a lot of them. So there you have like a positive dividend. So this time, India has a good opportunity to benefit from this new revolution. As I mentioned, no, India has to be fast in implementing these new technologies. AI is changing the way you operate. If you can then choose to let AI take on some of the back office's role, or you can have it supporting you to be more effective, I would take it on and then be more effective. And then you can use the skills and the labor to other things that do pay more off. For those that are like, you know, it was for those that stick to the sailboats when there are other ships there, they lost. So it's really, really important now to bring it on. I think one of the challenges India has, though, is the skills gap. There needs to be a lot of upskilling, reskilling, and right skilling, because there are no more jobs in this area than there are skills. So that skills gap has to be closed, because you need to then have the right people to go into these jobs.
No, but do you see that as a threat for a country like India? It could be an opportunity if you're able to up your skill game. But the fact that the quality of the higher educational institutes that we have aren't necessarily producing en masse top-end computer engineers or scientists or AI programmers. Instead, you're producing a bunch of generalists, some of whom may be super specialists at the very cutting edge of what's happening in Silicon Valley, in the US and in India, but a lot of them, which means potentially, do you see, we've already seen from McKinsey and from several other top corporates, estimates of job losses running into the hundreds of millions.
So as I said, in all industrial revolutions we have gone through, there has been jobs in the past that will be replaced by technology. Those that are slow in implementing and hugging the new technologies will not do so well. These countries will then have lower growth than those countries that embrace the new technologies, are first movers and fast movers, and they will then get more interesting jobs and they will do better. You know, it is not a priori given that if you do well today, that you're guaranteed to do well tomorrow. After the Second World War, Argentina was probably the second or third richest country in the world. It took 10 years, and they were a lower middle income country. Look at Kenya and South Korea. In 1960, they had the same GDP per capita. Today, South Korea has 30 times the GDP per capita than Kenya. So this also shows that India has huge opportunities if you continue the reforms, don't get complacent, invest the additional revenues now in upskilling, better education, research and development. When you can land this thing on the south pole of the moon, you can also get a much better primary education, secondary education, upgrade your universities, invest in all these areas. I think another thing, since you also, Rahul, asked about reforms, I think there is a bit of reforms potential still on the red tape in this country. You need to be world-leading in setting up businesses, getting away from unnecessary bureaucracy. Of course, you have to have rules and regulations, but it should not take a long time if a young person has an idea, wants to commercialize it, set up this. It takes too long still to get these things done. And that, I think, will be a part of the next reforms that will come. And there has to be a reform agenda every year, and then I'm very bullish on this.
That's a very important point you make. You also mentioned how countries like Argentina crashed economically in a matter of a few years. And that's where leadership becomes very important. Because in the hands of the right leaders, like China had in the 70s and the 80s, you can uplift millions of people from poverty. In the hands of the wrong leadership, a country can suffer economically. You've had many an opportunity to meet Prime Minister Modi. How do you, Varghese, compare the leadership, personality, and approach of Prime Minister Modi with the cross-section of leaders that you meet internationally?
So India has a leadership under Prime Minister Modi that has been persistently introducing reforms. So, of course, some of the benefits is we're seeing on, for example, the digital ID, that is also coming from former governments. That's for sure. But this government has shown business friendliness. I think also the results speak for themselves. So we don't, in the World Economic Forum, get involved into party politics and all this, and I know there is an upcoming election, but you asked me about the discussions I have had the privilege to have with the Prime Minister, and I feel that the Prime Minister really cares and understands also the business environment and how important that is for India, and the result speaks for itself. India is fast growing. But no, you have to secure that also for the coming years.
Okay, how do you see the economic situation in China? We're seeing a lot of signs of potential economic distress. China is one of the major engines of the global economy and a prime driver of growth, or at least has been in the last couple of decades. What's your reading of where the China economic story goes from here, sir?
So it's complex. First, one has to congratulate China for all what they have achieved since they started to open up their economy in 1979 with Deng Xiaoping. You know, 1 billion people are lifted out of extreme poverty. They have a GDP per capita now around $10,000 US. They're almost the same size of their economy as the US. China is now around 20% of the global economy. When the reforms started, they were 1.5% of the global economy. So that is exceptional. I think for China now, they have made a lot of investments in infrastructure, in real estate, and they have based their growth model on an export-led growth. I think they're now seeing that the infrastructure investments have to, in the future, be cost-effective. They have invested too much in infrastructure. They have an overinvestment in real estate. And they're seeing that they also have to pivot now from export-led growth to also more domestic growth. And they have a huge home market. But that pivoting will, of course, take some time. And that's where they are in the middle of these reforms now. And it will be important for China to go through those reforms to again see growth back, maybe not where it was, but higher than today. And also, the situation with the US is not ideal for China, because these two economies are big, and you see that manufacturing is some manufacturing is moving out of China to Vietnam, India, because you see a diversification of the value chains. So China will also now is facing a situation where they have to incentivize more FDIs.
At the core of the World Economic Forum is the idea and philosophy of free trade internationally. In the geopolitical and economic tensions that are building up, are you seeing the inevitability of more trade barriers being erected internationally? You spoke of the economic tension between the United States and China. Do you see that increasing in the years to come with President Biden following up on and doubling down on the protectionist policies of Donald Trump? There's a big election in the US, and I know you don't want to talk about elections, but do you see this as being an irreversible trend, or do you see this as being a trend in the moment which need not be permanent?
I hope it's not a reversible trend, because we will pay a high price if we go into this decoupling and friendshoring, that you only buy from your friends. And who are your friends, though? Is Nigeria a friend? Is South Africa a friend? In my view, yes, but maybe that can change. I think you should buy where you get the best products to the best price, and we should continue to follow the competitive advantages of countries. But this notion of like just in time, just get the product 1 second before you need it into your value chain. This also just in case. I think we have to, I think it made sense to diversify a bit, but we should also be aware that the driver of the global growth the last decades, the engine behind this has been trade. And if you lose the baby with the bathwater, it has in that respect, and you just trade with yourself or some countries that you like, that will lead to a very dramatic situation when it comes to the global GDP. We think that total decoupling will shave off 8 to 10% of the global GDP. And we haven't had ever a depression that has shaved off that much. Then we're in a serious trouble, serious trouble. That's why I don't think that will happen. We have Secretary Raimondo of Commerce going to China, starting her visit on Monday. I think there will be areas where the G2 will not trade with each other. I think, for example, with semiconductors that are very sophisticated in the cyberspace area, products that have dual use, military and civilian, I think you will see less trade. But maybe that's 10% of the current trade between China and the US. 90% can continue as in the past. So I hope that we will continue with this kind of win-win thinking. That's also what is going to drive global growth in the years to come. I think, in my view, that is common sense, but common sense is not necessarily that common.
Borge, you come from Europe, and one of the biggest concerns in Europe is the continuing war between Russia and Ukraine. Everyone thought at some point in time the war would end one way or the other. It seems to be dragging on with no immediate end in sight and no seeming way for Vladimir Putin to get off the war ramp. How do you see the Russia-Ukraine war pan out from here? And what impact do you think this is having on the global economy? Has it largely been factored in, or is this, because WEF spends a lot of time focusing on global risk, is this still, in your view, a big global risk where you don't know where the war goes, what turn it takes from here?
So I definitely can say that the war will end. All wars have ended. But of course, we don't know how and when. I hope the war will end sooner and not later. It has big implications on soaring, it has led to soaring agriculture food prices globally, as we know, and it can again lead to a lot of increases in food prices in the year and years to come. Secondly, it has affected global energy prices, and we know that Europe is paying high price for no LNG gas that has replaced the cheaper Russian gas. When Europe is then paying so high price for LNG, it means that other countries, emerging economies that also has based themselves on import of LNG, they cannot compete with the prices that Europe still can pay, so they are also suffering from this. So hopefully we will see an end to this war. Of course, that end needs to be based on the principles that we all have agreed on the United Nations Charter, that is basis for dialogue and communication between countries. So let's see how this will pan out. I see it as a risk, but you know, it will be interesting to see what the coming year will bring of possible solutions to this war. That's extremely unfortunate.
Do you want to spend a moment talking about the regulation of artificial intelligence? Because you've got national concerns where everybody wants to be in charge of data, every country wants its own laws, and yet a lot of the changes are very global. We've seen India in the last parliament session come out with a new data privacy law, which is several years late already. It doesn't focus much on AI, whereas that's the law that we need at this moment. But there's a lag between needing a law and the law coming through a consultative process and ultimately getting implemented. What are the ideas you have at the World Economic Forum about how AI should be regulated?
I'm happy to answer that. Maybe just say 2 words about why this is so complicated because of the geopolitics. So in a fractured world, fragmented world, where there is a lot of competition, we barely can agree on anything. The UN Security Council is very toxic, and they used to agree on a lot of stuff, but not anymore. But the paradox is that still some of the major challenges that we are faced with globally, they travel without a passport. And if they travel without a passport, it means that the only way to deal with it is that more than one country come together and agree on some rules and regulations that is in the interest of humankind. So after the Second World War, we were able to agree on non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. We, of course, know that terrorists and other unfriendly nations should not have access to nuclear weapons. Now coming to AI. I think AI, artificial intelligence, the new technologies, also quantum computing has a lot of potential benefits. We have not seen that any of the technology breakthroughs have not been good for the world. It has replaced some manual work. We have then increased our prosperity. And you know, the world is in a very good shape in that respect. But we also know that AI, if it's not controlled, if it comes in the hands of the wrong people, it can influence a lot of our systems in a negative way. So that's why I do hope that even in the polarized world, at least in a G20 context, and I see the G20 Sherpa Amitabh Kant has just arrived. I hope that in the G20 context, at least we can establish a floor when it comes to AI. So China and the US can say, of course, we will compete on being the best on AI, being the best on quantum computing, because that is at the core of this competition between China and the US now. They both know that the nation that is on top of the new technologies will emerge out of this century as the most influential nation. That competition can be good, it cannot be so good, but they need to agree on some traffic rules. Imagine the traffic in Delhi is already bad, but if without any traffic rules, it will be total chaos. So I look at AI regulation as traffic in New Delhi. It will not change overnight, but some basic traffic rules, even the drivers in Delhi do comply with, and that's what we need for AI.
You know, if you come from Norway and Switzerland, despite having traffic rules, what you see on the roads can feel like utter chaos. But I want to tell everyone sitting here and those watching across the Business Today multiverse that we've just witnessed a landmark session. And this will be spoken of for many months and years to come, because you heard for the first time, in my view, the construct of a G3 being laid out. And this is very significant because this hasn't been spoken of earlier. From the president of the World Economic Forum, the idea that in 10 years from now, India will be a $10 trillion economy by 2033, and that the global order will be restructured in a way that the world will talk about G3, the United States, China, and India. That's an important idea which you've laid out. You're saying you'll build on this at the World Economic Forum at Davos next year, and this is the first time you've spoken about it. And as he said, he'll be challenged and questioned when he goes to Europe or he goes to Africa or he goes elsewhere about the idea of the prospect and the promise that India holds. You've also laid out the challenges. I said at the beginning that Borge is a great friend of India, and he just explained why. He also said it's not because of his friendship, but because of the conviction that they have about how the India story is shaping up from here. Can we have a very warm round of applause as we thank Borge Brande, President of the World Economic Forum, for having come to the Business Today India at 100 Summit. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Pleasure. I think they just want to take a photograph.
Thank you so much, Borge. Before you leave, you've already helped me with the introduction of the next session. A huge round of applause, please. I'd also like to invite Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, BTTV, to express a token of our gratitude to Borge. A huge round of applause, please. Honestly, I'm running out of cloud storage space, taking down notes from Rahul's sessions. So much to take away, so much happening in the comment section on our social media platforms and all across the Business Today multiverse. We're going to move on to our next session, which is aptly titled Towards Achieving Global Leadership. In this session, we will focus on India's role in the global economic landscape and the steps needed to establish itself as a global leader. The session will be moderated by none other than Saurav Majumdar, Editor, Business Today. And I'd like to invite him on stage along with our esteemed guests for the next session, Amitabh Kant, India's G20 Sherpa. Can we have a huge round of applause for our next session?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm privileged to have with me the man who is driving this entire G20 and B20 meetings which are taking place today and over the next few days in Delhi, and has been doing so over the last almost a year, Mr. Kant, across the country, and in very interesting destinations across the country with Jan Bhagidari, with participation from the people. Now, this is very, very different from many other G20s, may I add, because this has the feeling of a national festival. We have been able to make G20 a truly national participative festival. And I will start off, I know Mr. Kant is very, very busy. He's taken time off from other engagements during the day. I would like to start off, Mr. Kant, by getting your thoughts on how you think India has conceived this presidency and this whole participative sort of celebratory mode with which this is happening, and then we will come to specific aspects of it.
Normally when G20 presidency is held, it is held in one city or two cities across the country. It has never been held, in any other country, it's never been made into a people's presidency. So the Prime Minister, who's really the leader of G20 during India's presidency, decided that we will host the G20 in every state of India. And G20 is very different from, say, doing a World Cup in football, which was held in Qatar for 21 days. Very different from doing the cricket World Cup, which is 15 days, you know. This is through the year. So the Prime Minister decided that let us take G20 to every state of India. So we took it to 60 cities of India. And we used this opportunity to transform these 60 cities in terms of their infrastructure, drainage, sewage, solid waste, everything. The second thing we've done is that we've involved the citizens of India in hosting model G20s, essay contests, a whole range of issues. So this was the first time that foreign policy and diplomacy of India was taken to the people of India. And that's what's made G20 very different. It's a people's presidency and remarkably different from any other G20 held anywhere else.
Yes, Mr. Kant, and remarkably different in many other ways, if I may also add, because we had recently, earlier this week, the privilege of meeting the Prime Minister. The issue is here, which has been unveiled earlier this morning. The Prime Minister spoke extremely eloquently about how he feels this is a great opportunity for India to sort of drive the new world order, sort of be a pivot and ensure that you play a critical role in shaping the new world order. Could you elaborate on some of those aspects where you think this presidency will leave an indelible mark?
So, Saurav, let me first compliment on you on this issue of business today. It's an outstanding issue, very outstanding content, excellent content. And I think you should ensure that everybody reads this issue of business today to understand what G20 is all about. Secondly, if you look at the transformation, there are a couple of trends which are taking place in the world. It's important to understand the paradigm shift that is taking place. One is when G20 started in 2008, the developed world was contributing over about 75% of the global GDP. The developing countries were contributing only about 24-25%. If you look at it now, the share of the developed world has come down very radically. It's about 55%. The share of the developing countries has increased very substantially. So the share of the developing countries is going up, the share of developing countries is coming down. What is happening is, as the IMF has rightly said, this year 80% of the global growth is going to come from the global south countries. The global south is going to contribute to 80% of the growth. And in the next 2 decades, two-third, and it's quite incredible, 2/3 of the growth is going to come from global south. And this is going to happen because the demographics are in favor of global south. This young population, the population in the western part of the world is aging. And if growth is going to come, all the growth is going to come from global south, then you need greater flow of financial resources for the global south. Unfortunately, the international financial architecture and the multilateral financing institutions which are created post-World War II are not designed for many of these issues. The second trend that is taking place is that there is a movement away from the big tech digitally to models which are open source, open API, interoperable model which allow for greater innovation and allow for private-public play, which India has demonstrated through identity, banking, fast payments, etc. And the third key trend that is taking place is that there is a massive, because of climate action, there's a massive transition taking place in terms of just an inclusive energy transition. So India is at the forefront of all these 3 transitions. We are driving young demographics, we are driving global growth, we are driving digital infrastructure through digital public infrastructure, and we are driving renewable energy, and we are driving green hydrogen, which will replace fossil fuel. So today we import 200 billion worth of fossil fuel. Our aim is to become an exporter of clean energy by 2047. And these 3 trends will really redefine the world of tomorrow.
Mr. Kant, which are the key takeaways you think? I mean, India, of course, is driving these important items of the agenda, like you just mentioned. It so happens that these are areas where already India is at the forefront. So India is like a great shining example, particularly in areas like DPI, where people are really marveling at the kind of progress India has made. What do you think as we approach the end of the year and the end of the presidency? What do you think are the key areas where you think India will be able to sort of give key takeaways? And what are your expectations as the presidency sort of is handed over at the end of the year?
So a couple of issues. One is that throughout the presidency, India has been the voice of the global south. The Prime Minister, when he launched the G20 presidency, the first thing he did was to have a meeting with 125 heads of state to understand what they wanted during India's presidency, and those became our key priorities for G20. So first and foremost was that if the world is, 1/3 of the world is facing recession, then you need to drive strong, sustainable, inclusive global growth, which is very important. The second is that if you look at sustainable development goals, and we are at the midway point of 2030, only 12 of the 169 SDGs are on track. The post-COVID era has actually led to regression in sustainable development goals. So education, health, nutrition are very critical for the world, and accelerating the pace of implementation of SDG is very important. The third is climate action and climate finance. But both climate action and climate finance and SDG require long-term financing for developing countries. And therefore, we've said that our fourth priority will be the reform, redesign, and the restructuring of the multilateral development institutions for the 21st century. And therefore, working on this with all the countries to redesign and reformulate them is a critical task, and allow greater flow of resources from billions to trillions is a very, very important component of our presidency. And therefore, it's important that these institutions get redesigned. And fifthly, the fact that you need technological transformation, you need digital public infrastructure like we've done. During COVID, we were able to provide resources to 800 million people, cashless, paperless, into their bank accounts. And today, over 650 schemes of the government, we put money and resources into their accounts. And the fact that we do almost 46% of the digital fast payments in the world. We do 11x more than Europe and America. We do 4x more than China. Digital payments, everybody does it on the mobile, using QR codes now. So that, if you look at the world, 4 billion people do not have an identity. 3 billion people do not have a bank account. 133 countries do not have a fast payment mechanism. So you need to take the model of DPI of India to the rest of the world, especially the global south. That's important. So we needed an acceptance of digital public infrastructure. You needed an acceptance of the framework for digital public infrastructure, because there's no global definition. The world does not recognize DPI at the moment. So we are going to do that during our presidency. And lastly, as the Prime Minister said very clearly, that our presidency must drive women-led development, women empowerment, gender equality, because 50% of the world will be women. And without them, you can't drive growth. So you need to have better learning outcomes, health outcomes, better nutritional standards for them. And that is what we are driving at. But clearly, the focus is on the global south. We've shifted the voice away from the developed world to the developing world. We've demonstrated that G20 will be the voice of the global south.
That's absolutely right, Mr. Kant. Just before this session, the World Economic Forum President Borge Brande was here. He mentioned something very interesting, that he sees over the next maybe 10 years or so, G3 emerging, where India will be one of the three with US and China. What are your thoughts? Do you think, in a sense, this G20 presidency has sort of laid the foundation for India to be really, really at the center stage of world global growth and prosperity and drive that agenda?
So we are now the 5th largest economy in the world. We were the 10th in 2014. We've come to the 5th. We will definitely attempt, as the Prime Minister said, to be the 3rd largest economy by 2027 end. But our objective has to be to grow at high rates to be a $10 trillion economy by 2030. And that's critical. And I quite agree with Borge that this is really the India's decade. And we've carried out all the structural reforms. We have young demographics in our favor. We are firing on several cylinders, from services to manufacturing to agricultural productivity to urbanization. All these are key trends, and therefore digital public infrastructure will enable us to leapfrog. Now you need the states to be, Indian states to be the key champions of India's growth story. So if India grows at 8% plus for 3 decades or more, I think we'll definitely be the key players in the world. I think this is truly India's decade. This is the rise of India's decade for various reasons, and we must demonstrate our will that the reforms that have been carried out, the structural changes that have been made, must be implemented by the states as well to enable India to emerge as one of the big key players. But this is truly India's decade.
Mr. Kant, yesterday you were at the B20. I heard you speak very eloquently about many of these points. I also heard you say something very interesting about growth with free trade. As countries become a little more inward-looking and all of that, how do you think that will be one of the key challenges the G20 will have to work on collectively and ensure that that really takes place?
So we've done an analysis of previous pandemics, and if you look at previous pandemics which have taken place in the world, after every pandemic, you've had a story of protectionism for the next 5 to 6 years. Every country starts doing protectionism, and you're seeing this in several, you see this in the Inflation Reduction Act or the CHIPS Act in America, you see this happening in China, the big economies. But it's important that to understand that actually, free trade has lifted very vast segments of population above the poverty line. Every time India has grown, it's grown on the back of exports. Whenever we do well in exports, India grows. So exports are very critical for India's growth story. I've been a long-term believer that exports will be the key to our growth story in the future. And therefore, India must become a very major exporting nation. This would require size and scale of manufacturing. That's what we've attempted through the production-linked incentive scheme. And my belief is that free trade is very, very important for India to be a key player in the global economy in the years to come. We need to drive manufacturing to penetrate global markets. We must be a key exporter and penetrate global markets, particularly the American and the European markets.
Where this B20 this year is also particularly important is that it stresses under India's leadership also the role of the private sector in many of the areas. For instance, in climate change, in the whole funding part of climate change, in SDGs, in pushing the SDG agenda. Where do you think, how do you see the reaction? You've been speaking to a lot of the top global corporations which have come to Delhi. How do you think the whole global corporate world is reacting to these things?
So it's not, the first priority, as I said, is strong, sustainable, inclusive, balanced growth for the world. Because the world is in recession right now. It's not possible to grow without the private sector. Private sector has to be the driver. The corporates have to drive growth. The government can be a facilitator, can be a catalyst in ensuring that private sector grows. And that's why India's B20 presidency was very important. And India's B20 presidency has been done very well. The task force reports have been absolutely brilliant. They've produced some excellent results. They worked in partnership with the private sector, and they will really help to drive the growth story of India. That's very, very important. And therefore, we are truly believers that the private sector will be the key to the global growth story. And we strongly believe, like many other countries do, that we lay emphasis on private sector really driving production and productivity in the world. Essentially, that's important. The global value chains are important. demonopolizing these global value chains from one country to several countries is important. In the long run, it's the private sector which drives growth, and India's G20 presidency has assisted and supported B20 in a very big way. This was probably the best B20 ever held.
Do you think there was this proposal which was put forward as, I think, one of the task force recommendations of a 0.2% contribution by the corporates globally to sustainable goals and to climate change? Do you see that actually happening? We've done it in India, like it was told, that we've done the 2% sort of contribution of profits in the CSR space. Do you see that happening at a global level?
So, Saurav, it's a very interesting question. And it's important to understand that actually 1% of the corporates account for 40% of greenhouse gas emission in the world. 1%. The challenge is that we don't have machine-readable data. We are not able to put that data in front of the public to say that these are the 40%, these are the companies which are contributing to 40% of the greenhouse gas emission. Nobody is clear about that. And then we do not have a Moody's like we rate countries. You are rating countries, but you don't rate corporates on the basis of their greenhouse gas emission. So what you need is that the corporates, the stock exchanges across the world must have one interoperable framework. We must have machine-readable data saying that these are corporates polluting, and we must penalize them, and we must say there will be a credit rating to them on the basis of their greenhouse gas emission, and markets will penalize them. That's the most important thing in the world to my mind today. But more important is that at least these companies which contribute to 40% of the greenhouse gas emission, not 0.2%, but I think 1%, they must contribute to climate action and SDGs. But that's a process in evolution. That's a very good thought idea which has come in from B20. We'll try and discuss with the G20 and try and take it forward.
So that's something you'll definitely pursue at the
Of
G20
course. All fascinating ideas, all interesting ideas are there to be pursued.
This is a very, very interesting one of getting the large corporates, global corporates to contribute, he says 1% of their profits to climate action because they are the top 40%, 40 companies are the biggest polluting. Mr. Kant, I'll come back to the other big issue of the reform of multilateral development banks. Now that's again a challenge. There is a big report which has already been put out. The second report where Mr. Singh, N.K. Singh is one of the co-chairs, is also expected. What are the expectations you have that this will actually again go to fruition? Because that, as you rightly said, is critical to the, the taking forward of the SDG goals, financing of the global south in that sense, bringing in more funds for the global south. How do you see that taking place?
So there are several components to this. The first report has been brought out, and the finance ministers, the finance track, the FMCBG as it is called, the finance bank and the central bank governors have sent it back, noted it and sent it back to the boards of the respective financial institutions to have a look to see what more funding they can do within their existing equity base, within their capital framework, capital adequacy framework. What more lending can they do without because for them, maintaining their credit rating is also important. Yes. So what more lending can they do within that? And that's quite a bit can be done. And that's for the individual banks to see. The second bit is that how are you able to use your balance sheet, or if not your balance sheet, many other balance sheets, to be able to do more of private sector lending. There's no shortage of money in the world.
That's right.
I mean, there's 350 trillion. The world needs 6 to 7 trillions. But there is 350 trillion available in the world. 150 trillion is available with sovereign wealth funds and pension funds. How do you make that money move to the global south? Because the risks here are more. So the balance sheets, if they can be used to do more of indirect lending, that is, blended finance, that is, to my mind, credit, how do you credit enhance? How do you do first loss guarantees? There are various ways to provide more lending. So that needs to be done. That is, we are going to do no more direct lending, we are going to do indirect lending, and on the back of what we lend, we'll do 15x more lending. That's the key to my mind, and that is where these institutions need to move towards. Thirdly, I think to the international financial architecture, what is happening is that resources are moving from developing countries to the developed world. It would be vice versa. Inflation in the developed part of the world leads to higher interest rates, and then it moves. Yeah, so there's the financial architecture needs to be restructured.
The other area, Mr. Kant, where India has actually shown the way, and again, this particular G20 presidency is sort of setting the stage, is on startups. Now, this is the first time the startup infrastructure has come into the center stage, and there has been an entire Startup 20 which has been set up. Tell us a little more about what you expect as the outcomes from that.
So it started from the fact that we've been able to establish the third best ecosystem in the startup movement in the world in a very short period. Yes. And we have over about 110,000 startups now. We have over 110 unicorns. And therefore, we thought that if technological innovation and technological developments have to take place, then you need to put the startups together. So we've had a very lively, very vibrant startup movement for the first time, which was done during our presidency. We've had all the countries vigorously participate in it. And I think a lot of young people participated in this because we showed that actually these are startups, many of them are national assets because they've used the digital identity to do paperless, cashless credit. Several of them have done paperless, cashless wealth creation. Young startup like Zerodha controls about 29% of the stock market, gone to tier 2, tier 3 and cities. And then you have number of young startups like GoDigit and Acco, which are doing insurance on the mobile, on the go. So what you're seeing is identity, banking, wealth creation, fast payment, insurance, all happening through innovation on the mobile. And the cost of acquisition of a customer has fallen rapidly. It's important that, if you look at the world, 133 countries do not even have a fast payment mechanism. So you need to take this model there so that you can provide liquidity to the people without any leakages. And that is really the model for the world, that you have fast payments for them. That will require digital identity. That will require bank accounts. And that will require fast payments. And this is a unique model of India which can be taken to the rest of the world.
Mr. Kant, you are the G20 Sherpa. Now, we will have the Leaders Summit coming up in early September. Typically, that is, of course, a broader agenda. There's a bigger platform. How much of the B20 takeaways do you realistically see being discussed and agreed upon at this year's G20 Leaders Summit?
So a lot of B20 recommendations, these communiques, are being examined. In many ways, they will find a very distinct component in the as we go forward in our discussions. Because without the private sector, you can't have global growth. If 1/3 of the world is suffering from a crisis of slowdown, and we must understand, Germany has gone into recession now.
That's right.
1/3 of the world is in recession. 75 countries of the world are in global debt crisis. So if you want to solve that without private sector, you can't solve it. So private sector has to play a very key, critical, and a very major role in this.
The Prime Minister, in fact, now that you mentioned the debt crisis also, in our interview, he's spoken about the whole debt restructuring piece. Where do you see that heading and the role India is playing on that?
So, there are several countries impacted by the global debt crisis. This issue has been discussed extensively in the finance track. So you've seen the Sri Lanka solution, you've seen Zambia, Chad, Ethiopia, many other countries finding a solution to this because of the various initiatives that India has taken. That's a burning priority of the global, of the finance track, actually.
And what India, of course, has done some of these things which we just discussed. How much of it do you see as the presidency eventually changes hands? How much do you see is the issue of continuity, which I want to raise here? How much do you see actually taking place beyond? Now, India can do this much within its presidency. How much of influence do you think India can wield carrying forward these wonderful, new initiatives which we have done into the next year and for subsequent years?
So sort of for the first time in G20, you have 4 developing countries, one after another, holding the G20 presidency.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Indonesia was hit by the Ukraine war in very, very big way. So it wasn't, I'd honestly be saying that they did their best. But ambition was lacking because of the COVID and because of this. But during India's presidency, right from the word go, we've put Ukraine on the back burner. And we've said that the ambitions of the developing countries and the global south must be in the forefront. So we've brought the agenda of the global south, the developing countries, and we've said that growth is taking place in these countries. And therefore, we put this agenda of development in the forefront and put every other issue at the back front. And therefore, my view is that that should be the strategy of Brazil, that should be the strategy of South Africa, that they should continue to bring the global south and the developing countries right in the forefront. Because without that, you will not be able to uplift people. If you want a human-centric approach to growth, you can't do that without the developing countries driving, because they are really young demographics. Can you believe it? 6 of the fastest growing countries in the world are today in Africa. 6 of the top 12. So that means growth is going to come from India, it's going to come from Africa. And therefore, you need long-term financing to drive this growth. Without this, you will not be able to lift the humanity. Without this, you can't have global growth.
Which is what the Prime Minister told us also, if you do not include the African nations, how can you talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that development for everybody?
So this is the first time that the Prime Minister wrote to all the leaders that African Union must become a permanent member of G20. That was a bold move. And that means that you're providing inclusion to G20. And that means that you'll actually be giving a voice to 55 countries of Africa during the G20. And that's a very big move. And that is being discussed and debated, and most leaders across the world have very favorably reacted to it.
By when do you see that actually happening?
During the Leaders' Summit.
So that because the Prime Minister also spoke very hopefully about that.
No, we are very, very optimistic about this. Prime Minister's voice has had a big resonance across the world.
Do you think that could be one of the biggest takeaways and the legacy India will leave after this G20 presidency, the inclusion of the African Union?
Yeah, that'll be one of the big, but let me tell you that India will leave behind a lot of legacies in terms of development. Huge legacies. We are not talking about the content right now, because most of that gets discussed in the last meeting. But all our ministerials have been very content-driven. We've been very ambitious as far as the content is concerned. They'll be discussed in the final Sherpa meeting and finally approved by the leaders. So you'll have to wait till the Leaders' Summit. But our presidency will be very content-rich. It'll be very ambitious, very bold, very aggressive, and very ambitious.
Do you expect a clear statement at the end of the
Yeah. I'm very hopeful that on all development issues, we'll have a consensus.
And finally, Mr. Kant, you have been sort of at the center of driving so many of these initiatives. What has been going on in your mind? You've done so many other, you've performed so many other roles earlier. You've been pivotal in Niti Aayog, and now this is a global stage, really. What do you think? What drives you? What has been this whole driving factor over the last 1 year?
Well, just remain focused and sleep well. That's all, and do lots and lots of exercise.
Yesterday you said you sleep very well.
I sleep very well.
And you don't really allow these concerns, global concerns to really eat into your sleep?
No, not at all. Not at all. Don't get unnecessarily worried.
Be calm and
remain focused. Remain focused.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kant. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you, and many, many good wishes to you for the future.
Thanks. Great pleasure.
Thank you, sirs, for that lovely session. Mr. Kant, I'd like to request you to stay back on stage. And I'd like to call upon Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, our Group CEO at the India Today Group, to felicitate Mr. Kant on stage. So, on charting that path to becoming, well, a major power in the year 2047, we want to talk about several sectors that will be disrupted. We've spoken so much about technology, we've spoken about, well, the economic aspect as well. And now it's a very different facet that we're going to talk about. In the next session, we will focus on India's potential for significant economic growth and the role of the capital markets in driving this growth. The next session is aptly titled, The Equity-Led Path to a $20 Trillion Economy. It is going to be moderated by my colleague Shailendra Bhatnagar, editor markets at Business Today TV, and our esteemed guests that will be joining him on this particular chat will be Ashish Chauhan, MD and CEO, NSE. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shail Bhatnagar, and we have a very special guest today, Mr. Ashish Chauhan. He's the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of India's most successful startup. That's the National Stock Exchange. All of us are in some way or the other connected to the National Stock Exchange. Some of our wealth resides there. And over the next 25 years, India will create more wealth than what she did in the previous 250. And in the next 10 years, you will see more wealth created on the stock exchanges than what we've seen in the last 100 years. And the man squarely in the center of all this is Mr. Chauhan. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now, we will structure this talk in a manner that is beneficial to all. Please tighten your seatbelts. And if you haven't so far participated in India's booming financial markets, today's the time to start. And the reason why I tell you this is because the amount of wealth creation that we'll see over the next 2.5 decades when India moves from $4 trillion to $20 trillion is going to be phenomenal. And Mr. Chauhan is going to help us create that roadmap. Ashishji, I'll first start with the fact that, India was known to be a country of snake charmers. And here is an organization which went online from day one and created one of the finest exchanges globally, which is the largest in terms of derivatives and the third largest in terms of market capitalization. You were there from the start in 1999. Tell us how it happened.
Thank you, Shail. Pleasure being here. It's an interesting story in a way that after Harshad Mehta scam, the government wanted to set up an exchange which did not have the influence of brokers. And that's where they told IDBI, which was a public sector institution, to set up NSE. And they selected 5 people to set that up from within their ranks. I was one of them. So that's how I ended up becoming part of NSE. Otherwise, I was a banker, I'm an engineer, but that's where basically the NSE story began. And in some ways, post-independence, we wanted to be a socialist economy. And markets were basically something which were tolerated at most. They were satta bazaar, right? They were never to create help in nation building. Only in 91, when we started liberalizing, and we saw how the rest of the world was using markets for nation building, for capital formation, for wealth creation, for job creation. That's where we wanted to do something which was clean and which was automated. And it was a wish, like any other wish, right? But to do things, what happened from 92, immediately after Harshad Mehta scam, this team was created. And between, say, 1992 to 94, we planned and executed. 94, November 3, we started. It was a sci-fi movie happening in Purnia, in 1994. Nobody even thought that these dhoti topi walas, they don't even understand computers. Even the scientists don't have computers in India. Today, all of us have mobile phones and we run around. But those days, it used to take 5 years to get a telephone line at home, and to make it work every day, you had to pay the bribe to the linesman. Linesmen used to be the most dowry takers in those days, if you recall, right? So from that situation to create an exchange which would work on a screen, match on the screen, be available to anywhere in India continuously, was a total sci-fi thing, and somehow it happened. It basically was the largest technology demonstrator India had. It was the largest demonstrator of India's brain power in early 1993-94. After that, Y2K came, India's IT prowess started getting known to the world. But every IT company I recall used to bring their potential white clients into NS to show that India ye kar sakta hai.
Correct.
Right? So it started not only a stock market revolution, but it started IT revolution. It started wireless telecom revolution. The first satellite telecom two-way was created by me for NSE. After that, all the cellulars and all banking revolution, all e-payments, e-governance, whatever we see today in IT, in all the sort of e-commerce, everything, it was the first e-commerce activity in India those days. In 1994, nobody called it e-commerce. Today we can call it. But effectively, that's where it helped India so much, not only in stock markets, but also in just creating that confidence, making it so much more automated, so much more confident than ever before. And over from 94 to today, 29 years, what has happened? When NSE started, the market capitalization of India totally was around 4 lakh crore rupees. Today, how much it is? 4 crore rupees. 4 multiplied by 10 raised to 14. 4 के पीछे 14 zero लगाने हैं. To make it simple, $3.6 trillion, okay? In rupee terms, it has gone up 80 times. In that 29 years, 80 times rupee terms returns, but dollar terms, it has gone from $120 billion to now almost $3.8 trillion, more than 30 times in dollar terms. Warren Buffett, if he had just invested in Nifty, he would have been as rich as he is today. You don't require to be a Warren Buffett in India to multiply your wealth. It has helped India create jobs. It has helped India create wealth. It has also democratized. To those days, probably 20, 30, 50 lakh people used to invest in stock markets. Today, 7.5 crore PAN number, unique PAN numbers are registered with me. That 7.5 crore unique PAN numbers is actually 5 crore households. 5 crore households is 17% of all India's households directly now trade with NSE. And if you take EPFO, everything else, it is now 25 to 30%. 1 out of every 3 households is probably connected in direct or indirect way. And that is also true on the wealth. Today, that $3.6 trillion or $3.8 trillion wealth, which NSE represents, is also 1/3 of India's total wealth. 1 out of every 3 rupee India considers wealth, including this building, all the tumblers and buckets, and all the jewelries and all the buildings in the country, and all the land. 1/3 is basically coming out of stock markets. And what is stock market, right? Unknown people are investing in business of unknown people. A person sitting in Jorhat or a Dibrugarh is putting her hard-earned 1,000 rupees into a company in Salem, in Tamil Nadu. She is never going to visit. She doesn't even know what that business is going to look like. But she has a complete confidence that her money will be spent well, and whenever that business makes profit, she will get that small share of that dividend. It is such a beautiful thing. Indian economy, a poor country like ours with $2,500 per capita, was not supposed to have any such thing. There is no country with $2,500 per capita income and such a market. There is no country with $5,000 per capita income in such a market. There is no country with $10,000 per capita income in such a market. There is no country with $20,000 per capita income in such a market. Only one market is that, China. Wherever prices go down, government has to go and buy. In my market, government only taxes, right?
Absolutely.
So effectively, this is a very, very precious thing that has happened in India. It has helped India. It will continue to help. Whatever growth India has to do in economics, socially, otherwise, because what I say is, even dharmasya moolam artha. So even if you have to do religion, you have to have artha. That is money. And that's where today, despite all importance being given to banking system, today the stock markets are 1.5 times or more larger than the entire banking system's asset size.
Right. Mr. Chauhan, let's take this argument a little forward. As of now, if you see, in the 6 hours and 15 minutes that the National Stock Exchange trades on a regular basis, you have about 1,300 crore transactions happening seamlessly without human intervention. That's about 200 crore transactions per second. I have known Mr. Chauhan over the last 25 years. He's a very modest man, but a very, very large part of the success that we see in India as far as IT is concerned rests on his shoulders. What we take for granted, online payments, seamless banking, permanent settlements that happen without any human intervention, is because of the IT prowess that the National Stock Exchange exhibited. And behind that has been Mr. Chauhan. Apart from at the National Stock Exchange, he's worked previously with the Bombay Stock Exchange and has written a wonderful book called The Bombay Stock Exchange, Temple of Wealth Creation. Mr. Chauhan, 25 years from now, India has a global macro tailwind which is fairly strong at this point of time. Where do you think we will be? Design a roadmap for us so that the 125 people that are sitting here may benefit financially from participating in this wonderful journey that we call the National Stock Exchange.
So I give you a background, right? So where we have reached is a function of where we were.
Yes.
So in 1995, the base year of Nifty index, okay, now it's 28 years. It was 1,000 on November 3, 95, okay? Today, it is 19,300. Market capitalization, as I told you, is now $3.8 trillion. It was 120 billion. It has gone up 30 times in last 28 years. Now, today, we have reached that $3.8 trillion market cap and around $3.5 trillion of GDP. If you just take a simple growth framework of 7% or 7.5% as the annual growth rate over next 25 years, some years will be very good, some years will be very bad. You might have even a 10% year, and you might also have a 3% year. But on average, if you take 7%, which is feasible, because last 28 years we have grown similarly, right? So if that is true, the market has gone from 1,000 to 19,300. Similarly, would the GDP also grow from that much, that is $3.5 trillion by 19 times? That will make it almost $70 trillion. Now, even America today is close to $28 trillion. China is somewhere close to $18 trillion. So effectively, we have grown reasonably fast over last so many years. But if we continue to grow at that pace, our markets, assuming it grows, say, even 15 times, today we are 3.8 multiplied by 15 would be $40-50 trillion. For me, it may not happen. Even at half, it's still $20 trillion. And that's what somewhere I think the heading earlier given was that, will Indian market reach $40 trillion? It's possible, because just 7% simple compounded growth, you will figure out that it will reach probably $40-50 trillion. But that is not how the world works, right? And the sky, I mean, the tree doesn't go to sky. I mean, it will keep on growing and somewhere it will start plateauing. But the room which we have over next 25 years is phenomenal. Today, we have a unique opportunity, and we are in a unique place as a country, because last 1,000 years, when, for me, I am a technology man, and technology is what changes the world. Technology is what creates wealth. The world actually falls around the new technologies and starts using it. And last 1,000 years created more wealth than what was created in, say, last 10 lakh years by the human race, right? And that, why did it get created is because technologies evolved rapidly.
Right,
and
sir.
last 1,000 years, India was not in the race only. India was not even in the stadium. India was not even 10 kilometers away from the stadium. We were not even spectators, right? Today, when technology race is being run, we are at the starting line. In fact, we are supposed to win going forward. And if we don't go in a wrong direction, there is nothing which can stop me. And if you had asked me, say, 30 years back when I was setting up NSE, that India would be so good, so rich, I would not have even imagined. And that's why what the technology is going to bring with its newer waves, which are coming faster and faster, it's going to be phenomenal going.
Right, sir. So while Mr. Chauhan has spoken about the GDP part, since he's the creator of Nifty, let me just give you a mathematical exploration. Over the next 25 years, if Nifty compounds very simply at 11%, and let me regress a bit, if we are at 18,000, over the next 25 years, we will have 4 compounding zones. So the Nifty will go from 18 to 36, 36 to 72, 72 to 144, and from 144 to 288. 2,88,000. Let's presume this Goldilocks scenario does not continue, and we are somewhere like 2 lakh or 1,75,000 on the Nifty. Remember, this is just the Nifty compounding, not a good equity diversified fund, which will be far better and will give you a phenomenal return. We've seen these kind of returns happening in the past, and they're definitely going to happen in the future. Mr. Chauhan, regulatorily, we are probably the best possible exchange in the world when it comes to seamless transactions, full-time connectivity, payments happening like clockwork, now of course T+1. Where do you think is the next technological advance coming?
In a way, even this T+1, this NSE was so much out of place in 1994, nobody could even believe that America, New York is not automated.
Yes.
Europe is not automated. How India became automated. And that is true today also. What we do is a sci-fi to America. I call America a 19th century technology in 21st century. All over the world, we recently implemented T+1 settlement. T+1 settlement simply is, if you trade today, you get your money and stock tomorrow. Nowhere in the world T+1 is there. They talk a lot. They will tell you about all the nice things that will happen if T+1 happens, but they continue to talk. We execute. So that is the difference between us and them. And today, literally last 1 year, we have been called, at least in 15 world events by my colleagues, how did we implement T+1? Because it's not only a technological prowess which we display, but also societal prowess of handling newer processes, newer technologies, which is what basically gives me that confidence that regulatorily what needs to be done, our regulators are also techno-savvy. Many of them are engineers.
Yes.
But if you just saw Mr. Amitabh Kant, right? You have also seen Mr. Nitin Gadkari in the morning. This kind of policymakers, this kind of executors, what is the choice we have, right? We have to be the best. We have to continue to be the best. That is what the expectation of Indian public is. That's the expectation from our bosses.
Right. So, Mr. Chauhan, now in the remaining 11 minutes, I'll ask you questions which are pertaining to the National Stock Exchange. You've set up a a wonderful macro base for phenomenal growth. Tell me, we have about 4 or 5 indices that trade fairly regularly in the F&O format. Is there a plan? You have about 19 indices. How will the market grow in size? You execute about 200 crore transactions an hour. The capacity is 10 times more. Where is this going to come from?
In a way, your argument, basically your question is, what are the new products you see in the market? See, one is the equity indexes, right? So, for example, we are trying to bring IT index back, Nifty IT, Nifty Pharma. Those are the kind of things we plan to have back. But more importantly, there are fundamental gaps in the Indian market offerings. One is on the interest rate. Interest rate futures are not that successful yet. We have also proposed corporate bond index futures. We also proposed government bond index futures, because all over the world, the bond indexes markets are like several times larger than equities indexes market, right? So basically interest rate markets is what we need to bring. Similarly, electricity futures. CERC, which is the electricity regulator, regulates the spot market through spot exchanges and also, of course, long-term contracts. But now SEBI has got the powers to regulate the futures and options market in electricity. So that is where basically again we are working. Similarly, carbon credit. That's where again a new, all the SDG and all those targets, net zero and all, will only come out if we have a carbon credit market. And so that also we have started working on. So it's not only the stock markets where you need to work, because our main purpose is to help India create wealth, and that will come out of the capital formation and not incessant trading in indexes. But because we also are world's largest exchange of any type, just to give you a perspective, today, as you said, we do 1,500 crore orders in one day, 6 hours, 15 minutes. But we also trade 20 crore orders every day. On every Thursday, we will be closing 20 crores trades a day. New York Stock Exchange today does around 5% of our number of trades. They might be trading more in volume, but today the largest next exchange is in Brazil, which is 20% of our size.
Wow.
So effectively, if somebody says, no, have you looked at other countries, other things? Boss, now they are too small, right? And that's where this is literally first time I'm giving you this information, just to give you that comfort that what you take for granted every day, when you place an order, you get exactly the trade price, and next day you get your stock once you pay up. It happens by magic, but behind that magic, there is a lot of organization, a lot of planning, a lot of execution that happens. And that's where India's IT prowess, but also India's ability to organize itself well, and all its people, that is you and me, actually are using that in a disciplined way, is a phenomenal thing which no other country is even able to grasp.
Absolutely. Mr. Chauhan, for all the people sitting in the audience, and all of us, remember, ladies and gentlemen, will live far, far longer than what we actually hope to be. If somebody is wanting to, participate in this wonderful journey that will see us at $20 trillion in GDP 25 years from now, and maybe far, far higher in the Nifty than what it is today, what would you suggest?
No, one thing which I've always said is, investors have to be investors. Somehow a perception has been created that buying in the morning and selling in the afternoon is called investment. It is basically satta, right? It is trading. And my humble request to every investor is that please don't indulge in derivatives trading if you don't know about it. Please don't buy in the morning and sell in the evening by watching on television or getting your 2020 reports and sort of acting like as if you will make billions in one day. Boss, this is a place to create wealth and not lose whatever you have, right? So might as well, if you don't know, if you don't have the time or expertise, go to mutual funds, go to portfolio managers, but don't just believe in some tips which comes to you, or somebody calls up saying, sir, on television, I have these 100 shares and I have taken this, what is stop loss? You don't have to know that. Boss, you have other job, you have other work, you have other business. If you want to participate in investments. Why? Is because if you put money in gold, last 25 years, gold has given very low return compared to stock markets. Stock market returns are almost 14-15%, year on year compounded. As I told you, 1,000 rupees invested in Nifty in 1995 would have become 19,300 rupees today. But on top of that, if you take the dividends, it would have become actually 25,000 rupees. 1,000 rupees to 20,000 rupees in 28 years, that is 25 times. No real estate. एक दो जगह पे हुआ होगा, but otherwise no real estate has given you that. No gold, no fixed deposits can give you that. If you think India is going to grow, invest in markets, but stay invested. Don't get impatient, because everyone thinks he's Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. Unfortunately, expired after that, there is no Rakesh Jhunjhunwala born, right? So please stay long. Don't try to capture the lowest part saying I'll invest now and then it will go up and I'll sort of sell at the peak. There is nobody who is God, right? Stay invested long. You will benefit. That's how people in the long-term investments have benefited. And my request is don't indulge in day-to-day trading. No derivatives if you don't know.
Wonderful. So this is the best advice that at least I have heard, and a lot of us actually put it into practice. Spending time in the market is more important than timing the market, and Mr. Chauhan says it really well. We'll keep a certain amount of time for Q&A if you have some. My final question to you, sir, is that you are a turnaround specialist, and you were asked to actually summoned to take care of the National Stock Exchange in 2022 after the Himalayan Yogi scandal surfaced because of SEBI's order. A lot of people have always hoped that the National Stock Exchange will be listed one day. And of course, you are the guy who actually helps the rest of the world list on the markets. So when do we expect your IPO to hit the capital markets?
So this is the second most frequent question asked to me. The first most frequent question asked to me is, what will be the Nifty after 1 year, right? And I say that my job is like a traffic police, I can tell you which cars brake well. I cannot tell you which cars actually function well in terms of everything else. And similarly, I'm a regulator broadly, and also a service provider in terms of ensuring your transactions go well, and also an umpire to an extent, because I also have to run the regulations. But overall, I wouldn't know what would be the Nifty tomorrow or next moment or.
But you would certainly know when you'll get listed.
Yeah, and similarly, on the listing, basically, as you are all aware, there were issues at NSE, and SEBI has certain apprehensions about our sort of being able to meet their expectations, so that India from 7.5 crores investors, it goes to a double or triple. And for that, whatever confidence is required for SEBI in terms of our processes, our procedures, our technology, our intentions. So that is where, as and when SEBI becomes more comfortable, they will tell us to apply, and that is the time we will apply. Otherwise, once the approval comes, the process of doing IPO is mechanical. It takes 3 to 6 months, probably 7 months max. And I have done many IPOs, including BSE's IPO in my tenure. So in some ways, IPOs are not new to me. But once we get an approval, because we are not a normal company, we are a regulator, frontline regulator. And whenever SEBI feels comfortable, that's what they will tell us to sort of move forward. And that's what I would want to convey to all the investors, that, and also whoever is listening, saying, doing an IPO is a great thing, because it actually increases or improves the corporate governance of any company, because investors keep on asking very tough questions, and from the minutest to the most macro, and that's why companies, especially public companies like this, should be listed. But again, as and when the regulators feel comfortable, given the experiences they had with us earlier.
Okay. Just for the record, 13 years before Mr. Chauhan started his second tenure in the National Stock Exchange in 2022, he was the Chairman Managing Director of the Bombay Stock Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll open this house for at least 2 questions. please feel free. There's a gentleman sitting there, I'm sure in the right age to start investing or maybe, put in more money. Yes, sir, to you. Yes, we can hear you.
It's a very interesting question. You brought in Gift City also. Gift City is another thing which we did not touch, but it's like Hong Kong for China. Gift City is for India. So effectively, Hong Kong helped China grow rapidly over the last 40 years because it had a Anglo-Saxon legal system, English-speaking people, and that was used by China to funnel a lot of investments from abroad into China. China doesn't have a similar legal system like we have, or any other European country or America has. And that's where basically the Gift City was conceptualized by Honorable Prime Minister for ensuring that we are able to also funnel some of the funds that are required for very rapid growth of India from abroad. And that is the purpose. We started a new segment there, the ESG segment, or what we call green segment. And similarly in India, Indian domestic area, which is NSE in Mumbai, we have also got now ESG regulations from SEBI. So there are two aspects to it. One is that every company which works in India will have to follow certain standards. That is what the government standards coming. Then if you come and list your company on Indian exchanges, then you have to follow slightly higher standards or substantially higher standards in some ways. And that's where the SEBI regulations on ESG come in. And then the third part is basically ESG bonds, which are, the companies actually list their equities, but they also raise funds through bonds. And the ESG bonds can be basically the green bonds or those kind of things. We have a separate segment also on the NSE for listing of those. And we, like many of the municipal bonds, are structured as green bonds or ESG bonds because of the fact that they help you save the environment and other things. So that's where many other companies which are also going to require funds and want to raise funds without diluting the equity, they will also come through ESG sort of bonds. And similarly, many of them will want to raise funds from investors abroad. That's where either they do it in NSE domestically in Mumbai, or they do it through the Gift City. Today in Gift City, we have close to $85 billion of bonds already listed, out of which some portion is probably $9 to $10 billion are on the ESG side. The rest is what we call masala bonds and sort of dollar bonds and stuff like that. And in India also, we would have a few $1 billion of bonds already on the ESG side.
Siddharth, you have a question.
In the interest of time, I'll keep it really short since you spoke about T1 and how India leads the world. And I ask you this question seriously, is real-time settlement even possible to consider?
Real-time settlement, in a way, when I said T+1 is a sci-fi movie happening in India, rest of the world is just watching with bated breath that how did these guys do it. And then our regulators have now started talking about the real-time settlement, right? And the real-time settlements are possible in India because of the way our payment systems now are so real-time. They were not so few years back. And so one side is the payment side, that is the banking system. Other side is the depository side, which is on our side, securities market side, where they own, they keep the record of your holdings. And if they are able to do it on real time, I should be able to do it. But both buyer and seller have to give it in a way in a very short time frame. So as and when the new sort of regulations come and settle down, the implementation is something which is easy. An Indian public is able to adapt to newer and newer. We started like in 1992, 3. Many of you are as old as me in this market. And you would recall we used to trade in BSE for 15 days, and then settlement used to happen 45, 50 days after that. So it used to be like T plus 60 days if you are lucky. In between, some default did not happen. Today, you are on T plus 1, and we think it is par for the course. You know, we don't even think it is something unusual. And similarly, when it happens real time, it will happen so fast and so easily in Indian system, including all, because humans have to adapt to that system, and humans in India are able to adapt to literally everything. That is what I have seen, and my hope and faith is that Indians are the most adaptable people, especially when it comes to technology and speed, which is what they want. They expect speed from us, from every authority that is, and that's what we will deliver as soon as the new regulations come.
Right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful session. Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. And we won't stop you from lunch. The other point I wanted to mention was we've sort of laid a roadmap on how to make money. Just after lunch, there'll be a session on consumption, and we'll teach you how to spend that.
Well, we're looking forward to that. Thanks so much, Shail, and thanks, Mr. Chauhan. I'd like to call upon stage Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO India Today Group, to felicitate Mr. Chauhan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the only one standing in between you and a lovely lunch, but I must tell you that take this time out to recharge and come back, because there's an action-packed schedule in the second half and you don't want to miss it. Can you give a huge round of applause?
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं।
Hello and a very warm welcome once again. Good morning, namaskar, adab. Thank you very much for being here with us. Nitin Gadkari ji, as always, a great pleasure to have you here with us. He's taken the pains to come only for this event, straight from the airport. So thank you very much for that as well. A full house here. Gadkari ji, the topic is India at 100. So I will try and not ask you questions of the present and the past. One of your ambitions, Gadkari ji, as someone we describe here as the builder of modern India, is your Kashmir to Kanyakumari highway. But again, I will not ask you about that. Try and tell our audience here, when India is 100 years as a republic, what will our road infrastructure look like?
Actually, before end of 24, our national highway road infrastructure will be equal to the USA standard. So I am very much confident about it. For example, in Delhi, we have just working Delhi and out of Delhi part, that we are working on the project of 65,000 crores. I've got the list of every project. And I am confident that we will complete all the projects. After that, from Delhi to Dehradun will be 2 hours, Delhi to Haridwar 1.5 hours, Delhi to Jaipur 2 hours, Delhi to Chandigarh 2.5 hours, Chandigarh to Manali presently take 7 to 8 hours, it will be 3 hours. Then Delhi to Amritsar 4 hours, Delhi to Katra 6 hours, Delhi to Srinagar 8 hours, Delhi to Mumbai 12 hours, then Chennai to Bangalore 2 hours, Bangalore to Mysore is already completed, is 1 hour. And in which we are developing the road infrastructure, particularly starting from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Just you take it from Manali. Before that Atal tunnel, from going to Rohtang Pass, it takes something 3.5 hours. Now it is 8 minutes. After coming with Atal tunnel, we are constructing 5 tunnels and roads up to Ladakh and Leh. After Ladakh and Leh, we are constructing the big tunnel in Asia, 11 kilometer, that is to be Jojila. 70% work has completed. Then after that, Jhedmore tunnel is completed. We want to open it as early as possible now. Then it comes to Srinagar. Then Srinagar to Jammu, we are already constructing 18 tunnels, out of which 14 are completed. And before Katra, there is a highway, Delhi-Katra highway. It comes to Amritsar, Amritsar to Delhi, and then it comes to directly to Delhi-Mumbai Express Highway. And after Delhi-Mumbai, it's go to up to Surat. Then for South India, from North India to South India, you don't need to go to Pune or Mumbai. From Surat, it will start it going to Nasik, Nasik to Ahmednagar, Ahmednagar to Solapur, Solapur to Kurnool, and Kurnool se Trivandrum, Cochin, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, and Kanyakumari. So it starts from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, express highway, axis control, the link between the countries.
Kashmir to Kanyakumari, the question that I want to ask you in a lighter note is, सर कुछ जमीन बची रहेगी, सब कुछ हाईवे, सुपर हाईवे, एक्सप्रेसवेज ही ले जाएगा पूरे कंट्री में?
नहीं, कहाँ उतना है? देश में 63 लाख किलोमीटर रोड लेंथ है. आउट ऑफ इस NH अभी मैं जब मंत्री बना तो 92,000 किलोमीटर था, अभी 1,46,000 किलोमीटर है. तो ये अभी भी 1.5 लाख किलोमीटर और करने की आवश्यकता है. ट्रैफिक डेंसिटी इज गुड, इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी इज गुड. Even we can work on BOT, on PPP mode, there is no problem.
Sir, we will have a great spread of highways, great expressway network, and many times the statistics are mind-boggling. But will our highways be much safer? I ask you this because our highways, roads have one of the highest fatality rates. You yourself have tried a lot in the last 10 years, but 2 decades later, how safe will India's highways be?
एक बात मैं आपको बता दूं, जो आपने 100 इयर्स की बात की थी
जी,
मैं हाईवे को इलेक्ट्रिक हाईवे बना रहा हूं, और अभी कल ही मेरे पास काफ़ी काम पूरा हुआ है, टाटा से प्रेजेंटेशन भी हुआ. मैं दिल्ली से जयपुर और नागपुर के रिंग रोड को इलेक्ट्रिक केबल जैसे रेलवे की होती है वैसी बना रहा हूँ।
अंडरग्राउंड?
नो, ऊपर में।
अच्छा।
और 2 या 3 बसेस, ट्रॉली बसेस उसके ऊपर चलेंगी दिल्ली से जयपुर, और जयपुर से रिंग रोड पर घूमकर फिर वापस दिल्ली आएगी। और अभी नागपुर में भी उसको कर रहा हूँ। तो ये पहला पायलट प्रोजेक्ट है, और ये मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि दिल्ली से जयपुर बीओटी में हो सकता है क्या। और फिर मेरी विजन ये है कि फिर ट्रक भी ऐसे बनेंगे जैसे रेलवे का इंजन होता है ना, ऊपर में लगकर केबल पे चलता है, तो 2-2, 3-3 ट्रक भी उसी पे चलेंगे। और लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। Presently, our logistic cost is 14 to 16%. China, it is 9 to 10%. And European country, 12%. I am confident at end of 24, our logistic cost will be in single digit. It will come up to 9%. So we will be more competitive in international market for export, and that is going to be a great boost for our economy, and which is very important. And the second thing about road safety.
जी.
From last 9 years, I am trying my level best, but this is not a success story. We have every year 5 lakhs accidents, 1,50,000 deaths, and out of which 60% deaths belong to the age group of 18 to 34. It's very unfortunate. But there are 4-5 reasons are important. One is automobile engineering, and other is road engineering. We have taken a lot of steps regarding automobile engineering. Just 4 days before, we have launched star rating of international standard. So we will get the car with the international standard, there will be no problem. At the same time, there are road engineering, there was some black spots. We are already spending 40,000 crore for improvement of black spots. We are taking all preventive measures of international standards, from signage to marking. And even lot of things we are now making the road safety audit of the every road. For that reason, now we have prepared the syllabus, and we are taking the help from the IIT, Engineering College, Polytechnic College for making road safety audit. But the other important thing is regarding road accident is education, emergency, and enforcement. Regarding enforcement, we have already have the new Motor Vehicle Act. For that reason, we have increased the fines and all the things are there. Regarding education is very important. The behavior of the common man is the basic reason for the road accident.
Sir, is it just the common man, or is it also the rich man? Just hours ago, we have had a very horrific accident. Many cars convoy, one of the biggest and safest, most expensive cars in the world, hitting a truck. Nothing happened. It was not the fault of the truck, from what we know as of news reports. Is it just an attitude that everyone has on our highways?
I'm just telling you a simple example of Merit Express Highway just 20 days before. The wrong side, the school bus driver has taken his bus on wrong side, and there was SUVs there. There was a crash and 6 deaths. Now, first of all, the most important thing is there is no fear about the law and no respect for the law in the majority people's mind. And that is to be a big problem. Somewhere, you should not talk on the phone when you are driving car or the scooter. You should have helmet. If the red signal is there, you should stop there. You should, lane discipline is very important. This is a big country, but now the people are not, now it's a very unfortunate for us. Majority of the accidents, the reason is lane discipline. And that is one of the reasons that we want to implement the law. Now we have cameras, everything. New intelligent traffic system is with us. But presently, the situation is that still we are not up to the mark. That is to be a big problem. We are highest in the world in road accident. Somewhere, this is a issue where we need help from universities, education institutions, NGOs, media. We are making campaign. We want to change the mindset of the people about the rules of the road. And now we are starting competition in the schools. Now we want to train the school children because they are the citizen of the future. So these are the problems, but we are trying. But the fact is that we are not very much satisfied about it. We are working on it.
सर, भारत चांद पे भी पहुंच गया है और जो आपने बात कही है काफ़ी चिंताजनक है, क्योंकि चांद पे पहुंच गए पर यहाँ पे लेन डिसिप्लिन नहीं रख पा रहे हैं। गडकरी जी, वन ऑफ द
आपको एक बात बताऊं
जी,
ये सब दिल्ली के लोग बैठे हैं
जी,
अब मेरा बोलने में थोड़ा मैं स्पष्ट हूँ, आप करें इनको पूछो आप क्या इतने बड़े बड़े बंगले बनाते हो, मर्सिडीज गाड़ी 2-2 4-4 रखते हो, तो घर के अंदर पार्किंग बनाते हो क्या? पूरी गाड़ी जैसे हमने रोड इनके पार्किंग के लिए बनाया, पूरे लाइन पे लगा के रख। अब ये बड़े लोग भी है, क्या क्या फर्क पड़ता है कि अंडरग्राउंड पार्किंग बना?
तो फिर सर इसका अर्थ ये हुआ कि सड़कें छोटी होनी चाहिए, जैसे बॉम्बे में तो सड़कें ही नहीं है, तो क्या उसी से सेफ्टी बढ़ेगी क्या?
नहीं, देखो प्रॉब्लम है कि रोड के दोनों बाजू में डेवलपमेंट हुई। अभी गोवा और केरल तो 2 राज्य ऐसे हैं कि हमारे हाईवे के बाजू में ही डेवलपमेंट है। हमारी कॉस्ट इन किलोमीटर इन केरला 49 करोड़ रुपीस पर किलोमीटर लैंड एक्विजिशन। हमारे केरल के मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा कि मैं कंट्रीब्यूट करूंगा, 25,000 करोड़ दिए और मुझे आय मिलने के लिए। बोले सर हाथ जोड़ता हूँ, अभी मेरे से नहीं हो सकता। तो ये प्रॉब्लम है। और दूसरी बात, ये जो पार्किंग का प्रॉब्लम है, अभी पहले रोड की विड्थ कम, उसमें ये पार्किंग खड़ा होगा तो कैसे होगा?
तो सर 25 साल बाद क्या होगा? ऐसे ये तो बहुत भयानक, बहुत डरावना एक सॉर्ट ऑफ सिनेरियो बन रहा है। गाड़ियां भी आ रही हैं, बड़े बड़े बंगले बन रहे हैं, बड़ी बड़ी हाई राइजेस बन रही हैं। जो बॉम्बे का हाल है, क्या वो पूरे देश का हाल होने वाला है?
अभी मैं नागपुर में मैंने एक म्यूजिकल फाउंटेन बनाया और वहाँ एक 11 मंजिले में फूड प्लाजा बना रहा हूँ, पार्किंग और फूड प्लाजा। उसमें 1100 गाड़ियों का ऑटोमेटिक पार्किंग किया है। अब धीरे धीरे लोगों में अवेयरनेस आ रहा है, पब्लिक प्लेसेस में पार्किंग आ रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं अब इसकी ज़रूरत है। अभी मैं मनाली का देखने के लिए गया था, ये बहुत नुकसान हुआ। वहाँ पूरे मनाली में इतने पूरे लोग, जिधर देखो उधर गाड़ियाँ दिखती है। अब उसमें हाई राइज पार्किंग, ऑटोमेटिक पार्किंग करने पड़ेंगे। मैं अपने डिपार्टमेंट से बस पोर्ट, पार्किंग प्लाजा, हाँ उसके साथ कुछ कमर्शियल जोड़ना पड़ेगा, तो कोशिश कर रहा हूँ ये होगा, पर कभी ना कभी लोगों के सहयोग के बिना नहीं हो सकता।
लोगों का सहयोग बहुत आवश्यक है। गडकरी जी, इन द लास्ट 10-12 minutes you have given us a vision of that how much we will have in terms of highways, but it's also clear that road safety will continue to be a bigger issue. I want to come to another aspect which is related to this great ambitious work that you are doing, which is costs. The government is bearing the cost, the NHAI is bearing the cost. You have said several times, और हमारे ही ग्रुप के मंचों पे आपने लगातार कहा है कि पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है बनाने में. But consumer behavior also says that many people are not willing to pay those tolls, and they say that इतनी महंगी कर दी है सड़क पे यात्रा, 25 साल बाद तो इससे फिर 4-5 गुना हो जाएगा अगर इन्फ्लेशन इंक्रीज लिंक्ड इंक्रीज हो टोल में.
आपके कार्यक्रम में बहुत पहले कह चुका हूँ. अब आपने ये 5 स्टार होटल में कार्यक्रम लिया तो कॉस्ट है उसकी. रामलीला का ऑप्शन था मैदान का, वहां भी बैठ जाते चाय पीते. देखिए सर, इफ यू वांट गुड सर्विसेज यू हैव टू पे फॉर इट. अभी मुंबई पुणे के बीच में 9 घंटे लगते थे, अभी रोड में 2 घंटा होता है, तो 7 घंटे अगर गाड़ी कम चलती है तो पेट्रोल डीजल बचता नहीं है. यू हैव टू पे. अभी मुझे बताइए, आप दिल्ली से जयपुर अगर 2 घंटे में जाएंगे, अब 3.5-4 घंटे लगते हैं, आपका डीजल पेट्रोल नहीं बचेगा. और इसलिए अगर अच्छी सर्विसेज चाहिए तो अमेरिका में भी टोल है. अब मैं लाखों करोड़ के रोड बना रहा हूँ. दूसरी बात, रिसोर्सेज का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. और अभी तो मैंने तय किया है, मैं अच्छा हुआ आपके यहाँ ये बता रहा हूँ कि अब मैं गरीब लोगों के पैसे से रोड बनाना चाहता हूँ. मैंने अभी इनविट मॉडल में ये मुंबई स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में लॉन्च किया था. साहब बैठे तो 7 दिन का टाइम था और मैं पहले दिन 7 घंटे में 7 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब हुआ हमारा बॉन्ड इशू जो हम इनविट में कर रहे थे. तो मुझे फोन आया हमारे मेंबर फाइनेंस का कि साहब जल्दी आओ, इनकी आप पद्धत होती है वो घंटा बजाकर क्लोज करना होता है. मैं आया दौड़ते हुए गोवा से और मैंने क्लोज किया, क्योंकि हम लोग 8.05% इंटरेस्ट पर ईयर दे रहे एश्योर्ड. फिर मैंने उसमें सुधार किया कि ये ईयरली नहीं, मंथली अकाउंट में जमा करेंगे. अब मुझे बताओ बैंक में फिक्स डिपॉजिट का रेट क्या, और हमारा 8.05 विथ NHAI AAA रेटिंग. तो मैं अब छोटे लोगों से पैसे ले रहा हूँ, पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं. मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मैं तो आप तो पूछ भी नहीं सकते मुझे, मैं आज तक 10 साल हो रहे मेरे मंत्री पद में, मैं बोलता हूँ कितने लाखों करोड़ में मैं बात करता था, लोगों को पहले लगता था पॉलिटिशियन है, बोलते ही है। अब मैं आप जैसे लोगों को पूछता हूँ, मुझे बताओ कि आज तक 10 साल में मैंने बोला करोड़ों में कौन सा काम नहीं हुआ, मुझे बताओ। इसका कारण आई एम कॉन्फिडेंट, आई डोंट हैव मनी प्रॉब्लम। और आपको कल बताता हूँ, कल मेरे यहाँ अमेरिका से डेलीगेशन आया था पूरे इन्वेस्टर का, मैंने उनको चाय कॉफी पिलाया और मैंने बोला आप पूछने के पहले मैं थोड़ा कुछ बताऊं, आप गलत फहमी मत करना। मैंने बोला पहली बात, गवर्नमेंट गारंटी दूंगा नहीं। दूसरी बात, NHI के क्रेडिट पर पैसा देना है तो दो, नहीं देना है तो मत दो, समय खराब मत करो। तीसरी बात, आपको पैसा देने में मैं अगर आपको चाहिए तो आप बोले उस बैंक में एस्क्रो अकाउंट खोल दूंगा। आपको रिटर्न्स ईयरली चाहिए, 3 मंथली चाहिए, मंथली चाहिए, वीकली चाहिए या डेली चाहिए, रोज पैसा जमा करूंगा, रोज इनकम मिलेगा। एस्क्रो अकाउंट में पहला राइट तुम्हारा। और ये चीजें मान्य होगी तो मेरे से डिस्कस करो, नहीं तो मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूं, आप चाय पानी करो। नमस्कार।
तो उन्होंने पोहा खा के कुछ और बोला सर कि चले गए?
नहीं नहीं, वो खुश हुए, क्योंकि क्या है कि सब होता है रामायण, और फिर आखिरी में सवाल आता है भारत सरकार की गारंटी मिलेगी क्या। वो मिलाते मिलाते मुझे साल भर लगता है। आई डोंट वेस्ट माय टाइम एंड आई डोंट वांट टू कन्विंस टू एवरीबडी कि ये कैसे है। मेरे क्रेडेंशियल्स पर देना है तो दो, नहीं तो देखो मेरा अभी टोल इनकम 44,000 करोड़ है। एट द एंड ऑफ 24 आवर टोल इनकम विल बी 1,40,000 करोड़, और मैं रोड मोनिटाइज कर रहा हूं, और मेरा कोई प्रोजेक्ट इकोनॉमिकली नॉन वायबल नहीं है, मेरा पूरा प्रॉफिट का ही धंधा है।
एब्सोल्युटली। एंड गडकरी जी, हमने भी पोहा खाया है घर में चाय के साथ, इसलिए मैं जानता हूँ कि
उनको मैं उनका रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ। ये कैनेडियन फंड, पेंशन फंड अभी इनविट मॉडल में आए ना, पर वो आजकल क्या होता है कि जब फंड्स आते थे पहले तो बोलते गवर्नमेंट गारंटी, तो वो गवर्नमेंट गारंटी लेते लेते वो प्रोसीजर इतना बड़ा होता है कि उसमें रिजर्व बैंक और वो सब करके बहुत समय जाता है। तो हमारा AAA रेटिंग है भाई, देना है तो दो, नहीं तो हमारे पास पैसे की कमी नहीं कोई।
एब्सोल्युटली। एंड आई कैन टेल द ऑडियंस एंड आवर व्यूअर्स दैट
इवन आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, 2 बैंकों के चेयरमैन का विवाद हुआ, नेशनलाइज बैंकों का। ये बोल रहा मेरे 25,000 करोड़ लो, बोल रहा मेरे, दोनों मुझे फोन कर रहे हैं सर हमारे पैसे लो। फिर मैंने धीरे से बोला वो इतना इंटरेस्ट कोट कर रहा, तुम 0.5 कम करो।
I was going to say that in the first year of taking over, Gadkari ji cut through so much red tape in the bureaucracy, and I know he still does that. But Gadkari ji, the question that I have in the backdrop, as you know, you have yourself revealed and unveiled that edition of Business Today. This is the first time that Pradhan Mantri ji has given an interview on G20 in which he has spoken about so many things, and one of the things that I want you to reflect upon is the confidence that India has now, that it is not taking from the world, it wants to give to the world. 2 questions, sir. इतना कॉन्फिडेंस आप में आता कैसे है, आया कहाँ से कि इतना बड़ा विजन हम सड़कों का, परिवहन का बनाए? एंड सेकेंड, आपने अमेरिका और कनाडा का उदाहरण दिया, ये परिवर्तन भी कैसे आया है कि अब वो लोग आके हमसे बात करते हैं?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि हमारी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट को, वाटर, पावर, ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड कम्युनिकेशन, इसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हाईएस्ट प्रायोरिटी दी है। और आप तो बिजनेस के इसमें हो तो आप जानते हो कि इस देश में वाटर, पावर, ट्रांसपोर्ट, कम्युनिकेशन होगा तो कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगी, इंडस्ट्री आएगी। कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट और इंडस्ट्री आएगी तो गवर्नमेंट का रेवेन्यू बढ़ेगा और एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल क्रिएट होगा, और एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल क्रिएट हुआ तो ग्रोथ भी बढ़ेगी और गरीबी दूर होगी। और इसलिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में बड़े प्रमाण पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार ने प्राथमिकता दी। आपको याद होगा कि मैं पहले शिपिंग मंत्री था तो मेरा बजट था 700 करोड़ का। कैन यू बिलीव? मैंने जो सागरमाला प्रोजेक्ट तैयार किया था वो था 16 लाख करोड़ का। और आप लोग जरूर कुछ प्रोजेक्ट का आप एक स्टडी करिए कि 16 लाख करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट में 11 लाख करोड़ के काम पूरे हुए सागरमाला में, और जबकि हमारा केवल बजट था 700 करोड़ का। और 6,000 करोड़ रुपए 12 मेजर पोर्ट को प्रॉफिट मिला। ये अभी एक मैंने मथुरा का मॉडल कहता हूँ, जो जरूर आप इसको स्टडी करिए, कि जो सॉलिड वेस्ट और लिक्विड वेस्ट है इसमें भी पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट संभव है। तो मथुरा में 90 MLD जो स्लज थी, वही वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था, और हाइब्रिड एन्युटी में हमने टेंडर निकाला, त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग करके कंपनी ने लिया, और मैंने एक ऐसा मॉडल तैयार किया कि वो शुद्ध पानी तैयार करेंगे, और वो इंडियन ऑयल जो बाजू में रिफाइनरी मथुरा की, उनने खरीदने की तैयारी बताई। मैंने उनको पूछा कि आप पैसा, पानी कितना लगता है, कितना पैसा देते हो? उन्होंने कहा उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार से डैम से पानी लेते हैं, 25 करोड़ देते हैं। उन्होंने बोला आप 20 करोड़ दो, 5 करोड़ आपके बच गए। और वो पूरा पानी रिफाइनरी यूज कर रही है, और 40% सरकार ने दिया, 60% इन्वेस्टर ने लाया, और पहली बार लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में भी PPP मॉडल सक्सेसफुल हुआ। तो मुझे लगता है अभी मेरे पास स्टेट ट्रांसपोर्ट बसेस है। मैं इसके आप सब इन्वेस्टर को प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि मुंबई में एक डीजल की बस चलती है, पर किलोमीटर कॉस्ट 115, और जब हम सब्सिडी दे रहे थे तब हमारे नॉन AC बस की कीमत आई 39 रुपीज़ पर किलोमीटर, और AC बस की आई 41 रुपीज़ पर किलोमीटर। अब इलेक्ट्रिक बस जो है, जो लिथियम आयन की बस है, जिसकी कीमत 1 करोड़ 10 लाख 15 लाख है, वो बस अगर हम लाएंगे तो उसकी कीमत विदाउट सब्सिडी हमको 60 रुपीज़ पर किलोमीटर आएगी। और जो ट्रॉली बस है, जो केबल पर चलाएंगे, तो उसकी कीमत जो है वो 60 लाख रुपए आएगी। तो कैपिटल कॉस्ट कम है और बिजली भी कम लगेगी। तो मैं अभी पावर मिनिस्टर को रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ कि मुझे आप NTPC से सस्ते में बिजली दो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के लिए, तो मुझे कॉस्ट और कम होगी। तो मैं अभी मेरे पास रूरल ट्रांसपोर्ट मेरे पास है, और अर्बन ट्रांसपोर्ट UD मिनिस्ट्री के पास है। तो स्टेट ट्रांसपोर्ट के सब घाटे में है, वहाँ हॉर्न छोड़कर सब बचता है गाड़ी में। हाँ, गाड़ियाँ खराब है। तो मैंने सबको कहा कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी AC लगा दो, टिकट रेट 30% कम कर दो, ड्राइवर ऑपरेटर का और कंडक्टर कारपोरेशन का, और कंडक्टर भी नहीं, जो कार्ड होगा चढ़ते समय और उतरते समय कार्ड दिखाओ। देखो चोरी होती है डीजल में और टिकट में, दोनों निकाल दिए हमने। इलेक्ट्रिक की चोरी हो नहीं सकती, और जो कार्ड है वो लगाने से कंडक्टर जेब में पैसा, कार्ड मैंडेटरी है जैसे टेलीफोन का है। तो मैं आपको बताता हूँ, हर दिन एक्स्ट्रा अकाउंट खोल के एक बस 50,000 रुपये का डेली बिजनेस करेंगी, 250 किलोमीटर चलेगी, तो और बस वालों को 15,000 रुपये उसके लिए रख देंगे। बाकी के 35,000 में कंडक्टर, ड्राइवर, बाकी सब खर्चा होने के बाद भी 15-20 हज़ार प्रॉफिट होगा। तो इस देश में कम से कम 5 लाख इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस आज पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट से, जैसे दिल्ली टू चंडीगढ़, दिल्ली टू शिमला, दिल्ली टू जयपुर, अभी दिल्ली टू शिमला इलेक्ट्रिक बस चल रही है, और एयर कंडीशन लग्जरी बस और डीजल बस की तुलना में 30% रेट कम करके ये पूरा अर्बन और पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट इलेक्ट्रिक पे आएगा। तो ये कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है, पोल्यूशन फ्री है, इंडिजिनस है और कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है, विन विन सिचुएशन है। लोगों के AC में जाएंगे, 30% टिकट रेट कम होगा, और जो जिसको इन्वेस्ट करेगा वो भी पैसा कमाएगा। तो ये ऐसी बहुत सी बातें हैं कि अनेक फील्ड में हम लोग ये काम कर सकते हैं।
सर, सिंस यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इलेक्ट्रिक फ्यूचर, आई वांट टू आस्क यू, 25 साल बाद पेट्रोल डीजल बचेगा इंडिया में? गाड़ी पेट्रोल डीजल की, सब इलेक्ट्रिक हाइब्रिड होगा?
दुनिया का क्या होगा मालूम नहीं, पर मैं 2004 से बात कर रहा हूँ, और मेरा ये एम्बिशन है। ये बहुत कठिन है, डिफिकल्ट है, पर असंभव नहीं है। इसके बारे में मैं कोई एश्योरेंस नहीं दे रहा हूँ। मेरा बस चल जाए तो 5 साल के अंदर इस देश से फॉसिल फ्यूल को खत्म कर देना। और ये दिल्ली में कितना पोल्यूशन है, 40% पोल्यूशन दिल्ली का जो है वो पेट्रोल डीजल का, फॉसिल फ्यूल का है।
खत्म कर देंगे यानी गाड़ी बैन हो जाएंगी पेट्रोल डीजल?
नहीं जी, जरूरत ही नहीं है। आपके पास गाड़ी है पेट्रोल की, इलेक्ट्रिक की कार ले लो, आप 30,000 रुपये खर्चा कर रहे हो, आपका खर्चा 2,000 रुपये आएगा। तो मुझे जरूरत ही नहीं मार्केटिंग।
बट इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी महंगी भी है।
मैं आया हूँ अभी गाड़ी में, इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी है, हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी है मेरे पास। हाइड्रोजन इज द फ्यूचरिस्टिक फ्यूल। और आपको बताता हूँ, पेट्रोल डीजल की तुलना में नो पोल्यूशन, इकोनॉमिक। अभी मैं 29 को टोयोटो की फ्लेक्स इंजन इनोवा लॉन्च कर रहा हूँ दिल्ली में। अब 100% इथेनॉल पर है। अब पेट्रोल का रेट है 120 रुपये, इथेनॉल का 60 रुपये, और वो कार 40% बिजली तैयार करेगी। टोयोटो के सब मॉडल आ रहे हैं इसमें, और 40% बिजली फ्री ऑफ चार्ज। तो पेट्रोल का रेट एवरेज माइलेज को हिसाब में लगाते हुए 15 से 20 रुपए लीटर आएगा, तो मुझे क्या जरूरत है इनको कहने की और आपको कि ये ले करके। हाँ, एक ही केवल जो आपका प्रश्न है, शुरुआत में जब नंबर कम होगा तो कॉस्ट थोड़ी ज्यादा होगी, जैसे जैसे नंबर बढ़ेगा कॉस्ट कम हो गया। अभी जैसे लिथियम आयन बैटरी, इसकी कीमत थी $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर, अब $115 पर किलोवाट पर आवर आई। और मेरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले 1-1.5 साल के अंदर लिथियम आयन बैटरी की कीमत ये $100 पर किलोवाट पर आवर आएगी। तो मैं आपको बता दूं, पेट्रोल और डीजल की कार की कीमत सेम होगी और इसके कारण लोग इलेक्ट्रिक कार, हाइड्रोजन कार यूज करेंगे। आपको और एक अच्छी बात बताता हूं, मैं जब मंत्री बना तब ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री जो थी उसका टर्नओवर 7.5 लाख था, आज हमारा टर्नओवर 9.5 लाख करोड़ है। और दिस इज द इंडस्ट्री जिसने सबसे ज्यादा जीएसटी भारत सरकार को और राज्य सरकार को दिया है। और आज अभी ये इंडस्ट्री 9.5 लाख करोड़ की है। जब मैं मंत्री बना तो हम 7वें नंबर पे थे, आज हम 3रे नंबर पर है। पहले नंबर पर चाइना है, दूसरे नंबर पर यूएसए है, 3रे नंबर पर अभी जापान था। हमने जापान को पीछे डालकर हम 3रे नंबर पर आए, जापान 4थे नंबर पर है। और मैं आपको बताता हूं कि हमको 15 लाख करोड़ की इंडस्ट्री बनानी है। 5 साल के अंदर हमारी ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री, यही आत्मनिर्भर भारत और प्रधानमंत्री जो कहते हैं कि हम प्रगति और विकास की ओर दुनिया में आगे जाएंगे, इसका प्रूफ है कि हम 5 साल के अंदर 15 लाख करोड़ की ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री बनेंगे और वर्ल्ड में हम पहले नंबर तक पहुंचने की स्थिति में आ रहे हैं। यही हर फील्ड में होगा।
That's a very important point, Gadkari ji, and one of the clear-cut headlines that you are giving us is that petrol diesel vehicles will get phased out hopefully in 5 years.
नहीं, ये एक बात याद रखिए, क्योंकि कभी कभी मीडिया वाले की फिर मेरे नाम पर अलग डाल देते, इसलिए क्लियर हो जाए। ये मेरा उद्दिष्ट है, ये मेरी इच्छा है और ये पूरा ही होगा ऐसा मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, मैं ट्राई करूंगा। आज तक मेरा 100% रिकॉर्ड ऐसा है जी, जो मैंने कहा वो हुआ है। ये भी होने के लिए इन सब की दुआएं मिल जाएगी तो हो जाएगा।
एक आखिरी छोटा सा प्रश्न, पिछली बारी जब आए थे तो मैंने आपसे पूछा था कि टोल से एग्जेम्पशन बहुत लोगों को मिल रहा है, आपने कहा था कुछ चीजों पे बात की नहीं जा सकती, देयर आर थिंग्स व्हिच वन कैन नॉट टॉक अबाउट। सिंस देन हैव यू हैड एनी चांस टू एंश्योर दैट एवरीवन पेज टोल इन दिस कंट्री?
सर, मैंने 10 साल में एक को भी कंसेशन नहीं दिया।
सर, बड़े बड़े बोर्ड अभी भी लगे हुए हैं।
नहीं, ऐसा है, वो पहले मेरे पास मांगे पत्रकारों को टोल में कंसेशन, फिर पत्रकार के बाद स्वातंत्र्य संग्राम सैनिक, फिर दिव्यांग आएगा, फिर कोई बोलेगा शेड्यूल कास्ट को दो, फिर बोले शेड्यूल ट्राइब को दो, फिर ओबीसी को दो, फिर सरकारी कर्मचारी को दो, सबको दो तो टोल क्या होगा? तो ये मैं पेंडोरा बॉक्स खोला ही नहीं। मैं साफ बोल रहा हूँ, कोई कंसेशन मिलेगा नहीं। मैं आपकी बचत करके दूंगा, आपका समय बचेगा, आपका फ्यूल बचेगा, और इफ यू वांट गुड सर्विसेज यू हैव टू पे फॉर इट। पर एक बात आपको बताता हूँ, हमने अभी फास्टैग शुरू किया, हमारा 98.6% फास्टैग पेनिट्रेट हुआ। तो जो 78 सेकंड लगते थे वो अब 23 सेकंड पे आए। और 3 महीने के अंदर मैं सैटेलाइट बेस्ड टोल सिस्टम ला रहा हूं, जिसमें आपको कोई अटकाएगा नहीं, कोई रोकेगा नहीं। आप जहां से एंट्री करोगे वहां से आपके नंबर प्लेट और फास्टैग का फोटो निकल जाएगा, जहां से बाहर जाओगे वहां से निकल जाएगा, और आपके बैंक अकाउंट से उतना पैसा माइनस हो जाएगा। आपको हमारे पास आने की जरूरत नहीं, हम आपके पास आएंगे नहीं। और बहुत ही सिंपल मेथोडोलॉजी, कहीं रुकने की जरूरत नहीं, कोई तकलीफ नहीं, कोई रुकेगा।
गडकरी जी, मैं और नहीं पूछना चाहता क्योंकि और कहां से पैसा निकलेगा उसकी बात भी हो सकती है। आपने समय दिया, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर टाइम। राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर नितिन गडकरी, द बिल्डर ऑफ मॉडर्न इंडिया।
थैंक यू।
Hello and a very warm welcome once again. Good morning, namaskar, adab. Thank you very much for being here with us. Nitin Gadkari ji, as always, a great pleasure to have you here with us. He's taken the pains to come only for this event, straight from the airport. So thank you very much for that as well. A full house here. Gadkari ji, the topic is India at 100. So I will try and not ask you questions of the present and the past. One of your ambitions, Gadkari ji, as someone we describe here as the builder of modern India, is your Kashmir to Kanyakumari highway. But again, I will not ask you about that. Try and tell our audience here, when India is 100 years as a republic, what will our road infrastructure look like?
Actually, before end of 24, our national highway road infrastructure will be equal to the USA standard. So I am very much confident about it. For example, in Delhi, we have just working Delhi and out of Delhi part that we are working on the project of 65,000 crores. I've got the list of every project. And I am confident that we will complete all the projects. After that, from Delhi to Dehradun will be 2 hours, Delhi to Haridwar 1.5 hours, Delhi to Jaipur 2 hours, Delhi to Chandigarh 2.5 hours, Chandigarh to Manali presently take 7 to 8 hours, it will be 3 hours. Then Delhi to Amritsar 4 hours, Delhi to Katra 6 hours, Delhi to Srinagar 8 hours, Delhi to Mumbai 12 hours, then Chennai to Bangalore 2 hours, Bangalore to Mysore is already completed, is 1 hour. And in which we are developing the road infrastructure, particularly starting from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Just you take it from Manali. Before that Atal Tunnel, from going to Rohtang Pass, it takes something 3.5 hours. Now it is 8 minutes. After coming with Atal Tunnel, we are constructing 5 tunnels and roads up to Ladakh and Leh. After Ladakh and Leh, we are constructing the big tunnel in Asia, 11 kilometer, that is to be Jojila. 70% work has completed. Then after that, Jhedmore tunnel is completed. We want to open it as early as possible now. Then it comes to Srinagar. Then Srinagar to Jammu, we are already constructing 18 tunnels, out of which 14 are completed. And before Katra, there is a highway, Delhi-Katra highway. It comes to Amritsar, Amritsar to Delhi, and then it comes to directly to Delhi-Mumbai Express Highway. And after Delhi-Mumbai, it's go to up to Surat. Then for South India, from North India to South India, you don't need to go to Pune or Mumbai. From Surat, it will start it going to Nasik, Nasik to Ahmednagar, Ahmednagar to Solapur, Solapur to Kurnool, and Kurnool se Trivandrum, Cochin, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, and Kanyakumari. So it starts from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, express highway, axis control, the link between the countries.
Kashmir to Kanyakumari, the question that I want to ask you in a lighter note is, सर कुछ जमीन बची रहेगी, सब कुछ हाईवे, सुपर हाईवे, एक्सप्रेसवेज ही ले जाएगा पूरे कंट्री में?
नहीं, कहाँ उतना है? देश में 63 लाख किलोमीटर रोड लेंथ है. आउट ऑफ इस NH अभी मैं जब मंत्री बना तो 92,000 किलोमीटर था, अभी 1,46,000 किलोमीटर है. तो ये अभी भी 1.5 लाख किलोमीटर और करने की आवश्यकता है. ट्रैफिक डेंसिटी इज गुड, इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी इज गुड. Even we can work on BOT, on PPP mode, there is no problem.
Sir, we will have a great spread of highways, great expressway network, and many times the statistics are mind-boggling. But will our highways be...
Very special session just after lunch. So I hope you guys are caffeinated. But before we get to that session, I'd like to thank our partners. This particular summit is supported by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, our logistics partner, All Cargo, celebration partner Radico, radio partner Red FM 93.5, ambient media partner Khushi, gifting partner India Circus by Krishna Mehta, and our trade media partner for this event, Best Media Info. Now, the next session, we will be focusing on India's remarkable transition towards renewable energy sources. We'll delve into the significance of sustainable and clean energy solutions in supporting long-term economic growth and positioning our country for potential global leadership in the clean energy sector. Our panelists for this session are Dr. Praveer Sinha, CEO and MD, Tata Power Company Limited, Vineet Mittal, Chairman of the Avada Group, Deepak Sharma, MD and CEO, Schneider Electric India, and Kamran Khan, Managing Director and Head of ESG for Asia Pacific, Deutsche Bank Group. And this session will be moderated by my colleague, Abha Bakaya. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Thank you, Ayush. I don't think there could be a more exciting time than now to really have this conversation. We've just completed the B20, heading in for this mega G20 summit, and climate change. You're seeing the boards all over the city about how important this topic is. Dr. Sinha, let me kick off with you, because I think the bigger question is not, of course, the need to address climate change or to make rapid progress in renewable energy, but it's really also going to be what kind of role India can play in that transformation. Where are we right now, and how can we really unleash the kind of potential we see in this space?
Thank you, Abha, and thank you, BT, for the opportunity. We live in very exciting times, and I think the opportunities that India has is phenomenal. Our Prime Minister 2 years back in COP26 mentioned about that India will take a global position, and he talked about that India will have 500 gigawatt of clean energy capacity, which I think was a very, very bold statement, because we were at that time just about 150 gigawatt. And in 8 years, adding 350 gigawatt was quite a challenge. We are on that path today. And I think the government has been supporting this in terms of the policy interventions, in terms of the regulation. So I think the foundation has been very good in terms of what needs to be done. The second is whether the Indian industry and the Indian developers, they are in a position to do that. And I think there's huge amount of work that is being done. The Indian private sector and the public sector has risen to the occasion, and the capacity additions that are being targeted. And this is not only in terms of solar or wind, but in storage, in pumped hydro. And now we are also seeing huge amount of traction in the hydrogen production. So I think all in all, I would say the Indian industry is geared up to meet the challenge, and India will demonstrate to the world that how quickly it has transitioned from the conventional sources of energy to clean sources of energy. And I think both in terms of thought leadership and in terms of action, India will lead the way. The third area is, of course, financing, and how do we get global finance as well as the Indian finance. And again, we find that all the global players are in the country. Today, the best of the financing companies globally, sovereign funds, they are investing big time in India, because they feel that the growth story of India is real. And there is a real demand with a population of more than 1.4 billion people, and the per capita consumption still being very low. The aspirational India requires this type of growth, and I think we will have definitely a situation where we will have the best of the financing arrangements, and these can be the private banks, these can be sovereign funds, these can be multilaterals, and we have seen in very many of the discussions, whether it is in the B20 or G20 or amongst the BRIC countries, there is a discussion that how do we bring long-term financing into the country. And lastly, I think the benefit that today the people of this country are looking at in terms of how they can adopt and use clean energy, I think. So I think India will be one of the leaders in implementing the clean energy solutions globally. It will drive many of the initiatives that we have seen. And this is not only a decade of India, but also possibly many decades of India for growth.
Wonderful. Mr. Khan, let me bring you in and get a sense of really how many credible, large, perhaps global energy powerhouses, renewable energy powerhouses you see or clean energy coming out of the Indian subcontinent.
Well, first of all, I would just echo all the progress that has been made in the renewable energy space. You don't need to look further than just the price of renewable energy, how far it has come down. Still a lot of work to do, but fantastic baseline from which to build. But let me add 2 points that are also worth considering. So we all want renewable energy and sustainable practices to become the rule in India as quickly as we can. But let's not forget the India outbound potential of this industry. So this is the part that people seem to miss when they think about it. They think about the cost, they think about how long it'll take, how difficult it is. But you have to think about the future of Indian exports. So if you don't have renewable energy in India, Indian goods going overseas will have a disadvantage from emission standpoint in terms of all the different requirements that are coming up in Europe, North America, and elsewhere. So there's a 1-2 punch here. We need to do what needs to be done in India to improve the environment here, but doing so will also help India outbound. Very, very critical. And so in terms of the powerhouse, look, what India brings to the table are 2-3 things that are quite unique. One, my favorite Hindi word, jugaad, right? So very cost-effective technologies and business models that other countries simply cannot come up with, right? This comes from centuries of having to deal with less and making most of it. That is a very welcome thing for the entire world, to have not just in emerging economies, but even in developed economies, some of those people who can't afford the high-priced goods, they would like to see a more economical product that is sustainable provided to them. Second is we have a sort of uncomparable capacity advantage in terms of mind share and smart people, particularly in the demographics that you really want to see. Young, smart, technology-savvy people, which is really the building blocks of a sustainable economy. And then the third, frankly, the role and the position of India globally today has never been anything like that before. So India is now in a position to not only produce, not only improve the environment, but also to negotiate for Indian businesses at international forums. And this is literally what you're seeing at the B20 summit. India taking leadership, not just for itself, but for all of emerging markets, and putting an Asian emerging market perspective on the table. But how should you think about sustainability? How should you think about energy transition? That frankly has never been done before by developing or developed countries.
That's fantastic. So give me a little bit more context there, and if you could add to that in terms of we're emerging as a voice, but where do we actually stand in the pecking order of delivering in practicality? And B, how would you compare us currently in terms of the edge over China, whether it be in terms of attracting new investments or whether it be in terms of how we're presenting ourselves as a prominent voice of influence in this space, but how are the dynamics changing and shifting?
Well, there's certainly China's place in the world has shifted a little bit over the last 4 or 5 years, and India's place in the world has also shifted. And one could argue that it's almost correlated, right? One has gotten better and one has a few more concerns they didn't have before. But I think it's not a zero-sum game, right? India and China can still do a lot of mutual trade that is extremely beneficial for both economies, particularly the common people who want the cheapest possible products. So I think it's a little bit of a mistake to go down something versus something. It's really more about what type of economic powerhouse India is going to be, and it'll be a very India-specific approach to it and a very India-specific trajectory to it. We have seen it already over the last several years, and I see no reason why it will change.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to get you in on the China question, Dr. Sinha, and then I'm going to come to you, Vineet and Deepak both. But on the China question, let me get your view as well.
I think on the China issue, China has its own strength and India has its own strength. So what we need to do is leverage our strength. We have a great economy which has overcome the challenge of COVID and has also overcome various other global challenges that we have seen, the 2008 crisis and all that. And I think the Indian requirement and aspiration is much more and much higher compared to anywhere else in the globe. And we have a great requirement of solutions, products, and clean solutions that we require, especially in the clean energy space. So I think India is itself a huge market with 1.4 billion people. That much more we can do. Our per capita consumption of electricity is one of the lowest. We need to reach the global standards. And I think for us, there could not have been a better time because the cost of many of these solutions, the clean energy solutions, are coming down. India needs to quickly set up the manufacturing facility, which it was not there earlier. Some of the new incentives that the government has given through the PLI scheme will help us to reach the capacities and the technologies that we did not have. But India will also have to collaborate globally with technology partners, whether they are from US or Europe, or even for that matter from China, to see that the best of the technologies also come in the country and we are able to meet the expectations in terms of not only low cost, but sustainable solutions in the long term for meeting the requirement of this country. I can tell you that the goal that we have to add nearly 300 or 350 gigawatt in next 7.5 years is a very, very humongous task. And this will require a lot of collaboration. This is not going to happen overnight. This requires that we work with partners, with countries, and make this a reality. And I think the proof of the pudding will be in eating. We need to walk the talk and we need to demonstrate it in the coming years.
Okay. Vineet, let me bring you in now and get your perspective, of course, on all that we've been talking about and also the kind of innovations that we are seeing here in India. How quickly are we seeing technology progressing, new innovations, and how are we scaling up at a rapid pace versus what we've seen perhaps earlier to how we're now maneuvering the next 5 years?
So thank you. So if you look at what India offers today is that a land for huge opportunity to invest and turn those investment into reality across the sector. And why that level of confidence is coming? Because affordable green energy is available on demand. And when rest of the world is imposing regulation about concerns on environment or carbon border adjustment mechanism, Indian manufacturers and Indian industry is geared up for that challenge because we can go completely green. As my friend Pravir was saying, we are not only dependent on solar. With the solar, wind, and water batteries, and if you start scheduling the power, you can actually, every 5 minutes interval, you can send the green electrons to the grid, and it becomes a dispatchable power. So today what opportunity we have is that we have the talent pool, which is probably one of the best in the world. We have youth which is interested in taking on any challenge head on. And we have entrepreneurs who are willing to walk the talk. So what we are seeing is that in terms of the scale, when India used to talk about being, I was the first player to set up a large grid connected project. So earlier goal was 20 gigawatt and people thought that's ambitious over 10 years. And Mr. Modi comes and he revises it to 100 gigawatt. People think it's ambitious. And when it's achieved, now it's 500 gigawatt. But actually there is a very clear trajectory. Government of India first time has announced these are the 4 buying agency they will be buying 50 gigawatt over next 12 months, next 12 months, next 12 months. So as an investor and a developer, I have a clear roadmap. I have a transmission company which is ready to provide me the grid connectivity in 3 months, which except in China, rest of the world takes 3 years, and in some country like US, it takes 5 to 7 years. And then we have state governments who is willing to help you acquire the lands which is non-usable. And then we have banks which is willing to fund. So I think my study shows that even today, 85% of the infrastructure, irrespective whether it is green, brown, gray, everything is done by Indian capital. And imagine today our economy is 3.5 trillion. And by 2030 we are 8 trillion. Our current saving rate is closer to 30%. So currently we are getting $1 trillion saving, and our banks are willing to fund. Once we have $2.4 billion saving rate, what kind of infrastructure you will be developing? So I think from my perspective as an investor, as an entrepreneur, we are in the right country, in the right industry, at the right time. Because across the value chain of green energy, there is an opportunity. First time as a buyer, I am facing a challenge. My transformer supplier tells me, sir, I can give you 220 kV transformer after 12 months. Someone will say 18 months. So we are seeing and we are pleased about it, though we don't like it. So the opportunity across the value chain is humongous.
Okay, fantastic. I think that paints a really good picture of what's happening on ground. Deepak, let me bring you in as well and get your perspective on how things are shaping up. Any particular challenges that the industry still faces, when it comes to partners in the ecosystem, collaborations, government, private sector, how to really bring it all together?
Well, so thank you for having me, and thank you. Well, I think I would call it a time of opportunities. It's probably never seen and not seen in other parts of the world what's happening in the country today. And I think each one of us in this room has a role to play. Because what we're talking is a land of opportunities, but we're also trying to discuss how do we do it right way, because others didn't do it. Now, we know the world is suffering, and we know the decarbonization has become a big topic, and we did not contribute to the extent of the problem, but we somehow have to solve it, because at the end, the generation who's going to come will suffer. I mean, I have 2 kids, one quite young. I tell it very openly, it becomes difficult to sometimes breathe in this particular city itself. So even if we were not responsible for creating a problem, we have to solve the problem. And the promises which this government, the corporates, and the public is working on, I think it only promises that we can do it right. So all the government initiatives are bringing it, while we all know the numbers, India wants to add the energy capacity by 2, but we don't want to do it what the Western did. We want to do it in a non-fossil way. So the electric part, the electricity, be it coming from sun, be it wind, by water, by biofuels, be it by nuclear, all that helps us to create a clean energy. And electricity for these resources, I mean, we all know, is the most cleanest vector of energy. So again, opportunities are huge. I see a very clear direction given by the Honorable Prime Minister and the government itself. The corporate world, the society is inclined to deploy, use. Now, this is also all about the supply side, right? How do we build the right energy? But each one of us in the room is responsible how we consume it. And that's something sometimes we get underspoken. Because the big piece of energy, or actually the most cleanest form of the energy which we can create, is by saving it, right? So if I save at everything I do at my home, at my office, or anyone, is exactly proportional to what I can create, right? Or actually 3x the proportion I create. And I think here technologies are available where we can incorporate, we can use, and I understand the electrical vehicle story, but that's probably not the biggest problem. Again, that's my limited view. The biggest problem we have to solve is where we consume. And the consumer, if you look at 2/3 of the consumption is in the buildings or in the industrial setup. And electrical vehicle will solve a problem or not the problem. And the D problem is in the industry segment and the building segment. And I think the contribution of each one of us, which is beyond the corporates, I think an individual citizen and an individual household becomes, and today technologies give those edges to bring that contribution from each one of us to solve the problem of decarbonization. So again, to your question, this is a land of opportunity, not only for corporate and governments, but everyone in this room, and each one can play a role, even if we did not create it, but at the end we want to solve it. So there is a planet where the next generation can live healthy and of course, peacefully in years to come.
Absolutely. We've got the G20 conference coming up, and we know that this is going to be, one of the biggest subjects. As you mentioned, India has found it difficult to contribute its part up till now. We've got the COP agenda, etc. But what are the expectations from the conference this time? It's being helmed by Prime Minister Modi. He's had global eyeballs on him over a series of high-profile visits over the last few months, and the G20 is going to be, I think, the penultimate. What are your expectations from this meet? Are you expecting India perhaps to commit to something, to lay out some kind of roadmap? Is there some kind of dialogue that you're hoping to see or hear from, from this particular mix of leaders when it comes to the climate change agenda? Dr. Sinha.
I think there are three clear areas that one is talking about the energy equity and energy security. And I think supply chain will be a very important factor. How do we develop the supply chain in India and some of the other countries so that we are not dependent on one single country, whether it is sourcing for solar or wind or batteries. And we have a more diversified supply chain. So that's one area that there has to be a more consensus building. The second is, where do we get the capital? And we are talking about not the commercial capital, but also the patient capital that can come, which can support and that can be leveraged to bring the type of development and the capacity addition that one is talking about. And this is not only, again, in India, but also in the global south and some of the other developing countries in the world, the sub-Sahara Africa. So I think that's the second. And the third is about the technology. How do we bring some of the new technologies? Today we have been dependent on one type of production of solar panels, the polysilicon route. Do we have alternate technologies? Do we have the peroxides? Do we have the other technologies, some of the nanotechnologies of using organic material? Do we have alternate technologies on manufacturing of batteries in terms of different chemistries? Do we have alternate technologies on nuclear power in terms of the small modular nuclear reactors? So I think there's a lot of technology intervention that needs to come so that the pace of change is much more. We are able to make this power reliable, the renewable power, because it is otherwise by nature intermittent. And how do we bring resilience? How do we have a N-1 power supply? So I think we need to work on the technology, and that's where the collaboration with some of the global players, global institutions, global partners, companies who are in the forefront of technology development needs to be done. So these are the three agenda items that I feel for clean energy. Of course, there are issues about how do we get women into the manufacturing or getting into the renewable, and also in the various other initiatives that we have. But I think these three will play a very, very critical role going forward.
Go for it.
So I think we've only talked about 20% of the emission. The rest, electricity is only 18% of the carbon footprint. 82% is the rest of the industry, transport, citizens, construction. And the good news is that technology exists in India to decarbonize those sectors. And hard to abate sector like steel, aluminum, copper, cement, you name it, everything can be decarbonized, including mobility. All the in the medium term, all the mid-size and heavy vehicles will move to hydrogen. So I think one of the biggest expectation I have from the G20, the world realizes that it is very important to have a fair and just transition. We can't have global south get at more disadvantageous position because of the rapid transition demand. So I think what we are expecting is that global framework like Paris Agreement, which had Article 6.2, which is legally binding article where global north would create the framework to supply the low cost of capital to global south. And second area is to create the marketplace. Like say Germany has a demand for 2 million ton hydrogen, which is 13 million ton ammonia. If they buy 5 million ton ammonia from India and India transfers the ITMOs, or for that matter, any country in the global south. So that will make global north more responsible and accountable. So the whole expectation is that in India will lead the global south and take on the issues of inequality in wealth, inequality in job creation, energy, affordability, and poverty head on. And there will be mechanism established under World Bank, IMF, Bureau of Settlement. Like say, for example, there is a huge hedging cost if you are borrowing in dollars. And if there was a currency swap mechanism or hedging provided by developed nation for the transition, the cost of capital would come down and you will see much more speedier transition happening in India or rest of the global south. So there are several opportunity. B20 task force, we had 7th task force, I co-chaired one of them. And we have given a very specific recommendation that how do we collaborate globally to solve for inclusiveness, inequality, just and fair transition, and making sure that the financing is available at the right cost in right geographies. So these suggestions are not just suggestions, but it's an actionable item, and Global South can benefit from India's leadership at G20.
So one of the big take for me, and I think it will be discussed, was the overall we saw that there is a time to act is now, right? I don't think there is a tomorrow. So that was probably a very consensus, visible discussion around that while there was a period of discussion and awareness, but this is the moment to act. And I think India was probably this phase of G20 and B20 where India portrayed how can we accelerate. And I think the work India did in this year or even less than years, I mean, Vineet was co-chairing a stream of those B20, I think actually 7-8 months, what we have produced, what we have shown to the world, the speed and agility. So I think that's very remarkable. The one thing I carry also, and I think this should be visible, is how do we engage? And I think the big discussion is who pays the bill, right? That's what's at the end, अच्छी बातें कर लेते हैं, but who's going to pay for all this? So I love the discussions around this because I think it's not one person versus the others. It's all about us together in it, be it the corporate, be it the regulators, be it the government, be it the banks, be it the financial. And Mr. Kant was saying, the money is there. वो किसकी जेब से निकालनी है और किसने देनी है is the discussion. I think when this was serious discussion this time. So if you want to save the planet, because at the end there is no planet, what will you do with that resources, right? So I am very optimistic that in the next few days these things should be now become a more reality, and the moment of execution should be on the top of the execution.
Thank you so much, Deepak. Closing comments, Mr. Khan.
Yes. Listen, when it comes to B20, I don't think India needs the B20 to figure out how to decarbonize and what to do. So the value of the B20 under India's leadership, I see sort of 3 points. First, when the rules of the sustainability movement were written, countries like India were not at the table. So this is the time, it's called economic diplomacy. This is what it looks like, people. You go to B20 and you hear the leaders talking about. That's what economic diplomacy is, which is to soften the stance that you are facing as an emerging economy and saying, you know, you set these rules, but they don't apply to us in the same way. They need to be adjusted, and I'm giving you warning here that this adjustment needs to be made if you want us to continue down this path, which is critical for the whole planet. Second, this discussion on sustainability and decarbonization, it used to be about just the environment and a more domestic issue, sometimes even political issue around, you know, who created the mess and who should pay for it and how to compensate. But it is now quickly moving towards the WTO discussions about markets being open. And that's what you will see coming out. This is the first line of defense that's being put forward through this economic diplomacy. And India, I would expect to lead that charge to say, let me step back. When you think about the post-Second World War growth, particularly when you think about the Asian tigers, rise of Japan before that, that happened because of innovation, hard work, good policies. But it also happened because North America and Europe left the markets open for products from those regions. If that is not happening this time around, this equation is not going to work. So I think this discussion is very squarely moving towards trade discussions now. So what kind of requirements is Europe going to put on imports, for example, cars and green steel? How do you define green steel? You know, does everybody have equal access to the technologies that are defining green steel? So I think this is where it's headed. You will see that a number of agenda items that have been set up over, 6-8 months of preparation for the B20, you will see them being picked up at the COP28 meetings in Dubai. You will see them at the World Economic Forum, and you will most certainly see them continued at the G20 and the B20 meetings in Brazil. That's what I would look at in terms of what does India get out of it and what role is it playing globally.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Really, really important, crucial points that you all raised, as well as giving us a very in-depth, insightful picture of the landscape and what we can expect going forward. Look forward to seeing what happens next. Thank you so much.
What a stellar session, Abha. Thank you, gentlemen. We'd like to request you to stay back on stage, and I'd like to invite Managing Editor, Business Today TV, Siddharth Zarabi, to express a token of our gratitude. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you, gentlemen. Now from renewables, straight to India's consumption story. In the next session, we will explore India's role in the global consumer market, factors that are driving India's consumption story and its journey to becoming a major consumption hub by the same timeline we've been talking about right from the start, 2047. The session is aptly titled India, the World's Consumption Hub, and I'd like to invite the panel on stage. Manish Sharma, Chairman and CEO, Panasonic India. Sanjeev Krishnan, Chairperson, PwC India. And Kunal Behel, Co-founder, Ace Vector Group and Titan Capital. This session will be moderated by my colleague, Shailendra Bhatnagar. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure it's been a very fulfilling lunch and an awesome session so far. About 1.5 hours ago, we earned trillions of dollars with Mr. Ashish Chauhan, and he ensured that the financial needs that we require over the next 25 years are met. And since those needs are met, we'll now look at wants and spend that money. So with me on the panel to discuss probably the world's best market on the consumption side is Mr. Sanjeev Kishan. He's the chairperson of PwC India. We have Mr. Kunal Behel. He's representing, he's the co-founder of Snapdeal, also with Ace Vector and Titan Capital. He'll look at the rural part of the consumption theme. And of course, we have Mr. Manish Sharma. He's the chairman and CEO of Panasonic India, the company that makes those wonderful televisions that you see across the country. We'll start. And my first question to you, Mr. Krishan, is that, PwC is probably the first port of call when it comes to a global aspirational brand wanting to come into India and setting up a marketing or a sales business. What are the 2 or 3 things that you tell them? How do you see India as an emerging consumption hub that it already is now?
So I think the most important thing is the heterogeneous nature of India's consumption market. I mean, we have the rural-urban divide. The tastes across the country are very, very different. We know that so many local brands are there. And then, we have a burgeoning middle class. Yet, interestingly, we see that the consumption prices, the price points at which people consume, they're actually, at the mass level, the consumption levels are very, very high. And because of the demographics that we see at this point in time, we also see that the young population at times do not necessarily want to just buy products. They actually want to, get into the experience side of things, right? They want to experience. So we have almost coined a term, consumption as a service, And so I think India is a very, very heterogeneous market. And I think depending on who, because the consumption space is so wide, depending on what you are, whether you are on the staple side or you are on the product side and so on and so forth, I think there are multiple ways in which you could actually look at conversing with a customer. I think there are 2 things which actually stand out, as far as, because, when people come and talk to us, they obviously have a view as to why they want to be in India. Gone are the days to say that, okay, should we do India or not? India is the biggest consumption market, no question about it. I think 2 questions really stand out. What will cause the continued growth of consumption markets in India, and how will we leverage technology to enable that to happen? And how is India dealing with a bunch of transitions? I call it the 4 transitions. How is India dealing with those, and how is it that I can leverage those? So we talk about, and I will just maybe take 2 examples. The first and foremost really is that how can I be efficient in my production and in my distribution, considering India is such a vast market with different tastes across the country. I think that's a very, 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 very important consideration for people. And the second one, which stands out really, is that how do I leverage technology? Today we're talking about AI and so on and so forth. The question really is that we say that, okay, is it only on the consumption side, or is it also going to be on the supply side? How do I make my distribution and my consumption more efficient so that I can make the most out of the India market?
Right. Kunal, coming to you on this one, as the co-founder of Snapdeal, a unicorn that all of us are very familiar with, Snapdeal actually deals with Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 cities, and has a pulse on how rural India shops online. Kunal, what's been your experience over the last 5 years, and where are we headed? Essentially, rural towns have actually more disposable income than probably cities like Delhi and Bombay, because expenses are on the lower side. Does that get reflected on online shopping?
Yeah, thanks for having me here. Before I get to the question, specific question, I think it's very important when we are discussing consumption in India and what the trends will be. It's good to understand, like they say in MBA classes, get to know the customer better first. Right? So if you were to just talk about who is this customer that everyone wants to go after. So maybe not today, but let's say 5-7 years out, by 2030, 75% of India's consumption will be by the middle class. So we are clearly moving away from being a bottom of pyramid and all those type of concepts to clearly a middle class driven consumption. At 2.1 trillion of consumption right now, which is give or take 60-70% of our economy, it's only going to go leaps at like 9 times in the next 25 years. So one is that a lot of the consumption is going to come from the middle class. Now that middle class may happen to be living in small towns, maybe living in big cities, but they will be everywhere. Secondly, they're also going to be very young. Right? So by 2030, the median age of this consumer is 31. Right? And 77% of Indians by 2030 would have been born after the late 80s. So if we were to just think about that going around the room, how many of us actually qualify? Not too many. Yes. Right? Even I don't qualify. And third is that they are going to be extremely digitally connected. So by 2030, 9 out of 10 Indians over the age of 15 will be online. And they will also be transacting online significantly. So when you put together the constellation of these important facts, of the fact that the consumption is going to be middle class driven, it's going to be mainly young people buying, and a lot of it will be online. And a lot of their lives will be online, a lot of their transactions will be online. That gives a pretty good picture then of how the arc of consumption is going to go over the next coming many years. And the implications that has for companies wanting to go after these segments in the market. For instance, it has an implication of how distribution is done, where a lot of distribution is becoming increasingly digital enabled or even digital first. It has implications of how brands are positioned to different segments of, there is this concept in my investment firm, Titan Capital, we look at a lot of brands. We've invested in a lot of brands like, Mamaearth and Beardo, etc. And there is this concept we have, which is it's called the NMPB, right? Do you know what that means? NMPB.
We are all ears.
Okay, it's not my parents' brand. That this new generation doesn't want to buy their parents' brands. So there are a lot of implications going forward, whether it's rural or urban, where whether it's digital, aspirational, as well as novelty, are going to play a lot of role in how consumption happens in the country.
Let's get Manish into this conversation. And if you read India's balance sheet, the first import item is, of course, crude oil. The second is gold, and the third are electronic goods. So as the chairman and CEO of Panasonic India, Manish, where do you see maximum growth coming in India? Yours is a product which gets obsolete fairly quickly, and that means better supply chains, it means speaking more to your dealers and so on and so forth. So how do the next 5 years look to you as far as India is concerned, urban as well as rural?
Yeah, thank you for having me here. On a lighter note, televisions happen to be less than 5% of our revenues in the country, but potentially the biggest reason of our identity in the country. And I would say NMPC, not my parents' consideration, is also another, trend which we see these days. And that potentially will unlock the real potential of our country. So not my parents' consideration. Fundamentally, I say this because if you go in the past, quite often the perception is that in our country, the initial cost of acquisition quite often is the reason of the consideration. But that is significantly changing, and the fresh consideration is about total cost of ownership. And this is evolving really fast, that in the total life cycle, what will be the total cost which one would incur. And coming to the question which you asked, this is a very important subject. The life cycles of products are becoming shorter. I mean, look at mobile phones, televisions, air conditioners, a lot of refrigerators, washing machines, a lot of consumer products, the life cycle varies between a year or two. The SKUs quite often change in about a year or two. And this poses a huge challenge, stress on the entire supply chain. And this is a bigger challenge in our country fundamentally because we sit on a very low level of backward integration in the country. The value addition in majority of products does not exceed 15 to 20%. And if you look at last decade gone by, much has happened on the supply side. And when we look in the time gone by, quite often we can see a structured approach gone by. Say it would have started from capex incentives and finally coming into production-linked incentives. This has done away with a significant part of disability which existed in the country. And we being just about 3 to 4 years away from that inflection point of $3,500 per capita, where a potential explosion of demand may happen, I believe we are getting into that space soon.
Okay. And perhaps that is typically the pot of gold that global marketers are looking at. Coming back to you, Sanjeev, you know, there's a waiting list for everything in India. You want to buy a high-end Mercedes, wait for 6 months. God forbid if you like watches, there is a waiting period of about 12 months. And in cities like Delhi, you know, people have watch portfolios of 20 crores and more in terms of value. And that's for the husband, the wife is separate. So this is one part of India which is probably, you know, being looked at by the entire global supply chain, all the top brands. When they come to you to set up an India plan, what are you telling them? I mean, is import the only way in? Should they start manufacturing here? Is this demand likely to continue? How about government barriers? What is it when you decide the game plan for them?
So I think first up, let me just give you an anecdote. I mean, 3 days back, I was with a retailer, and he was telling me that in a city like Kolkata, the amount of throughput that he has on some of his luxury brands is much higher in Calcutta than it was pre-COVID. While some of the more, you know, consumer or massy brands, etc., the throughput has actually gone down. And then he says that when you speak to some others, you know, people are actually extending the life of the products that they used to use. I mean, you use a toothpaste for, you know, 4 weeks, you're using it for 6 weeks or 5 weeks. So, you know, there is a clear, you know, we talk about COVID and we talk about a K-shaped recovery. I think this is a manifestation of the K-shaped recovery, because there are certain elements which are actually particularly the ones who have done well, who are buying more, and you know, some of the ones who haven't come off so well, they are actually having to extend the life of the product that they used to use. Now, this is exactly the point that, you know, anybody who's coming to India needs to take into consideration, because it actually goes down to my supply cost, my working capital, and so on and so forth, because the consumer response to events that happen. And today we are talking about a disruption which is going to hit us every 2 years. I mean, you know, demonetization happened. We said GST came along. Some of these could have been enablers for more formalized businesses. Then, of course, COVID came along, right? Today we are talking about, you know, some of the technology areas coming along, etc. The 4 transition areas that we're speaking about, you're talking about cars. I mean, now the whole thing about energy transition and moving towards hybrid and EVs coming along. Each of these disruptions will impact, because we are such a huge consumption market, each of these in some ways enables, but in many cases makes it a point of consideration for a consumer player. And it certainly impacts, and you know, working capital is such a significant element for any consumer business. So I think these are all very significant factors. I think, again, I would like to just talk about 2 more things. You know, when they talk about it on a long-term basis, since that was also the underlying theme, I think one of the areas that they continue to remain very, very concerned about is that what is the participation, and I heard in the earlier panel also people talk about it, while that was more for manufacturing, that why aren't there more women in working in India? Because, you know, they can have a very significant impact to the GDP of the country, and, you know, we know that private consumption is almost 60% of the GDP at this point in time. So why aren't there more women in the workforce in India, right? With the kind of growth that GCCs are happening, you know, captive centers are happening in India, 50% of the world's captives are based in India. Why aren't there more women in the workforce in India at this point in time? I think, you know, and what can they do to enable some of this? So they also want to, you know, be demand creators at some level. And let me finish, just one other point is that, you know, on an education side, where are we on the broader education side? Because from that standpoint, this could again be very significant enabler. Just again going back to the GCC example, better education, more people can be enabled for GCCs, and there can be greater consumption.
There's an interesting anecdote that I'd like to share. You talked about more women participation. We look at listed companies all the time, and there's a listed footwear maker whose product profile was changing from slippers to sandals. And you could see that happening, quarter over quarter, quarter over quarter. So, and the stock was doing phenomenally well. I just talk about how, women participation is changing companies' balance sheets as well as production line over the medium term as well. Kunal, coming to you, you wear two hats. Of course, you are a co-founder to Snapdeal and a very well-known venture capitalist. You look at how online shopping has changed our lives dramatically on Facebook as well as Instagram. A lot of youngsters might be coming to you with a laptop presenting that this is the next brand that's going to take over the country, whether it's Mochi. So many Indian brands are coming up, and especially in the case of Indian liquor, they're phenomenal. What's your experience on that side of the table when you wear your venture capitalist hat and look at the consumption theme growing in the country?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. I continue to be incredibly surprised at the level of risk that these young founders are willing to take to go and penetrate seemingly very well-established industries with established players and leaders. One of the enduring themes I've seen in brands that eventually become very big, these new age brands or what they call digital native brands, there is a common theme I've noticed with each one of them, is that when they start, they tend to start with an attempt to dominate laughably small TAMs, laughably small markets, where it may, like for instance, let's take Mamaearth. I remember I met Varun and Ghazal when they were just starting 6 years ago. I think they were doing 5 or 7 lakhs of monthly sales. I think they do now, I don't know, it's in their DRHP, probably 150 crores a month now. And they were making mosquito repellents for children. So that's what I qualify as a laughably small TAM. Because the ability for a new age brand with limited resources and only digital distribution at their disposal, along with all the working capital issues that were alluded to by Sanjeev and you earlier, all they can do is dominate a really narrow sliver in the market. But if they're able to successfully do that, it gives them wings to expand their TAM. And then suddenly, in their case, for instance, they went into shampoos and soaps and then for the mother and then for the father and then into other dermatology-related products. And this has happened over and over again. There was a company 8-9 years ago we invested in which was making, believe it or not, beard oil. And this is before Virat Kohli grew a beard. So it seemed like the most atypical thing for someone to build, and incredibly smart founders who thankfully had beards of their own, so they knew that they needed it, that's why they built it. But once this brand got established and became dominant in that very narrow sliver of the market, they grew the TAM by adding face washes and other grooming products. And now today, Beardo is one of the largest male grooming brands in the country.
Perhaps male grooming is one of the most one of the least reported and perhaps the most high margin segments on online shopping, but we'll look at that a little later. Manish, coming to you. You straddle both parts of the world, which is manufacturing, because the government wants that kind of business to be made in India via the PLI scheme. As also you have a very strong global brand, which at least for the last 4-5 generations, Indians are very familiar with. What's the game plan from now on, given, nuclearization of families, India urbanizing at about 1% a year? How is demand overall for top-end consumer items such as yours?
Significant shifts are happening actually across the value chain, and within the supply chain, say within manufacturing, significant changes are happening, and the need of the hour for the industry, and so would be the case with us also, is to ensure that we drive backward integration. And this potentially cannot be left only to the policies or the interventions which one would have witnessed happening over last several decades, and in particular since the PLIs came into existence. And you would notice that PLIs essentially are on backward integration, which is on components itself. And the second change within manufacturing which is happening and which is very necessary for us to embrace in our country is how do we drive higher productivity? And therefore moving to real Industry 4.0 solutions which are very specific to our country should be taken care of. Then the second aspect of the supply chain is the logistics itself, and so much of loss happens. With improving infrastructure, I believe that will improve quite rapidly, and we are already witnessing lower costs of logistics starting to happen. But within the space of cold chain, I think much has to happen. We still continue to, as a country, make significant losses. The third aspect is where, say, the retail or the consumption happens. There, again, significant shifts are happening, and as I started off by mentioning that people are now starting to consider total cost of ownership as one of the criteria for their purchasing decisions. Another thing which is creating significant disruption is rapid digitalization, of course, across all the three spectrums of supply chain, but in specific within the spaces where people live or people work. And therefore, it is important for organizations to drive and become part of that change. And a very small example is that no longer is the case that products deal with people or people deal with products in isolation. Now both products have started to talk to each other and products in total have started to talk to people. And in this situation, how can we create comfort and convenience, which was the need of the past, well-being for people, safer environments, and energy efficiency. So I believe this is a large topic, but I think this will revolve around these values in the time to come.
Absolutely. The Internet of Things is making lives easier for all of us. And you mentioned supply chains. I'm sure e-way bills, FASTag, better highways, better trucks. If you're if you love driving cars and you do them across the 500-kilometer radius that around Delhi, the highways are fantastic. And now you'll notice that 16 32-wheeler trucks are par for the course, and that's moving the economy much, much faster. Coming to you, Sanjeev, we were just discussing it in the guest room about how artificial intelligence is actually sucking away the problems that are there in India's supply chain, both sides, whether it is from the factory to the from the raw material side to the factory and from factory to the consumer side. What has been your experience on how AI is changing this background of consumption?
So I think it's early days yet, to be honest, but I think it's certainly something which everybody, including some of the large retailers, consumer businesses are focused on at this point in time. I think the simple point, as Manish was also mentioning, is that how can I get efficiency in my supply chain, right? There has been a significant amount of work which has been done. I mean, things like Gati Shakti and others in some ways are huge enablers because over the years, one of the big challenges for India really has been a logistics cost. So I think that clearly the focus is on getting the right matrices on the logistics cost. From an AI perspective, when we speak about AI, I think particularly post GST and with the whole new schema around warehousing as a result of GST, etc. And what I would call near warehousing, the whole concept has changed. I think the intent really is that how can you plug and play where you should be spending capital costs, where should you be spending any capital cost to make sure that there are efficiencies on your supply chain. I think that's the biggest thing, because the customer proximity, and where is your customer, where is your place of produce, where is your place of storage, and how can you optimize it. I think those are the three things which need to be enabled by AI, and that is where the biggest focus currently is of retailers. I would also say that this is important because many times it is always felt that AI can actually only be focused on the front end. It is not like that. That, okay, how does a customer think about a particular product? Can you do something in metaverse and so on and so forth? But technology can be a huge enabler. I think 5G itself can be a huge enabler when it comes to things like logistics costs and so on and so forth. And with the advent of AI, I think it's an additional element which has been added now.
Right. If you have a great highway network and all of it is working well on the back-end electronic part, the thumb rule suggests that you could add probably 1% GDP point to your overall growth in the economy. Coming to you, Kunal, over the last 12 months or so, we've seen a funding winter hit the world of unicorns as well as startups. Do you think at this stage, I mean, you've been doing this for about 10, 12 years as far as Snapdeal is concerned. Is it possible to set up a profitable online model in India?
The simple answer is yes, but I think we've done it, others have done it. I think we always, as founders, we are always in a rush. That's the big problem. And then we further induct people in our journeys, all our investors, who are in a bigger rush than us. So it's all our own doing, to be honest. We can't really blame anyone else. But you know, that's how innovation happens, that's how disruption happens. It is sometimes destructive in the near term, but accretive in the long term. That said, you know, India's startup ecosystem is more vibrant than it ever has been. This funding winter, as you're referring it to, or funding slowdown, as I refer it to, is probably the biggest blessing for the ecosystem, because what has happened is a lot of capital has come in a short period of time over the last 4-5 years post-Geo, given the, you know, we always are short-term more exuberant, and that exuberance has been demonstrated by the amount of capital that's come in and been spent. But a lot of value has gotten created along the way. So while there may be some fat around the value, but that fat is melting away because companies are having to get fit fast.
Right. So we'll see a slimmer, fitter, and a far better startup universe in the country, say, over the next 2 years or so. The final set of questions, and coming to you, Sanjeev. Over the last 10 years or so, and especially in the previous 5, there have been many disruptions. You mentioned demonetization, you mentioned the implementation of the GST, and of course now the withdrawal of the 2,000 rupee note. In your crystal ball, what possibly can go wrong that may derail this consumption theme?
Okay, so I'll answer that question, but before that, you know, with Zepto's $1.4 billion valuation, I think we should be now calling it the spring is there. The spring is there. Maybe not. So we'll see as to how it pans out. But I think I agree. There was no winter. There was a slowdown. But anyway, so I think in terms of what could derail, I think it is one our inability to adopt to technology at the pace at which it will transcend. Because, you know, honestly, in my view. You know, we dealt with blockchain, we dealt with metaverse, so on and so forth. I don't think that there is anything which will be as disruptive to businesses as AI can be, right? I mean, you know, some of these people have a view, jury's out, whether blockchain worked or did not work, whether metaverse worked, did not work. People are talking about, you know, the death of metaverse already. But I think AI will be a huge disruptor, and unless we can really embrace it, I think businesses will have a challenge on both sides. I mean, you know, and of course, the broader ecosystem. I think that would be one. I think the second one, to my mind, would be that what is the see, in a way, the large part of the consumption boom has been enabled by a significant amount of public investment that has happened, and that in some ways has been because, you know, even today, if you look at our debt to GDP, is not too bad, right? So public investment has actually fired a lot of that private consumption. We say private consumption is 60%. We need to continue to be able to create jobs, and I think that's very, very critical. And, you know, while we are doing a lot on the manufacturing PLI side, I talked about captives and so on and so forth. I mean, let's be honest, the median income has not really grown as much, right? We are saying that, okay, once it is above $2,000, you know, there can be a quadruple jump. I mean, it's been range bound, let's be honest about it, right? So I think there is some structural reforms which are needed. That's a separate discussion altogether. But, you know, I think that's something that I would worry about.
India works in mysterious ways, and it's always been a mystery as to how much and where does all this money come from, but perhaps that's for a different event. Manish and Kunal, both of you are pure consumer plays. Manish, you first. What keeps you awake?
Sorry, come again?
What keeps you awake at night?
I mean, so much of possibilities, opportunities, and one's ability to convert temporary adversities into opportunities. I think that keeps me awake, and there is so much of promise and potential in our country. This is the place to be.
Wonderful. Kunal, you keep awake at night mainly because all the people shop online only at night. So what keeps you worried during the day?
Well, thankfully you didn't ask me the what keeps you awake at night because I sleep pretty peacefully, so nothing would be. But I do feel incredibly energized during the day because having seen the evolution of our when I started, there was nothing known as a startup. You either were doing a job or you're doing a business. So this startup word has come into national parlance only in the last 5-6 years. So coming from the time when there were 5 million internet users in India when I started to now 1 billion internet users, and having seen the entire arc of India's digital ecosystem getting developed over the last 15 odd years, I'm nothing but like incredibly enthusiastic about what the future holds. I think the journey is just starting. We've been so excited about what has already happened, but we will be so immensely surprised and positively so about what's going to happen in the next 10 years.
Wonderful. On that very excellent and wonderful note, we'll draw a close to this session. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for those wonderful insights. Just a moment.
Thank you, gentlemen. What a lovely panel. And I'd like to call on stage Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO, India Today, to felicitate our guests. And now, a session that I've personally been waiting for. As a tech enthusiast, we've discussed artificial intelligence in a myriad ways, but the aspect that we're going to be talking about now is something that will absolutely blow your mind. A blockbuster session titled Managing with AI. We are honored to have a distinguished global professor who specializes in exploring the management implications of artificial intelligence. Our esteemed guest brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise, shedding light on the transformative power of AI in the world of management. In a conversation with Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson at the India Today Group. Guys, brace yourselves. This is going to be an amazing session. A huge round of applause, please.
I mean, I'm loud, but I'm not that loud. So good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my great pleasure to introduce you today to Professor Sumitra Datta. He is the founding dean of Cornell Business School and currently the dean of Said Business School in Oxford University. That's a special privilege for me since I'm an undergraduate from Oxford University. In one of your interactions, because I spent the evening with you yesterday digitally, I heard that one of the biggest secrets of success in business is being open to serendipity. And one of the things that's been keeping me up at night for the last many months is AI and its potential. So today, the ability to pick your brain, somebody who has done his PhD in AI 30 years ago and has been following the subject since then, I would say is serendipity. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm dropping my son to university in a few days' time, and he's going to be studying history for 4 years. And I'm just wondering, when he comes out of university, is he going to have any skills that are relevant?
He will have some skills for sure, but first of all, congratulations on your son joining university. That's always an important step in the life of any young person. But at university, he will learn a lot of knowledge, which some of it will stay for life, some of it will probably change over time. But the most important skill he'll learn is the social side. Networking, making friends, making relationships. In fact, you mentioned that you met your husband at university, so you never know what will happen to your son too.
I hope that he's going to get more than a wife from his university. You have talked about the Moore's law of computer processing power and how computer processing power doubles every 18 months, and that there's a tipping point for technology. You also have a very good visual related to Lake Michigan to explain this. I would very much like you to explain to the audience what that means and where you think we are right now in the world.
Wonderful. So, when I talk to executives in any country, I always show this visual. If you can have the visual, okay, that'll be coming up behind me now, so you can look at it. Let me give the context out here. So we all know we are living in exponential times, and often that is substantiated by saying that, well, technology is increasing exponentially, both in terms of computing power and in terms of data and other similar aspects. Now, it's very difficult for us as human beings to understand what exponential really means. So it's a set of numbers, and you can think of it exponentially, but it seems big. But what exactly does it mean in terms of trends over time? So this is a small visual. Hopefully you can look at it clearly. And it shows the filling up of a lake in the US, Lake Michigan, whose volume is roughly the capacity of the human brain in computations per second. And it fills in water at Moore's law frequencies. So you begin with 1 fluid ounce, in 18 months it doubles, another 18 months it doubles, and so on. On the top right, you see a time scale out there. And the time scale goes from 1940 to 2025. And what you will notice is that between 1940 and 2010, you don't see any blue. Okay, so the Moore's law is carrying on, doubling for 70 years, you don't see anything. And then, in 2010, suddenly it explodes. And that's where that exponential curve, the hockey stick part of exponential curve kicks in. Now look at reality, what is happening. Moore's law, modern microprocessors started sometime in the 1960s. So in 2023, we are roughly 63 years into the modern microprocessor age. Compare this to the screen, which means what we have seen in the last 5-10 years is nothing compared to what we will see in the next 5 to 10 years. It's going to explode. And one reason why we are seeing all these great applications of AI, whether it's ChatGPT or other kinds of applications, happening right now in the last 5 years, all of this is happening in the last 5 years, is because of the additional computational power, additional data that's available right now. So what will happen in the next 5-10 years, it really remains for us to discover, at the same time be amazed by.
So just taking on from there, the professor has explained very nicely what exponential power means and how it's going to explode. You've also said that humans are more linear. They think linearly. And technology is moving exponentially. So we're on two different curves, right? How do we even compete with technology when it starts moving at this rate?
You know, I don't know whether you can compete with technology per se, but what you can try and do is help to create better lives for people, help to create better organizations, and help to become more competitive in some sense in whatever you're trying to do, achieve in the organization. I think the challenge of any kind of a digital/AI transformation that we all have to face is essentially combining two things. So what I term is, the first part is building forward. So all of us have a business, all of us have an organization. I'm in education, you are in media, we have probably bankers and other kinds of sectors out here. So you have to apply technology to improve what you're doing things today. That's your building forward, that's what is easier to do, that's what we understand. What is much more harder, at the same time much more exciting, is creating the future. Now what will happen in 5 years' time, 10 years' time? Keep in mind, not in linear world, but exponential world. So things are changing in the next 5 years dramatically. If you look at that and you say, what will happen in 5 years' time? What will happen in 10 years' time? The answer is, we don't know. So don't believe anyone who says they have the answer in 5, 10 years' time. But what you can do is you can do selected experiments to try to experiment with ideas, with concepts, with business models and different kinds of situations, and learn from it and work backwards. So you have to, in fact, do experiments and then try to design your organization so that if it shows signs of success, so that you move towards that in some reasonable path. So this duality, the dual challenge of building forwards and creating backwards is the essential challenge out here. But the creating backwards is very hard because, A, it sometimes means you have to come up with experiments that are disruptive for your current business, that actually go against your current business model. So people will reject it, people will push back against it, people might actually fail in some of the models because not everything will succeed. How do you deal with the culture of failures? Let's assume you take 2, 3 great people from your organization and say, well, go and test this idea out. I'll give you 2 years, I'll give you X amount of money. And guess what? Maybe they'll fail because a lot of ideas will fail. How do you actually take that failure and learn from it? But more important, how do you make sure that the people who took the risks are welcome back? So the risk management of failure, acceptance of failure becomes a very important part of the creation of future. And that is something we are not very good at, basically.
Right.
That's the challenge.
So, I mean, I'm going to boil down this experiment to the question that is on most people's minds. Yeah. If you're running a business, you probably want to know, is it going to save me cost? And if you are part of a business, you want to know, am I going to lose my job? So is AI going to cause job losses?
It'll certainly call and make transitions in jobs more acute, sometimes more frequent. That'll happen for sure. But let's look at, AI is, of course, is a long journey. And today, AI is just the next phase in the digital transformation that we all are going through and different sectors are going through. So what do I think is going to happen? I always say there are 3 axes of impact or change of AI. So one axis is you can actually apply AI in what we're doing today and get all the benefits of cost, quality, time. So take a simple example. In finance or in banking, if you want to get your wealth managed professionally, before you had to have a certain wealth level to be able to afford the time of a professional banker or manager who managed your wealth. Today, all of that is handled by automated algorithms, AI-based systems, and you can do it much more cheaply for people with even a few, much more smaller volumes of wealth. That allows you to do things cheaply, allows you to grow your customer base. So that's all good news. So that's all actually taking things what you're doing today and doing it better, cheaper, faster. That's clearly a very important area. Then there's another very important area which is broadly termed as consumerization. And that really is using technology to make the lives of the consumer, the customer, simpler, easier, hassle-free and friendlier. And the best example of that is how we today interact with Netflix or Amazon or similar systems,
we have got used to this ease of use of these systems. And that similar ease of use is something that other sectors are trying to learn, whether it's healthcare, whether it's government services, whether it's banking, and so on. So this consumerization, making life simpler for customers, another very easy, let's say, early win that we can focus on. The much more challenging and the much more harder part is the new business model creation, which is really the creating backwards kind of story. How do you create the new business models? How do you test it out? How do you actually prove it out? I think that's where the interesting challenge is. That's where you need a lot of new skills. That's where you need a lot of new experimentations. And I think combining all these three things is essentially a challenge. So some of it will help make things better for what we have today. But then if you start looking at things in the future, it might require major changes in both your capabilities, your processes, your skills, and a number of other factors.
So that's some of the things that, the big AI companies are saying that, why are you worried about job losses? This is the end of the work week. It's end of monotony, AI will actually increase productivity, increase GDPs. You will have a universal basic income. You can go to work 2 days a week and be in Bahamas the rest of the time or on a beach. This is utopia.
Okay, so some of it is true and some of it is not. Keep in mind the bigger context of what is happening in the world and tech. Right now, there's a huge backlash against tech. Okay, so that you have to keep in mind in context. There's a huge backlash in many countries, especially the countries that dominate tech to some degree, the US and China. There has been a huge backlash from society, from government, and they're trying to basically control the power, the CEO of these tech companies. So the tech companies are doing all they can to ease the hype, to reduce the stress, to reduce the fear, and basically tell people, don't get alarmed, don't worry, nothing is going to change, or it'll be just making things better and easier for you. And I think that's disingenuous. It's not really correct. I do think that, yes, it'll make things easier, but at the same time, it will, in fact, change things quite dramatically in some sectors. And it is up to us to be able to decide how do you plan for those changes. If you take, for example, sectors like law, a lot of what young lawyers do is basically go through old cases, identify precedents, build some arguments for current cases. That's essentially a lot of what they do. A lot of that today can be done effectively, sometimes even better than humans, by AI-based systems. If you take a little bit more physical domain, let's say truck drivers, it's not yet true in India, but in America, in many of the highway routes, some companies are essentially using automated truck. The driver's still there for safety reasons right now, but it's no longer there in the future. And the driver usually takes over just in the first few miles and the last few miles. The highway driving is basically automated. Now, as the number of truck drivers is reduced, and you see this today already in the Army, Air Force, people don't really have as many fighter pilots. It's all drone-based, people who manipulate drones. What do you do with the 40-year-old truck driver? Can you convert this person and make this person into a data scientist? Possible, but probably going to be difficult. Then you might say that, well, there are plenty of jobs in looking after human beings, child care, elderly care. How easy it is to take a 40-year-old, and let me use the stereotype, a male truck driver, and make this person a child care minder, or an elderly person, in the home carer. These are huge social transition issues. And I don't think we have the answers for that. So I think these are important answers and questions that businesses, private sector has to grapple with. And at the same time, the government has to also step in and provide some support, some regulatory guidance, and in some cases, even direct support for transitioning of skills. I think the skills transition is a major issue ahead of us.
So I want to go back to something you mentioned early on in the answer about this backlash that tech companies are facing, and so they're trying to soften the blow. I mean, we hear very much from the big tech companies, without taking any names, this is a co-pilot, right? But you have talked about the difference between computing and AI. You know, computing is more co-pilot, it assists you, whereas this new set of generative AI is learning, is using you to learn. And then eventually, if it does that, inherently built into it is that it's going to be better than you.
So it's very important to actually understand where are we with AI skills. So how good is AI today? So if you look at the traditional cognitive tasks, typically tasks linked to recognition of patterns in data, whatever kind of patterns there might be, whether it's medical images, machine data, images of, pictures of anything, any kind of pattern recognition in data, which is a large part of what human beings do. We actually recognize patterns too. Today is done better by machines, AI, that's better. And this you see, for example, in many countries right now, immigration is done on facial recognition. Why? Because the machine can recognize a face better than a human being. That is done better by machines since 2017. Okay, not for a long time, since 2017, better than machines. Cognitive and human sort of reasoning. That's the part where typically human beings did better. Why? Because a lot of common sense knowledge that machines have difficulty in actually, understanding. Like, let's say if I give you a sentence like, the old man's glasses were broken, we as human beings automatically interpret the glasses to be reading glasses. It could be drinking glasses, but we have a lot of common sense knowledge, old age, poor eyesight, correction of eyesight, and so on. So we do that kind of interpretation very naturally that machines have a very difficult time without the world knowledge. But that is changing now with ChatGPT, like systems. So that is actually, the gap is becoming smaller and smaller, almost as good. Now, if you look at, for example, creativity, then people say, well, machines are not creative because they use data from existing stuff, but that's not true. Today, increasingly, industrial design, fashion design, musicians, they are using AI-based systems to suggest ideas, to suggest songs, suggest music tones, music patterns. And increasingly, the creativity is now getting automated. Commercially, it's being done so. And then people say, well, maybe in creative side, AI can assist humans. But the empathy side, the relationship side, human beings are the best at it. And machines can never do empathy. Again, that's not true. So I don't know how many of you have watched the movie Her from 2013, in which the man falls in love with the operating system. It's a wonderful movie. In 2014, Microsoft China released a bot called Xiaosei, and then spun it off a separate company. And today, Xiaosei is the girlfriend of 600 million Chinese males. Okay? So it is actually able, technology, just as many tech companies figured out how to create addictive behaviors. So today we are very good at getting addicted to technology. Tech companies have figured out how to manipulate the emotions of people to make it sort of really bond emotionally. The only reason they haven't rolled it out in all our traditional digital assistants is because of the backlash. They're worried about the backlash. That's the only reason they're not rolled out. Technically, you have systems that are actually being used in specialized cases. So they are, for example, chatbots that are used for counseling teenagers. A lot of teenagers have troubles, emotional troubles and so on, especially women or girls. And they don't feel comfortable discussing them with their parents or the teachers because they feel judged. So they actually feel more comfortable discussing with chatbots. So that kind of emotional bonds is also sort of there. Maybe not rolled out as much, but is there. So you combine the three things, cognitive, creative, and emotional. You combine them together, what kind of capabilities are looking in the future? You're looking at very powerful capabilities. If I take for example, my business education, I'm actually thinking seriously that when I hire a professor that costs X $100,000 in salary per year, and I give a contract for 30 years, is that a wise decision as compared to investing the same money in R&D in helping create an intelligent, empathy-based, tutor that can actually advise students? Many of the faculty advisors students, some of them are very good, some of them are not very good. That's the reality. And suppose I can actually have high quality, empathy-oriented, student advising, that'll be good for education. Yeah. So we don't know where these frontiers will go, and all I think I go back to that vertical curve, the Lake Michigan thing. So when people say, well, ChatGPT did not do this, ChatGPT failed that. Yeah, it's a technology is only 3-4 years old. What will happen in 5 years' time? Given that kind of vertical rise, we don't know. So it's very too early to actually rule out and say, well, technology will do this, and for the rest we are fine, because the human beings will do that. So I think the issues are quite complicated, and you need governments to actually come in and look at these things very seriously. At the same time, having said this, there are lots of early gains in the process to be made.
So like you just said, that one of the things that China has done is created this one girlfriend for 600 million men in China. And the only reason why other companies are not doing it because they're worried about the backlash.
That's my view.
Well, they haven't done it, so we'll go with that. So how do we define this? Because there's a lot of talk by AI and big tech companies about responsible AI. But the way I look at it, it depends on which perspective or which side you're looking at it from, right? One company's responsible AI is another's worst nightmare. So.
Yeah, so I think this, it's not just responsible AI, it's responsible use of technology. And that is very important. I think that's where that's where the regulation part comes in. The regulation part is very important because we have to somehow help society use technology in a responsible manner. It's the same reason why, for example, any technology can have positive things and negative things. And we have to, society, be more oriented towards a positive side and be more careful in preventing the negative side. It's the same reason why in the biological gene sequencing technology, which also progressed dramatically, there are some ethical, legal sort of constraints put in terms of don't try to sequence human babies and change CRISPR technology to change the gene sequences of embryos and so on, while that same technology is being used for farms, for farm animals and farm plants quite widely already. So what I'm saying is that that's an area which is evolving. I think regulations and societal norms are very important. Now, my biggest concern is that in the world of AI, to talk about AI and digital technologies, the world is getting split in two halves, basically, which is the American half and the Chinese half. And the two halves don't really talk. And their ability to talk is decreasing year by year. And so, do we have any hope for a global system? The chances of that is decreasing. I don't want to appear pessimistic, but there is a real concern out here is that the two major powerhouses in the world of technology don't want to talk to each other, don't want to agree to common norms and principles and other kinds of guiding sort of regulations. It's a cause of concern.
And they could have very different views on personal IP, a personal copyright, because China's view on what is private and what is not, and versus US is quite different, at least what they declare, right? And I'm concerned, how do we protect ourselves? Because anyone could very easily make an AI avatar of you and say whatever it wanted to. And if you complain, they say, oh, well, he has blue eyes, you don't. So, where do you start drawing the line? Like, this is me, my face, my thoughts, my individuality, and you can't use it to make an AI avatar of it. And it becomes particularly important for people who are famous and who've built an IP for themselves.
Very important question, a hard question, no easy answers. And today already you're seeing challenges in the case where you can use generative AI to, learn from artist style of paintings and create a similar style painting, okay? And the question really is that fair use of IP. Today, the challenge is that, again, we don't have rules and regulations really to govern this very well. It's all very fluid and very different across geographies. And also what we have is that, in some sense, the technology will evolve to a point at which it'll, on one hand, make it very easy to manipulate these things. On the other hand, hopefully, it'll give us tools to control it also better from our individual point of view, by which I mean, today, largely, we are in a Web 2.0 world. And the Web 3.0 world, which is being built right now, is being created, the technology stack for the Web 3.0 world is not yet done completely, it's not yet rolled out. And the hope is that when the technology stack for the Web 3.0 is done and rolled out and more widely available, individual citizens like you and I, we'll have more control over our own data, we'll have control over who actually accesses it and what permissions we give to it, and if there's any financial transactions, what are the elements of the transaction. So till we don't have that Web 3.0 commercially widely available, and could be 5, 10 years from now, in the meantime, we are really at the mercy of the tech companies and to some degree government regulations around it. And that's one reason why you're finding the tech companies collecting as much data as possible. They're not really, often the data being collected is not directly being used right now. But they're collecting it in the hope that maybe sometime in the future they'll find ways to use it. Okay, so right now there's a land grab happening in the domain of citizen behavior, citizen users, whatever is being created. Now, what is very important out here is that at the same time, the tech companies who are the leaders in the space also have to adopt their own internal, let's say, standards, internal ethics in guiding some of their own actions out here. Some of it is happening, and I hope it becomes stronger, but there's a lot more to be done in this area.
So I only have a few minutes left, and though this is a business conference, I'm going to take the discussion a little bit philosophical, and I want to ask you 2 questions, so you're going to have to be a little short because we only have about 2 minutes. One, does this technology allow people to live forever? No one needs to die because you just upload their thoughts, their avatar, onto computers, and you can say, okay, depending on the decisions that they took for their lifetime, what would they decide about this? Warren Buffett, or after he passes away, his decisions could be done to use in investment long after. And do people then need to put in their will, I want to die, do not resurrect me digitally?
Fascinating question. Your answer is as good as mine. Of course, being alive has multiple components. It's not just only the way you think or the way you decide. There's a number of elements of that. Some of those elements can potentially live forever. It's true. You have the websites of people and accounts of people who pass away, unfortunately. And there's an interesting question of how much of their life is represented out there, and that will become more and more a question going forward. So another one of the fascinating issues that we have to grapple with.
Okay. Another side of life that affects all of us is love, right? Do you think with the amount of data we have, will we algorithmically be able to find our soulmate? And does this actually, AI, give love another chance?
You're asking me all the tough questions at the end. I hope it'll allow us to find love, not just in terms of the person we choose to love, but also in the terms of things we love to do. Because I really think that AI will allow us more possibilities, will give us more skills, will give us, I might be a terrible musician, but with some AI, maybe I can create, compose better music. So what I'm saying is that it'll help us to do more of the kind of activities we love, and maybe love and find the right people also. But hopefully that is a positive note to end on. It'll help us to become more loving and more loved, and hopefully become better individuals and better human beings.
So I think one of the things about AI which I'm grappling with is that once you start matching patterns and connecting dots at that quantum level, actually it makes everything very predictable, at least for a while. And then where's the magic? You know, I mean, love, death, these are all unpredictable things, and that's what gives it the hold that they have on us, you know, and even serendipity, where we began from, right? That's not predictable. So is the best way to beat AI being unpredictable?
You know, what I would say is that embrace technology and embrace it in your own way. So all of us are different individuals, and that's the way God made us. And we all love to do different things and love to explore different topic areas. And let's actually embrace AI to make ourselves more special and more individualized and not become more generic copies of each other. And that, I think, is something that I hope will help us in the long run.
Thank you so much. This has been
a
fantastic session. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Look, you guys may or may not have a job, but you may find your soulmate, you know, so there's a toss-up there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kali. Thank you, Professor Datta, for a fascinating session. I'd like to invite Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO at the India Today Group, to express a token of our gratitude to Professor Datta. What a fascinating session. We touched upon education, love, philosophy. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kali. For G20 economies in achieving economic empowerment and climate goals whilst fostering sustainable and inclusive growth. Our guests for this session are Gautam Kumra, Chairman, Asia McKinsey & Company, and Swen Smith, Chair, McKinsey Global Institute. And this session will be moderated by the editor, Business Today, Saurav Majumdar. Can we have a huge round of applause for a session we've all been waiting for?
Good evening, and after that absolutely fascinating session on AI and the world of the future, let's delve a little deeper into something very, very different, but also a lot about empowerment. Empowerment and the road to empowerment on a global level is what this discussion we hope to achieve in. McKinsey Global Institute has put out a very, very deep dive and an excellent report on poverty to employment, from poverty to empowerment, and that's the report which Sven here has authored. That has some very major elements which can actually come up with a completely different definition of what growth stands for, what actually human index levels are about, and where we can actually take the world to. And this is very significant because it comes at a time when the B20 meetings are happening in the city and the G20 Leaders Summit is going to happen over the next few days. So I'll start with you first, Sven. Tell us a little about this report which you've put together, From Poverty to Empowerment, and what are the elements which you think are going to really change the way we look at global empowerment of people?
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. It's great to be in India. The mood here is good, and I think that's only for good reasons. I just want to reinforce that. When we looked at this question of sustainable, inclusive growth, we tried to do that not by looking at silos, growth, sustainability, or empowerment, but to do all three at the same time and look at the interactions. Why is that? If you would look at sustainability alone, you could say, let's do that at any cost. But that might impede growth, and it might impede the empowerment of people. If you look at growth and sustainability alone without empowerment, you might say, I'm happy with where we are now. We're moving past the poverty line. But when we looked at the prosperity of people, we only have 700, 800 million people living below the poverty line. That poverty line is, you remember maybe as $1 a day, but it's actually $2.15 a day now in the redefinition. But for that, an average person basically gets food, but not always, and a little bit of shelter, and a little bit of care. We think that line needs to go from 215 to 12. So still 700 to 800 million people need to pass the poverty line, but about 4.8 billion people need to pass the empowerment line. The empowerment line is very different. At that level, people have decent food, decent shelter, decent education, and decent health care. And also a little bit of discretionary spending. So in a moment of stress, they don't go back to subsistence. And people that live at that level actually are empowered. What does that mean? They want to participate in society. They also want to engage on topics of growth and sustainability. If you barely have food, sustainability can't be a question for you because you just don't have time for it. And so we think this puzzle needs to be solved across all three, and we will get different answers. In, I would say, the Western world, people say, maybe we should grow less. That's not true in India, but in the West, we should grow less because that creates additional footprint. Well, our report shows something else. More growth does increase the footprint, but it creates so much more money to pay for the transition that the transition becomes easier. That's counterintuitive, but you would not find it if you were to only look in these silos.
We'll come to this issue of growth versus net zero a little later, Sven. Yep. I want to spend a few moments getting you to explain how you came about this idea of the empowerment quotient. Because, and how, what are the few things you kept in mind? Because that's a very different way of looking at prosperity. We look at GDP, we look at growth, we look at the usual parameters. What are the critically different areas this empowerment quotient brings forward?
So this empowerment line literally looks at how people live their lives, which is, at the end of the day, why we do all this thing called growth. And this poverty line, I can't repeat this more enough, really measures $1 of the $2 is food, and $1 is for all the rest. But for $1 of food, you eat not so good food, and not always. You might have a period in life that you don't have enough. That's the life of these people. The people that would live, and already live, of course, they exist, that live at $12 a day per person, they actually, you would find, have a house, a small apartment. They would have access to critical health care. They would have access to education, and they would not struggle for food. And the biggest thing is they have a little bit of savings, so they're not really living from paycheck to paycheck anymore, which is a very different life. The most important point is the people that live that life participate in society completely differently. They're not just fighting for themselves. They can actually work the community. They can start to have an interest about the environment, about the wider community, and so on. And We just think that's a life that everybody deserves. Not easy, but you can make massive progress through growth and a few other things towards that.
Tell us a little more about how you think, you talked about not being viewed in silos. For instance, empowerment and net zero are two different, not two different things. They are actually need to be seen together. Tell us how you see that as being possible in countries across the world when there is a basic, when there is so much, and we'll come to the different areas of how much money is needed, what is the funding and all of that. But how do you think that is possible, and why you think net zero is so critical to empowerment and that they should go together?
Yeah, so it goes two ways. If we make the transition too expensive, you can forget about empowerment, because basically people can't pay for it. We know in the North-South discussion on net zero, there's the discussion, are you going to pay from the North? That might be less proactive than we want now. But that if the people in the South are not empowered, they don't have the ability to pay. So it goes both ways. If the transition is designed to be affordable, it becomes more easy to be empowered. But if you're empowered, it's also easier to participate in the transition and to invest. A person below the poverty line can't invest. A person at $12 a day could be part of the investment into the transition. So it works both ways.
Gautam, let me come to you from your perch, from an Asian perspective. How do you see what Sven is talking about playing out in Asia, particularly in the context now of also Prime Minister Modi's position that India needs to also be the voice of the global South? How do you think these two things can be married as the progress, the road to progress happens?
So I think everything that Sven talked about globally is very relevant for Asia, if anything even more relevant for Asia. I think Asia, as you know, is now 40% of the world's GDP, and half of the global growth in the future is expected to come from Asia. So Asia is in fact driving the world's consumption, the world's growth, but equally the sustainability challenge is massive for Asia. You look at 5 of the 10 biggest emitters in the world, they sit in Asia. And by the way, India is one of them. So I think you see, and the last thing I'd say is the inclusion challenge. Worldwide, while we have seen about 1 billion people have been pulled out of the poverty line, I think a large number of people are still below what Sven said is the empowerment line, right? And if you look at that, India, China alone would probably constitute, India, China, and, well, sub-Saharan Africa is a bit outside of Asia. But some of these markets...
In fact, his study, just to interject, his study says 77% of Indians are still below the empowerment
That's correct,
line.
that's correct.
And that's a significant, that's an alarming figure.
Yeah, I think, well, they're both, whether you decide to look at the glass half full or empty, well, there's no doubt that in India, and I say this as a proud Indian, over the last few decades, growth has pulled a lot of people above the poverty line. There's no question about that, right? Yet we know the inclusion challenge. You see, in India, if you look at the top 10% of India, in terms of economic wealth, their income is growing at 100% rate of the bottom half. So the top 10% of Indians' income is growing almost double, 100% more than the bottom half of India. So the inclusion challenge in India is massive. When we looked at the McKinsey Global Institute definition of empowerment, it is true that 77% of the population in India is below the empowerment line. So we need to pull them up. We need to pull them up. I'll tell you why I'm optimistic, because you may say that's an alarmist number, but the reason I'm optimistic is because 90% of that problem, at least in India's case, will get solved if we deliver on our growth ambition and deliver those value-added jobs. So unlike other markets that don't have that kind of growth headroom, India has that headroom. So growth in the fundamental growth in the economy and business model innovation can get us to 90% of the distance. In fact, the report says that if you look at India's need, we need about 13% of GDP to address the empowerment gap. 90% of that can be addressed through growth and business innovation. So that makes me optimistic.
Sven, coming back to the empowerment gap and the net zero gap, the figure, again, which your study talks about is humongous. And you talk about an 8% of GDP figure annually as the gap. Could you tell us what are the areas you think, and in the context of the debate at B20, where we are looking at areas of funding the climate actions and the SDG goals, how do you think that this whole gap, 8% of GDP at a global level, is humongous? So how do you see that playing out, and do you really think, to sum it up, is your study a tad too optimistic while giving these scary figures?
It's interesting, depending on where I have this discussion, whether I get the too optimistic or the too pessimistic. I would say here in India, I've heard more too optimistic, and I would say in the Western world, we get challenged for why do you say it's so big and it's still a challenge. The 8% of GDP annually is humongous. I fully agree with you. It's roughly the amount of profit all corporations in the world make every year. So if we were to just say tax it, all the profits are gone. If you put it in prices, all the consumers will get that pain every year. So that's not going to be the solution. Similar to Gautam's answer is the first thing we showed in this report, that about 65% of the empowerment gap and about 45% of the net zero financing and challenge can be done by growth and business-led innovation. Since that's the biggest chunk, it has to be almost all of the conversation first. And then the question is, how do we solve the remaining gap? But we don't have enough conversation around that growth and business-led innovation. Are we literally doing the permitting, the regulation that frees up the system that can do the business-led innovation to solve much of this problem? In Europe, permitting is the single biggest bottleneck for wind. Labor laws are, and I'm sure that's true in India in many ways, and there's a lot of stuff like that that can unleash that engine and maybe even make it a bit bigger. So that should be one conversation. And then the question is, what do you do with the remaining gap? Because the remaining gap is then still humongous. In some countries, people will say, we can't swallow that now, and they will delay it. In other countries, we might do something where you have some public financing, and in blended finance, you can crowd in more investment, and you sort of say, long-term investments, and we don't kick the can down the road, but we bring the can forward on the road, if you want. And the reason why we even put out a report where that remaining gap is not fully solved is to actually have the conversation. Because if you have the conversation without the numbers, you could build the train that runs off the tracks. If you have this perspective, you can actually start to decide what train you're building. A little delayed, a little modified, a little pre-invested, and so on. But let's just be clear. This challenge is enormous. One way to quantify this also is, many people feel that the last decade we made an enormous amount of progress. And we did. But we changed the global energy mix by 2% towards renewables. So that's like 0.2 a year. Just do 2020, 2050, that's 3% per year for the remainder. That's 15 to 20 times faster. That's right. We're not there yet because it's hard. And this report says it's hard. It's 8% per year hard. Let's go problem solve that question instead of pushing all kinds of things without knowing whether it adds up and not making the explicit trade-off to what the train is that we need to build.
Now, in the context of India, Sven, and this question I will also lob to you, Gautam, after Sven answers his point of view, is that in a country like India, you sort of hinted at a K-shaped growth, where the rich, the top percentile is getting richer and not the same thing is not happening at the bottom. But the point I'm making is, in that context, do you really feel that these growth objectives, which you say can really unleash entrepreneurial energy? We talked a lot about how India is progressing towards 2047, how ease of doing business has become a government priority, how startups are taking place. Are you therefore, and that's where this whole optimism discussion comes back, is are you feeling therefore that countries like India may be in a better position to sort of free up the entrepreneurial energies and go quicker towards freeing up the, getting the growth objective to pay partly for the 8% gap in that sense?
So I've been coming for 25 years to India, and I think it never felt this good. Now, we all know in India things can be volatile, but the reality is you probably have reached a scale point at which a lot of things can be unleashed. And to me, it's not a question of the potential of India, it's whether you can get it done. So all the things you mentioned, if they happen at pace and scale, why would India not have a similar ride that China has had? You need to do many things. You have access to resources, infrastructure, regulation, permitting. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be orchestrated. But if the mindset is there and it starts to produce the engine across growth, inclusion, and sustainability, the advantage of India is it does it a bit more from scratch, with, by the way, great education on technology, which is driving all of this. And doing it from scratch might mean that you don't have all the legacy leapfrog. Now, I would say building a grid in India is hard too, but just try one in the Netherlands, or in Germany, or in New York.
Gautam, you know, this whole digital ecosystem which India is building, do you think that's also going to be, I mean, one key pillar which will sort of power this growth and unleashing of entrepreneurial energy which can pay for this gap partly?
Absolutely. I think if you mentioned digital infrastructure, the reality is that what India has created here is really something that we should be exporting to elsewhere in the world, because it is truly something very unique. And the fact is, today we are already the largest digital payments market in the world. I think we are
46% of all global digital payments happen.
Here you go, in numbers. And I think the reality is it is making a difference to efficiency in the entire public spend. You look at direct benefits transfer, I believe there's 10% or more of savings happening there. So firstly, yes, things like digital and others will enable this journey by making it more cost efficient and more effective and driving inclusivity. The other thing I would say is, going back to your question about why we are optimistic, you know, I talked about empowerment. If you look at the energy transition side, you see the good news is 80% of India still has to be built, right? If you look at over the next 30 years, 80% of India still has to be built. And what that does is it presents a massive opportunity, right? In fact, it's not energy transition, I call it energy build for India. So it's actually energy build for India. And that presents a massive opportunity, because look at what this means for, I mean, we all know renewables, we're already one of the top 3 in the world. Installed capacity in India is already one of the top 3 in the world, but it's going to pan out in every sector. You look at hydrogen. I have zero doubt India will be one of the first countries to get to very competitive cost of green hydrogen, or further innovation in carbon storage.
That's beginning to happen.
It's beginning to happen. You see the number of announcements, and I have a lot of confidence in the Indian entrepreneurship and frugal engineering and innovation. And I think that will actually help us. I'm hoping that what we've been able to demonstrate in the engineering sector, in the life sciences sector, in the IT services sector, which is really the ingenuity of Indian business leaders and the entrepreneurship and the skill base. I think if we can apply that to these new emerging challenges, you know, whether it's energy transition or energy build, there's no reason why we can't also set an example for the world how to make this happen.
Sven, I come to this a little contentious topic, which I found was discussed pretty animatedly yesterday at the B20 inaugural session, about you know, taxing the top corporates. You know, getting 0.2% is what was told at that point yesterday at the session. That 0.2% of their profits, they should top corporates across the world should earmark for a sustainability and climate change kind of action. Today, Mr. Kant in the session in the earlier part of the day actually upped it to 1%. And he said he is going to take this up, and the G20 countries will discuss it at the Leaders Summit in September. Now, do you think that is actually feasible? Do you think corporates will sort of be able to set aside this money and will be willing to do that?
So I'm intrigued by that number, because I actually don't fully know what the number is today. With some metrics that we looked at, it could be that in the area of CapEx towards climate transition, the number might already be bigger, and in some areas it will be lower. So we're setting a goal against...
no, for instance, in India, there is a 2% norm. That's a rule.
But what I meant is the actual number of what's already happening, we don't know. So before you know it, you set a norm that's below what already happens or above. You know, at 2, it starts to be a quarter of the world's profits. And you can say that's no problem, but that's also a quarter of the world's pensions. Because the profits are not just going to owners. The majority of the owners in the world are the pension funds, the healthcare funds. So we just need to be a little careful that we give something away without understanding the knock-on confidence on empowerment. Because if people's pensions go as a consequence, if not, it's a different issue. And at 0.2, that is, of course, much less sensitive. But, you know, 2 starts to bite in a quarter of the profits of the world. And that, you know, has serious implications for who is currently the recipient of that profit, which is largely the people's pensions and healthcare.
A related issue to that, Gautam, is the restructuring of multilateral development banks. And that's a key point in the agenda of the B20 and, of course, the G20. The Prime Minister, in his interview to us, has also spoken about this. He is driving this. There are 2 reports, one report is out and the other one is about to come out. Now, that is going to be key to, you know, sort of moving funds from the developed countries to the global south, and that's where a lot of the action and a lot of the growth will come from going forward. So do you think that is going to be playing a critical role in what you say, getting the money out for this, bridging this 8% of GDP gap in the road ahead?
Yes, no, I'm aware. In fact, earlier this week, I was on a panel with N.K. Singh, who was actually the co-convener of that with Larry Summers. So I have not seen yet the content of the report, but I think and I agree with that. I think, if we go back to what Sven said, I think half of the funding gap, so if you look at just the energy transition, we talk about 40 trillion roughly over the next 10 years. Half of that is still not clear how it's going to be funded. So I actually think the deliberations that are going on in the multilateral bank reform, I think is going to be critical, because it is not, unless some unlocking has to be done, some formulation of public finance, some formulation of blended finance to bring much more of these clean tech technologies into the money. I think things like that are going to be quite critical. So I do think that this is a solution that will require global alignment, global coordination, and certainly some stronger measures to catalyze this curve. Otherwise, it will be slow.
Maybe one addition to this. As we start to increase the money that can go to this thing, let's just make sure that we spend it at the right place. And there are two right places in my view. The technologies that are in the money now. So they're not only helping the climate, but they're already in the money, and as a result, they make energy cheaper for the people. The second good place is to spend it in innovation, so that the future technology becomes cheaper. The place where you need to be careful is to roll out where it's too expensive today, because that will, then the 2% or whatever the number is, or the 4%, will actually be an implicit cost increase for the people, which will make them less empowered. So the discussion should be in the money now, innovate for future in the money, maybe less roll out what is totally not affordable at the moment.
As we come to the end of time for this session, I would like to ask you, Sven, one question which was very interesting as part of the report. While you advocate a cohesive approach to development as net zero, you also talk about potential conflicts. You talk about a conflict between, because as that happens, there will be cost of energy will go up, and the overall costs will go up for the common person. Now, could you elaborate a little bit on that conflict?
So if we blindly say transition at any cost, the any cost will bite into empowerment. It will actually also bite into growth. If we blindly say grow at any cost, we'll be very irresponsible on the environment side. If we say empower at any cost, we might do it with taxation, which will kill the engine too. The solutions that you have is if you do sustainable, inclusive growth at the same time are very different, and even different than some of the solutions we pursue today. And they will then reduce this tension. We need to reduce this tension, not solve it one by one.
So inclusive growth, along with the net zero target being met, is the report which McKinsey Global Institute talks about. It's a fascinating report, and thank you very much, gentlemen, for elaborating on aspects of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen, for a very insightful session. Before you do leave the stage, I'd like to call upon Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV, to express a token of our gratitude before we move on to the next session. Well, our next guest has arrived. Jyotir Aditya Scindia ji, Union Minister of Civil Aviation and Steel. And in this session, that is aptly titled, Giving Wings to a Billion Indians, we'll be talking with the Minister and exploring how he envisions India's economic growth trajectory, aiming to provide a brighter future for a billion Indians. Sir, can we please have you on stage? This session will be moderated by none other than Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV.
Thanks very much. A very warm welcome once again to this gathering. We've been at it since the morning, Mr. Scindia, and you heard the title of the session. This is not going to be a here and now or to talk about the past really, but for you to really sketch out. It's the 10th year of the Modi government. You've been handling the civil aviation portfolio and now the steel portfolio, but I'll focus on aviation for the time being. Tell our audience and viewers here, how have Indians' dream to fly taken shape in the past 10 years? How would you summarize this to start this conversation?
So let me start, Siddharth, at the outset. Civil aviation was always considered as an elitist mode of travel. It was a mode of travel that was reserved, quote unquote, for a select few across the country. It was a mode of travel that was primarily limited to Tier 1 and some Tier 2 cities. And with the economic growth engine of the country, expansion of greater number of Tier 3 cities, Tier 3 moving to Tier 2 status, Tier 2 moving to Tier 1 status, and really the push on behalf of the Prime Minister to convert civil aviation as a means of travel for every citizen of this country. Because one of the primary precepts of that notion, and if we look back in time, let's say over the last 40 years, what has changed in your life and our lives? The one thing that has changed is that increasingly we have paucity of time. The luxury that probably the generation before us had, or even us in our early years, today every minute counts and, if you will, every second counts. And therefore, the first question that is asked is the connectivity to a particular city or a particular place before one goes and wants to settle there, before one wants to get a job there, before industrialists like all of you seated in this audience want to invest there. And therefore, it became mandatory, and I'm using that word very fairly and squarely, to both spread the breadth and the depth of civil aviation. Now, what has resulted as a means of that imperative and that goal? Like in any organization, you need to be able to set goals, have a vision, have a mission, and then set goals to achieve that vision. The Prime Minister, through Udan, Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, has led to a proliferation of travel in hitherto unconnected cities. Many cities that probably you and I have never visited, such as Jharsuguda in Orissa, Rupsi in Assam, Kishangarh in Rajasthan, are now connected by air, Darbhanga. And the number of travelers from these tertiary cities, excessive of 100,000 to 500,000 per year. So let me tell you now the transformation of that over the 10 years that Siddharth has asked. Let's start with first the number of travelers in our country. Domestic travelers have grown from 6 crore in 2014 to 14.5 crore last year. That's almost close to 170% increase. What's my forecast? 14.5 crore today. By 2030 or 2035 is going to go to 42.5 crore. So you're going to see a 3x jump from where we are today. And why is that? Because the economies of scale argument has now stepped into civil aviation. So for example, one of the most ubiquitous items today in our lives, which we can't do without, which is this little box that we all carry around, which sometimes becomes more important than our friends and family sitting around with us. This box, when I came back to India after university in the States, when the first mobile phone was introduced, used to cost 1 lakh rupees each. It was 16 bucks a minute for voice calls. Today you can get one of these boxes at 3,500 rupees. Voice is free. The same revolution, the silent revolution, has happened in civil aviation. Today our fares are equal to first class AC fares. And why I'm saying first class AC fares is because the airplane by its very manufacturer has an air conditioner in it. So I can only compare it to first AC, right? So that's the number of travelers that you're going to look at. Second, if you look at the number of travelers today, first AC and second AC in rail is 18.5 million. Civil aviation is 14.5 million. But the delta, the CAGR, in railways is 5.3%, the compounded annual growth rate. Civil aviation is 10.6%. So in the next 7 to 8 years, I put a statement out there that civil aviation will exceed the number of travelers only limited to first AC and second AC of railways. I'm not talking about the whole of railways. Only first AC, second AC. Second, the number of airports in our country. From independence till 2014, which is roughly 67 years, we built 74 airports. Average 1 airport per year. From 2014 till date, we have built 148 airports in total, which means a delta of 74, including heliports and waterdromes, which means 7.5 per year as opposed to 1 per year. That's the monumental change, not incremental, but monumental change. For this year, I have a target of building close to about 18 to 20 airports and heliports. Where is this number going to? Just like I told you about passenger traffic. In the next 5 years, I see this number of 148 crossing 200. That's the kind of depth that you're going to see in civil aviation. Third, number of aircraft. In 2014, we had roughly 400 aircraft in the country. We today have 700, which means there's been an increase of between 75 to 80% aircraft fleet capability in the last 10 years. Where do I see this number going by 2030, 35? Easily this number of 700 crossing close to 1,200 to 1,300 aircraft in the country. So the growth of civil aviation, both in its depth and its breadth, is going to be monumental in this country. I'm going to end my answer with one data point for you. If you look at Delhi Airport today, Delhi Airport today has 4 runways. Delhi Airport today has a throughput capability of close to 70 million passengers. By the end of this year or early next year, Delhi Airport will grow to 109 million passengers. Now, what does that mean? That means that Delhi Airport, in terms of throughput capability, is going to be among the top 3 airports in the world. So that is the monumental trajectory that we are talking about for civil aviation. And that's the way the country is going to transform from a logistics standpoint, from a transportation standpoint, from metro cities down to tertiary cities.
Wonderful data here, and since we are looking ahead, how significant is the decision, and I believe it was amongst the bravest, most radical, most impactful decisions by the Modi government, which is to let go of Air India in some ways. And we've seen the numbers and the aircraft order that has been placed. By some estimates, that will lead to a very significant increase even in the employment, just by that order alone, Mr. Scindia. How would you describe that deal? And when we look ahead 3, 4, 5 years, what will its impact be on our aviation sector?
So my first point I'd like to make to all the critics out there that had created a bedlam of opposition to the concept of the disinvestment of Air India. In a period of less than a year, look at the transformation that has happened through this one huge push in the area of civil aviation. A carrier that was looking at losses mounting at close to 600 crores per month. And mind you, this is not government of India's money. This is your money. It is taxpayers' money. Today, through that divestment, not only has it led to a new initiative from the private sector, not only has it led to greater customer sat, to use economic lingo, to greater OTP, on-time performance. Today, Air India's on-time performance has gone from 67% to something close to 86%. Not only has it led to a better brand positioning and a better serviceability, but also it will result in the achievement of India's aims. Forget about one particular business group or one particular airline, but India's aims to really reach for the sky. Could you or I have imagined that one single airline in India will close the biggest deal of aircraft acquisition in the history of civil aviation in the world till today? 470 aircraft at a ticket price of close to $70 to $75 billion. That's the kind of leap, and I'm using this word very carefully, quantum leap, that we have seen happening in Air India. What will that result in? You will have the latest aircraft coming into India's fleet, whether it is Boeing, whether it's the A350. Most importantly for me, as Civil Aviation Minister, not only will I see a greater density of routes being plied within India, but what has been my passion from the day I was entrusted with this responsibility, I want to regain our position on the international skies, a position that India held in the 60s and 70s once again. And through this acquisition, wherein Indigo with 500 aircraft and Air India with 470 aircraft, over the next 5 years, the delivery is not tomorrow, over the next 5 to 10 years, but 70 wide-bodied aircraft on the Air India deal and close to a high number, 30 to 40 aircraft, A321 XLRs on the Indigo deal, we will be able to take the Indian flag all across the world, direct flights, whether it's the European subcontinent, whether it's America, whether it's Africa, and regain our market share on the international front. So I believe that we are in for a huge transformation with regard to civil aviation, and a country that today holds its national flag high domestically within the country, a country that's held its national flag high across the world, our Tiranga, which on the 23rd of August got planted, or rather supplanted, on the moon. That Tiranga will also fly across the 7 seas on our carriers across India to other parts of the world.
That's a wonderful aspiration, and viewers, imagine, and I'm
It's
sure...
not an aspiration, Siddharth. We
It's
will
a reality.
make it happen.
It's a reality.
We will
Absolutely.
make it happen. I want to assure everyone seated here and through your channel, across the length and breadth of our country, we will make it happen.
Absolutely, and 3 cheers for that. I was just on the point of direct connectivity. All of you must have traveled and you would have seen old parents on these hopping flights trying to find their way through airports, and that's when I felt that imagine you have these people who take flights from India, go to some other destination, hang there for 4-5 hours, then go there and their children are waiting. Direct flights is the future. So Mr. Scindia, thank you very much for making that point. The third aspect is, and
also our airlines and our aircraft cannot be taxis anymore. Right now, my international hub is not in India. My international hub is either on my eastern border or on my western border. So if you look at my population and my citizens in my country, 70% of them take a taxi outside to the eastern border or the western border and then get onto the flight to go to their ultimate destination. I want to change that. I want my citizens to be able to take a flight from their country, from their international hub within India to where they want to go eventually. And my dream, Siddharth, and my aspiration, if you ask me for my aspiration, is not to create an international hub in India. That is a reality. It's going to happen. And we are starting with Delhi. My hub and my aspiration, if you ask me, is to create multiple international hubs in India. And in our country, we have that capability. Because if we are going to go from 14.5 million travelers to 42.5 million travelers, it is an imperative and must happen in India. We must have a hub in South India, a hub in Central India, a hub in Western India, a hub in Eastern India. All international hubs.
Absolutely, and our geography absolutely permits that. You actually took away the question, so I'm going to skip and ask you. Since the morning, starting with Nitin Gadkari ji, we have had some phenomenal comments made here, and one of those was also to do with the fact that Borge Brende said, forget the G20, you should talk about the G3, US, China and India. The question I have for you is, with all these dreams that are going to fructify very soon, can we ever hope that there will be a made in India jumbo jet on which the ordinary Indian can fly?
So again, let me tell you, it's no longer a dream. It will be a reality very soon. Something that we could never contemplate. But for the first time in India's history, one of the airplane majors has taken a very, very bold step. The first time between Airbus and Boeing, you have Airbus that has supplanted a production facility within India for the C295 aircraft, based in Vadodara. Our order is for 56 aircraft. 16 will come fully built out in their facility in Spain. The balance 40 will be made in India. Prime Minister himself has laid the foundation stone for that close to 6 months ago. And 40 aircraft with a capital investment, a joint venture between Airbus and the Tata Group, will be produced in India at a capex of close to 21,000 crores, close to 5,400 assemblies and sub-assemblies. For those aircrafts will be sourced by the OEM, in this case Airbus Tata joint venture, through ancillaries in India. Companies like Bharat Dynamics and others will be supplying equipment directly to this Airbus ventures situated in Vadodara. So it's already a reality that's happening. The next step naturally should be ultimately seeing aircraft manufacturing happening in India. A lot of the sub-assemblies are already happening. For example, the fuselage of the Apache helicopters are being made in India. The tail fins of the 737s are being made in India. The appendages of the C-130J Hercules aircraft are being made in India. Collins Aerospace is making, God forbid we never have to use them, but the emergency chutes that come out of passenger aircraft doors, those are being manufactured in India. So India is on her way. India is on her path to eventual aircraft manufacturing in India, starting from the C295 facility in Vadodara.
Absolutely. A round of applause for that too. I'm going to turn away from aviation because we've been taking a sort of broad view of where we stand today and where we are to go. The Prime Minister has given us a fantastic interview, the only one on the G20, where he shared a lot of information. On a broader level, the confidence that we seem to be now generating across the world, especially with what is happening to China, and you've been in public life for so many years, how would you describe this moment? Because in the past also, Mr. Scindia, there have been, India has arrived and this is India's moment. But what do you feel about the present?
Well, I think two tectonic shifts have taken place. If you look across the world's history, and you've got me thinking, Siddharth, but there are two inflection points that happen that change the stature of a country in the global comity of nations. The first is the rising of an economic superpower. So whether it was America 100 years ago, and by the way, what's the success of the American story, the economic story? The success of the American economic story is not hyper growth at 10% for 4 or 5 years and a blip. The success story of the US economic supremacy is growing at 3 to 4%, but compounding that growth over 100 years. And that compounding is the marvel that we need to focus on in our country. So for me, a 10% growth rate for 1 year doesn't excite me. But a 7.5% growth rate over a decade leads to transformation. And India has reached there. So the first is the emergence of an economic superpower across multiple fronts. India has always been, in its journey of 67 years, known for its prowess in either very few areas or maybe one vertical. And the latest to happen in my lifetime was the IT vertical. We were always known as a services power. 60% of our GDP also came from, close to 60% came from services. But we were always a services power, not a products power. And the value lies in product. For the first time, India is firing not double engine ki sarkar, but in this case, triple engine ki sarkar. We are firing on services. Our engine is firing on manufacturing. Our engine is firing on agriculture. So for the first time, India is moving both in terms of breadth and depth. And that is leading to us displacing the one country that thought they could rule over us, the United Kingdom. Today, they are in 6th place and we are in 5th place. And the Prime Minister has promised, third term, number 3 economic superpower in the world. We will displace Germany and Japan and become the number 3 economic superpower by 2028. That's on one front, which is the economic front. But to me, Siddharth, as important as the economic front is the soft power front. And it is for the first time in our history, and something that has been spearheaded by the Prime Minister himself, that India today has risen as a soft power in the world. Whether it is the power of yoga, the fact that you have World Yoga Day, and at the United Nations you have 300 countries sitting side by side with India, practicing yoga. Whether it is COVID, and for a country that would go begging for vaccines, whether it is BCG, smallpox or whatever, that country today is producing 2 COVID vaccines, and not only producing 2 COVID vaccines, vaccinating her population twice over, 220 crore vaccines. And not only that, but exporting vaccines, vaccine Maitri, to 100 countries across the world. That is an exposition of soft power. The Ukraine-Russian conflict, Operation Ganga, where for the first time in the world's history, 23,000 students stuck in the middle of no man's land, and only one country in the world sends 90 sorties of civilian aircraft, 20 sorties of military aircraft to 5 countries on the border of Ukraine and pulls out all 23,000 citizens of her country and neighboring countries, whether it's Bangladesh, whether it's Nepal, even Pakistan, and brings them back safely to India and transports them back to their home country. So today, whether it is on the issue of health, whether it's in the issue of world conflict, India's voice does not only resonate, India is looked upon to find a solution. India is looked upon to deliver what could be a possible solution for not only the South or the global South, but for the world. And that rudiment paradigm has changed across the world for us as a nation.
Absolutely, and here's to that change. As you say, Bharat Bhagya Vidata, our moment seems to have finally arrived. Jyotiraditya Scindia, there was much more to discuss, but we're out of time. Thank you very much. As always, you were brilliant. A round of applause for the
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
All right, can we please have on stage Shashi Kiran Shetty, Chairman, All Cargo, to felicitate Minister Scindia. Our next session is all about building a resilient Bharat. In this session, we explore strategies for building a resilient India that align with India's economic trajectory, ensuring that progress is not only robust, but also sustainable and inclusive. We'll be setting the stage for a mega session, and clearly we need to make more space on stage, Saurav, for your next session. That's the size of this stellar panel, where we will be talking about, of course, building a resilient Bharat. I hope you guys are also sharing your experiences over here on social media, the Business Today page, and across the Business Today multiverse. Baba Kalyani, Chairman and Managing Director, Bharat Forge Limited. Dr. BVR Mohan Reddy, Founder and Chairman, Cyient Limited. And we also have Jayan Mehta, MD Amul, on stage, please. And we can also have the moderator for this session, Editor Business Today, Saurabh Majumdar. Can we have a huge round of applause? I promise you, the patience and the waiting was worth it. Even the microphone on stage couldn't pick that up. We need a much, much larger round of applause, guys. Thank you so much.
Good evening, and it's an absolute pleasure to be moderating this stellar panel. We meet at a time, gentlemen, when the city is playing host to the B20, and the G20 meeting is also going to happen early next month. India, and we were very fortunate to have a 40-minute plus interview with the Prime Minister earlier this week, where he spoke very eloquently about India, the India growth story, and of course, the role India is playing in this G20 by way of the presidency. We will discuss some of these aspects, but the critical aspect which the Prime Minister and Mr. Scindia before this and many others, in fact, Mr. Amitabh Kant also at the earlier part of the day mentioned, and we all are aware of, is the resilience which the Indian economy is showing. And much of the credit must go to gentlemen like you, the people, the entrepreneurs who are actually powering the economy across various sectors and ensuring that even across the world when there are global headwinds, in the Indian economy, the Indian corporate sector continues to fly high. So I will start first with you, Mr. Kalyani. You represent a sector also, and you've recently been spoken pretty, directly and eloquently about being the artillery house for the world, where the Kalyani Group, Baba, you yourself and the group you head is going to be the artillery house of the world. What is your sense of the defense sector? And that is because that is one critical area where we are seeing the manufacturing game play out and the ambitions of this country really come to the fore. Let's start with you.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. First of all, before I answer that question, I just like to remind all of us what Mr. Scindia talked in his talk about Chandrayaan-3. Now, how did Chandrayaan-3 happen? Chandrayaan-3 happened because there were people who believed that we could do it. There were people in the government who believed that those scientists, and if you looked at those scientists, they're not fancy scientists like NASA. They believed they could do it, and there were a lot of women, young people in all this. Now that is the name of the game that is going to propel India forward. And I'll give you another historical example of this. In 1940, when the World War II was just about beginning, England and France was under attack from Germany. And Roosevelt was the President of the United States. And England had just about depleted its military hardware because they were getting demolished at a very heavy rate from the bombardment of the German forces. And there's a book on this, by the way. It's called Freedom Forge. And France, similar things were happening. So Churchill went to Roosevelt and said, can you help us and produce weapons and equipments? And these were artillery guns, aircrafts, trucks, machine guns, shells, you name it. That time the US Congress refused to get into this war because they thought politically this is not a very wise decision. So Churchill, being the smart man he was, and so was Roosevelt, President Roosevelt, they came up with this whole concept of lend and lease. So they were not selling equipment. They were lending equipment and getting a lease rent for it. And in 3.5 years, 4 years, 1940 to 1944, I have the numbers, but I'll tell you by memory, the United States produced something like 285,000 aircrafts for the Allied. 285,000. Produced something like 200 submarines, 100 battleships, more than 100,000 artillery guns. I don't know how many lakh trucks and machine guns. You know, today we have a hard time producing even 10 aircrafts a year. Now, in terms of value, what they produced in 4 years in the United States between 1940 and 1944 was equal to about $3 trillion today. And this is what made America a superpower. And why, how did it happen? He called the president of General Motors, a guy called Bill Knudsen. He said, you leave your job, come to Washington, and take on this activity of creating a entity to make military hardware. Similarly, he called 2-3 other guys. Now, this is what made America great. And you're beginning to see this similar thing happening in India. You know, what ISRO has done in Chandrayaan-3, what a lot of other people are doing, is going to make India great again. And if you read the McKinsey report, it says that for the next 10 years, India will contribute almost 20% of the growth in the world economy. So there are a lot of good things that are going for us, largely the young population that India has, the education system that India has, the entrepreneurship capability that India has, and of course, tremendously strong political leadership that India has today. I mean, these are all, let's say, the tailwinds that we have. We do have headwinds too. It's not that everything is going for us. There is a lot of areas in the world where there are conflicts, there are issues, there are geopolitical problems, and in which direction it affects us, we can't predict today. It's very difficult to predict today. But all I can say with a lot of confidence that the next generation, I mean, our time is over. The next generation has tremendous capability and the will to do a lot of things. And this is what will propel India forward.
Mr. Reddy, talking about the next generation, Mr. Kalyani very eloquently talked about the whole defense story and how it can actually power a country's entire ambition for decades. But equally, we have the IT story, which is a sector you belong to. How do you think the whole resilience story has been playing out at a time when global headwinds have been hitting us regularly, including in the IT sector? The global markets are looking challenging. What exactly do you think is powering the Indian ambition in the IT sector?
First, let me thank you for inviting me for your event this evening. I think first I'd like to paraphrase that this industry, which is being so strongly being called as IT, information technology, is no longer information technology. It has morphed itself to be a technology industry. When was it called as information technology? Was when information was aggregated together by computers and provided as reports to people for them to take decisions. Fast forward now, where we live at this point of time, what we find is it's not you're gathering information, then aggregating together and bringing it for decision making. It's real time, and in many instances, technology itself is helping you taking the decisions. Or I'll probably rephrase it further, that technology itself takes its own decisions. So where are we at this point of time is that, as Mr. Baba Kalyani said, we have got onto the moon, enormous amount of belief in ourselves, there's no denying it all. Coupled with that is the environment that got created, be it infrastructure, it is education, it's entrepreneurship, all these have happened. But equally important is that we are at a point of time in the world where technology is at its best. I keep joking with people that I wish I was born now compared to when I was born. Primarily because the pace at which the change is coming in, which is opening up so many opportunities, is something which was not imaginable. In the past, we were collecting for information. The technology was used, information technology it was. Now, you can name any industry that you can think about, and I'll tell you how technology is playing a very important role in it. Whether it's agriculture, whether it is logistics, or healthcare, education, you name it. So what we are therefore seeing is that this industry will not slow down. This industry has to re-morph itself, revitalize itself to address the new reality that's there. A reality which is being driven by technology, which will continue to change at a pace never been experienced in the past. So which effectively would mean that we will see more amount of changes, which is effectively meaning that we need to have organizations which are agile, organizations which are continuously learning, organizations which are innovative. And I think today the good news is that this $250 billion IT industry is very really embracing this new reality of addressing the market which is much larger, but with newer dimensions that are there. So I'm very confident that this industry will continue to grow. Our forecast right now is it will continue to grow at a CAGR of 10% on a base which is very large at $250 billion.
But Mr. Reddy, to counter your comment on growth of the industry, there are global headwinds which are also going to affect the industry because it's ultimately an industry which is global. How does the sector, then technology sector, counter that?
I think there are two things that are there. One is that we are seeing one very positive development, that is the Indian market is opening up. Till now, the usage of technology in India was very, very poor. And there were also reasons why these large IT companies did not address the Indian market. Given, there was so much of hassles associated with doing business in India, cost of doing business, and so on and so forth. Whereas now, that has opened up in a big way.
The digital transformation.
Digital transformation that's happening. And digital transformation, you took words out of my mouth, is happening all around the world. And therefore, we're not still seeing it so clearly, but it is opening up several other industries rather than the very traditional industries like BFSI. BFSI was banking, finance, insurance, was 30% of our addressable market. Whereas now, we think even agriculture will have at least 5% of the addressable market. That transformation, we think, right now, you talk about headwinds is also because of some of the automation that's happening. But I think every time that you had a big leap in technology, certainly it took time to settle. Once it settles down, we'll see that big push back again. So the average growth rate is what I'm saying is about 10%.
Mr. Mehta, you actually represent a company which is magical in the truest sense. It's really a story which stands for resilience and actually a symbol of the Indian story across the world. It's a pride of India. What do you think? How do you think Amul as a cooperative, as a company, has re-engineered itself over the years? And what do you think needs to be done as the whole ecosystem around you changes?
Okay. To talk about the future, one has to go back to the past. Yes. And let's rewind just 50 years back let's go back to the first issue of India Today, which came sometime in 1975. The cover page of the first cover page of the India Today magazine had a woman in a gungat. It also had a story on the White Revolution. That's the time when the India's White Revolution began. And over the last 50 years, we've seen India becoming the largest producer of milk in the world. Our organization, the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, was formed around the same time. Today, it is the largest food company in India, FMCG company in India, with a turnover of more than 72,000 crores. And imagine that woman, lady in a ghungat, 36 lakh such women who are owners of brand Amul, every day getting 200 crore rupees in their bank accounts and more than 60,000 crores annually. So this is the journey of empowerment of women using a cooperative model which has made India proud, and milk is the largest agricultural crop of our country today. India today produces close to 22% of the total milk in the world. After 10 years, it will be about 33%. By 2047, another 25 years, it will be close to 47%. तो याद रखना आसान है, every year we add to the calendar, India's contribution to the world will increase by 1% every year. So this is the journey which has happened, which is giving livelihood to more than 10 crore families in the country. And we talk about resilience, we talk about empowerment, we talk about sustenance and sustainability. All this is fitting in very well in the milk story, which India has for the world. And we want to see a scenario, and it is very much real, that India not only becomes dairy to the world, this model of women-led development becomes a showcase for what is all for the developing countries for the world. And this is where Amul comes in to play a role, not only building the brand India, brand Amul around the world, but also the model of development using the cooperatives to be a showcase for all the South-South developing countries of the world. And this is the opportunity we see for our farmers and for our country to rise and shine in the times to come.
I think women-led development is also a very key part of the G20 agenda. The Prime Minister spoke about it also in our interview the other day. I think that's very important what you said, because the cooperative model, much like the DPI, which is sort of a gold standard for the world, can be a gold standard for the rest of the world to emulate, and with a women-led centricity around that. Mr. Kalyani, I come back to you. What do you think, you spoke about the journey of countries through defense and etc. But what I want to know is, how do you see the entrepreneurship ecosystem playing out? You've been one of the foremost entrepreneurs of this country. How do you see the entrepreneurship ecosystem now shaping up? And what do you see as the sort of future trajectory on that front?
You know, with the average age of our population being close to 30 years or so, with the number of young people that come out of universities and educational institutions, and with the kind of opportunities that are made available by platforms which the government has built. I gave one example. You talked about the UPI. UPI is not just a gold standard. UPI is a platform that has been built by the government that is available to millions of Indians to build a business without any cost. Because if you didn't have the UPI platform and you wanted to build a fintech business, even a small fintech business, you would have to spend a huge amount of money upfront to build that business. Today you can do it for free. So, this whole concept and what Mr. Reddy talked about, technology, we are just entering the whole age of artificial intelligence. Actually, the artificial intelligence discussion started somewhere in between the B20 deliberations. It wasn't there 6 months ago. I think it kind of just, when the chat GPT was announced, that whole discussion started. I mean, these are technologies that are disruptive, but they are disruptive in a very positive way. And you look at India, I mean, what has India got that other countries don't have? I talked about population. Now, India is a country where digital technology is understood by more number of people than the rest of the planet. If you talk to any Indian, a kid, he will tell you what the moon is and how the surface of the moon is. And you talk to any kid in the United States, you probably wouldn't be able to answer that question. So there is a lot of difference today in terms of how people in this country think and what their aspirations are and what they want to do. And this is what drives entrepreneurship. At the end of the day, what is entrepreneurship? It's passion, it's aspiration, and it's a goal. And if you have an enabling environment to make it happen, like the UPI platform, there will be other digital platforms that will come, the UNDC platform, which is coming for e-commerce. Today, anybody can set up an e-commerce business without having to spend, millions of dollars, which, the earlier people had to spend. And so this is the advantage of technology that India is able to harness, which not many people are able to harness.
But Mr. Reddy, to take off from the issue of entrepreneurship and also the new sectors which are coming up, I think one area which I would like you to dwell a moment on and discuss with us is that of skilling. And I'll come to Mr. Kalyani and Mr. Mehta also on that aspect, because when we talk about new technologies in particular, the way you use technology, one area is skilling. There are several jobs which are needed to be provided, and the jobs have to find the right kind of people to do them. So how does that challenge play out, and can it, you think, pose a serious challenge for a country like India in its journey to 2047?
Thank you. Great question. Certainly, I think that's a very critical element for success of this nation, the skilling part of it. But I think the government of India has done extremely well in forcing this challenge and introducing the new education policy 2020. Now, NEP 2020, you might say it's education. No, it completely encompasses skilling too. And the core of NEP 2020 says all about student-centric, experiential learning. That's basically when you say experiential learning, you're bringing this element called skilling into it. So therefore, I think now if you look at the way in which, of course, NEP 2020, I wouldn't get into it, is a large framework. Now, there are a number of elements associated with it which are being executed. One of the elements I'll also further call out is that it talks about much closer interaction between the academia and the industry, which was wide open. People were living in their own worlds. So what we are seeing at this point of time is, with this interaction moving in, a number of ways in which we are in a position to bridge this gap in terms of skilling. The apprentice schemes, the internship schemes are running very well. We are now inviting people with great amount of experience to come and teach at our education institutions as professors of practice. We are doing the vice versa too at this point of time. So therefore, skilling is not becoming something which is away from education as such. We want to get it absolutely imbibed into the education system itself. So therefore, as a result of number of these interventions that are happening, what we are finding is many of these students are ready for the industry. They are employable. One would also say that there is yet another challenge we have. If you look at our own industry, which is the so-called IT industry, which has 5.6 million professionals. Now, these are not professionals who came into industry last a year back, 2 years back, or 5 years back. They've been even with the industry for 30 years. Enormous amount of transformation that has happened. In those instances, there's absolutely necessity at this point of time that we need to upskill them and reskill them. That's how we thought about this way back in 2017 when I was the chairman of NASSCOM, of creating a platform called the Future Skills Platform, which we identified 8 digital skills that are there, starting off with AI, ML, VR, AR, and so on and so forth. So interventions of this nature are certainly bridging the gap. But I think the bigger problem that we also have further is we also have to become a product nation as opposed to purely being services nation. Those skills are far different from what we see as services. And that has to now, which means that the intensity of knowledge within the individual has to go up. That intervention is happening at the education level. It is to be in the college system. Or one more step behind it, I'll stop with that, is also innovation to come by. And innovation is also now becoming an integral part of the schooling system, the higher education, and thereafter coming into the industry.
Mr. Kalyani and Mr. Mehta, closing comments on the road ahead. Mr. Kalyani, you go first. The road to 2047, the key challenges as you see it, and what is your thoughts on those?
The road ahead to 2047 is simple in terms of definition, quite complex in terms of making it happen. Simple in terms of definition is we want to be a high-income country, high per capita income country, not a low, not a 5,000 rupee per capita country, because we have a large population. You multiply that, you'll still have a big number. We need to do things what Mr. Reddy talked about, products. And there are many areas, and I'll give you just a couple of examples which are in the news every day nowadays. Semiconductors. We lost the semiconductor race in the 80s when there was an opportunity to set up a semiconductor plant. Because of bad policy decisions, we lost that race. Electronics, medical equipments, a lot of ingredients that are required for our medical medicines. So those are the things that we need to produce. Now, it's not great rocket science of how to produce it, but it is a lot of effort, time, and resources.
Amul, already getting into the product thing with your other newer products which you've added to your core product of dairy, Mr. Mehta?
Yes, couple of things which will become more important for us. I mean, 20, 30 years back, we were talking about atta, dal, chawal. Now we are talking about tomatoes and pyaj. And future we'll be talking about protein, carbs, fats, calories, and all that. And that's where milk as a superfood will play a very, very important role. And dairy becomes a very important source of nutrition. The other part we mentioned is organics. And I would go back to Ms. Kalipuri, who asked a question in the earlier session, whether we can live longer and longer enough. We can't live long enough if we are eating food with pesticides, food made with chemical fertilizers. And that's why Amul has got into the space of organics. We are trying to connect the producers who want to produce organic items, democratize organic, make it available to consumers in a variety of form at an affordable price so that India becomes a healthier nation.
And an organic and strong growth path for India as well,
yes,
to 2047.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's really been a pleasure discussing this.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yet another insightful session. I'd like to call on stage Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV, to express a token of gratitude to our esteemed panel. seats. People have stepped out maybe, but this is not a tea break. We will have a tea break later. Right now, we need to enjoy the show and this very special session.
At this Business Today India at 100 Summit, we've heard from different government, ministers, economists, corporates about how India is on the move. The Prime Minister is talking about India becoming the world's third largest economy by 2027 and becoming a developed country by 2047. Are things indeed as rosy as they seem? What does the forthcoming G20 summit mean for India? In this special interview to Business Today magazine, the Prime Minister talks about G20 becoming a catalyst for a new global order. It's time now for an alternate point of view. I am delighted to welcome to the India at 100 Summit one of the sharpest financial minds in the country, a man who's run the country's treasury and understands how this system works and what doesn't. Can you join me in raising a warm round of applause as we welcome Mr. P. Chidambaram, former Finance and Home Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Chidambaram, for joining us here. I want to start by asking you about the Prime Minister's big promise. Modi ki guarantee hai by 2027, India becoming the third largest economy. That within the next term, he says, of his government, India will be the third largest economy. He says your government left India at number 10, and within 15 years of being in power, he would have taken India to number 3, signaling a once-in-a-lifetime generational shift in global power equations, which the government claims they have made happen, which you couldn't. Let's start from there, Mr. Chidambaram. Welcome.
Let's ask a simple question. What was the size of the GDP in 91-92? 25.4 lakh crore. In 10 years, we doubled it, and we left in, we assumed 2003-04, it was 50.8 lakh crore. Again in 10 years, we doubled it. It was 100 lakh crore. I asked this question of the finance minister. She did not answer. Maybe you will answer. Will you double 100 lakh crore to 200 lakh crore by 2024? Anyone wants to take a guess? The answer is no. I'm happy that we are becoming the third largest economy. And in course of time, China will become the first largest economy. And India will catch up with the United States for the number 2 position in about 25, 30 years. But does that make us a rich country? India becoming the third largest economy is irrelevant. And I use that word advisedly, irrelevant to 16% of the population, which translates to nearly 23 crore people who, according to the Global Multidimensional Poverty Index, are poor. And this poor bar is only 1,286 rupees per month in urban India and 1,089 rupees per month in rural India. Even this low bar cannot be crossed by 23% of the people. So I'll be proud, I'm happy, but I'll be proud when India becomes the third largest economy in per capita terms, not in the size of the GDP.
There's a big debate about whether this growth that we're seeing and all the tailwinds at this moment which seem to be supporting India are partly on account of a stable political formation in this country. Some in the Congress seem to claim that there is an inevitability to growth. And I want to draw you in on this because ministers whom we've heard from the government say there is nothing inevitable about growth. Countries like Argentina have gone from positions of economic strength to stress within a decade. They're saying it's because the government is marching with purpose, therefore India is growing. There is no inevitability about growth. Given what happened with the pandemic, given the Russia-Ukraine war, interest rates, things could have gone south for India. If India has emerged stronger, they claim, on the back of the pandemic, it's because they have a leader like Prime Minister Modi. How do you respond to this, Mr. Chidam?
I don't deny there has been growth. Question is, are you satisfied with the growth rate? Are you satisfied with the growth rate? Between 2004 and 2009, the first 5 years of the UPA government, we grew at 8.5% in constant terms. If you take the entire 10 years, 2004 to 2014, we grew at 7.5%. Now, what is the 9-year growth average? 5.7%. It's a mirror image of 7.5.
But can it be argued that there was also a pandemic, which is once in a century black swan event, which obviously slows things down, which didn't happen on your watch?
Pandemic indeed was a black swan event. It slowed down, but it could have been handled better. It could have been handled differently. And we might not have suffered that plummeting negative growth. Please also remember in 2004 to 14, there were 2 black swan events. One was the international financial crisis, and the other was the taper tantrum. Both pulled us down. We overcame the constraints. Pandemic was a major constraint. I don't deny that. But I think we could have handled it better.
So on the 21st of August, I had an opportunity to spend time with the Prime Minister and question exactly what you're saying about the handling of the economy during the pandemic. It's the Prime Minister's contention that it is the manner in which the government handled the pandemic, which is why India has emerged stronger. Contrary to this, because your government, your former finance minister at that time, was profligate during the economic crisis of the late 2000s, which is why India ended up having the kind of problems that it did later, which he claims he's fixing now. Whereas a country like China, because of how they handled the pandemic, has actually come out wobbling, whereas India has come out strong.
No, there's no point comparing India and China. China had a wrong policy of 0 COVID deaths. No other country followed that. So I don't think we compare yourself to China. Question is, the pandemic could certainly have been handled better in at least 3 or more matters. One, the vaccinations could have been ordered earlier. I've written columns on this. We can go back to the data. The vaccinations could have been ordered earlier. 2, the vaccine producers could have been paid money earlier. After orders, they were not paid money for 3 months. 3, all those migrants, internal migrants, 3 crore people is the estimate, were left to fend for themselves. They walked hundreds of kilometers. It certainly could have been handled better. Until the Supreme Court intervened, there were no trains to take them, no buses to take them. That could have been handled better. And number 4, the preparedness of hospitals, oxygen could have been done better. Imagine the number of bodies that were burnt in makeshift pyres on the banks of the Ganga. Have you forgotten that? Look back on the number of ambulances that were queued outside hospitals, number of mortuary vans that were queued outside cremation centers. I know of cases where the patient was allowed a bed only if he brought a cylinder with him. It's not as though India did not have the capacity to make oxygen. We've got huge capacity to make oxygen. But the government had not even forethought that a pandemic like this would require
But they did
oxygen.
better than a lot of other governments, sir.
better how? The official figure is 5 lakh deaths, right? In India, there are over 6 lakh villages. Show me one village where there's not one death. Show me one village in this country, only talking about villages, not towns. India is about 32% urbanized. One village in India where there are no COVID deaths at all. If you take one death per village, that's 6 lakhs. What about urban India? The WHO numbers don't agree with your government's numbers. So let's not get into COVID management. Yes, they managed the propaganda and the media around it. So it appears that we did well. I'm not saying we did so badly, but certainly we could have done better. And certainly if, say, they had a broad-based consultation, we could have done better.
I want to engage with you on some of the pressing challenges of this moment. The India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, which came out this week, says unemployment and inflation are the two big challenges which are of concern to voters across the country. Let's start with unemployment and the issue of job creation. How do you view the government's approach on creating jobs? And if you were in government at this moment, what would you do? What do you think they're getting right and wrong?
Government's handling is terrible on job creation. If I were in government, well, the wishes were horses. I don't have the full data. It's only if you are in government, you have the full data and you have all the levers in your control. Given that constraint, I will still attempt an answer. Government's handling on job creation is terrible because this government's approach to economic policy making is all wrong. We are going back to pre-1991. This is like deja vu as far as I'm concerned. Our average customs tariff was brought down to 8% when I left the finance ministry. It's back to 13% and creeping up. Licensing is back in imports and exports. SEBI regulations, RBI regulations are as good or as bad as they were in the early 90s. The fear of investigating agencies are the new God. Omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient. They are all over the place. In such a situation, jobs will not be created. Which are the 3 job-creating sectors? The 3 job-creating sectors are mining, manufacturing, and construction. All 3 industries are today constrained by external limitations, controls, licenses, regulations, and above all, fear. Jobs will not be created with these policies. Jobs can be created only if we move to open up the economy, allow market forces to take place, and start with light regulation and tighten regulation only where it's absolutely necessary. Jobs will not be created with these economic policies.
A contra viewpoint to what you're saying can be that the trade tariffs that you're talking about are part of a global trend at this moment. America getting increasingly protectionist. So it's not as if India is the only country that's building trade barriers. And as a consequence of the pandemic and the kind of unreliability China displayed in maintaining supply chains, India is actually benefiting from the world wanting to look beyond China as part of a China plus one supply chain rearrangement, which the government can claim because it's been pushing Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, and because of the size of the Indian domestic economy, we are actually going to be and are in the direction of becoming the prime beneficiaries as a result of some of these policies.
I've heard this for the last 36 months. And I am sure I'll hear it over the next 9 months also. It's not working. It's not working. What you say is not working. And don't compare India with America. Please understand one thing. America is the powerhouse of technology. They are not dependent on imported technology like we do. America is a capital exporting country. It's a different matter that all the other countries' reserves are invested in America. So America does not concern itself about fiscal deficit. I've never heard an American economist or a politician talk about the fiscal deficit of America. Therefore, let's not compare ourselves with America. We are dependent on investment, which is foreign investment. We are dependent on imported technology. We are dependent upon export markets. Export markets, I agree with you, because of their protectionism, are constrained. But what about the other two? If we pull down the shutters, we are the losers. America will not be a loser. We are the losers. We have to open up, not close down.
Locking horns with Mr. Chidambaram on economic matters is fraught with danger, but I will take the risk by asking you, why do you think it's not working? When the likes of Foxconn, Apple, and so many other companies, whether it's in spaces like semiconductors, where India hasn't had any manufacturing capability, when the government, through its policies, creates conditions which make some of these tech majors say they will want to come and invest in India, the government can say it is working. And we've seen enough signaling of intent to suggest that the investment is in the pipeline, it will come. Mr. Chidambaram is seeing the glass half empty.
No, I don't. I'm seeing this amber light for the last 24 months. When is it turning green? Who is manufacturing mobile phones in this country? Please understand, the truth is we are assembling mobile phones. We're not manufacturing.
But that wasn't happening on your watch either. At least a place like Noida, some places
My watch was 9 years ago. What are you talking about, my watch? Last 9 years. We were in government for 10 years. They have been in government for 9 years and 4 months. So let's not talk about what happened before. And then I can talk about Vajpayee's government, and Vajpayee's government can talk about Narasimha Rao's government. Narasimha Rao's government can talk about Devagowda's government. Let's talk about the 9 years is not a short period. 9 years is 2 terms. And in 2 terms, you should have shown that your policies are successful. I'm hearing about job creation. I'm talking about investment boom. I'm hearing about manufacturing boom. I'm hearing the same thing. It's the same broken record which is being played every other day.
Let's come to the second issue apart from unemployment, which is of price rise and the government's handling of the situation. Now, the likes of Minister Piyush Goyal, Finance Minister Sitharaman, and several others in the government say inflation on the watch of the Modi government has been more under control than it was on yours. Now, partly on account of international factors, but also partly on account, they claim, of their government's policies. To some extent, recently with, say, tomatoes and onions and food grains, we've seen that change. But largely, the government can claim that their handling of the inflation situation has been better than the UPA government.
Wrong. Data shows it's wrong. Inflation was under control up to 2008-9. We inherited high inflation in 2003-4. We inherited high inflation. We brought it under control in 2005-6, and it remained under control up to 2008-9. In 2008-9, I take constructive responsibility, underline constructive, because in my defense, I was not the finance minister after 2008-9 until I returned in 2012. That 3-year period, there was high inflation. I'm not denying that. But there was high inflation because of the policy of the government. We don't want to go into it. I take constructive responsibility. But we brought down inflation in the last 1.5 years, and we delivered a last year growth rate of over 6%. Now, this government had a huge windfall. Prices of crude fell to below $35 a barrel. Average price during Dr. Manmohan Singh's government was $100 a barrel, $35 a barrel. They could have done wonders. On the contrary, greed took over. They taxed petrol and diesel and crude and reaped a financial windfall. Where they spent the money is a different matter. But today, inflation is the top priority, top issue. But what I hear over the last 2 days, obviously, evidently the RBI and the finance minister don't see eye to eye. The RBI governor, day before yesterday, said, we are keeping our powder dry, we will control inflation, and if necessary, interest rates will go up. Same as what Jeremy Powell has said in the US. But the finance minister yesterday has said, interest rate is not the only instrument to control inflation, and I don't agree that interest rate is the main instrument to control inflation. Before you and I agree, let the two of them agree.
No, but it's good that there is some disagreement and confrontation. It shows the RBI has a mind of its own, the finance minister has a mind of its own. It's not like North Bloc is controlling the RBI.
I'm not saying there should not be differences. I've had differences with the RBI governor. But resolve it soon. Find a solution. Is interest rate your main instrument to control inflation, or do you going to attend to the supply side? Or do you have another magic wand? Please tell us. After all, the opposition is illiterate, no? Therefore, please tell us.
So, in a few days from now, India will be hosting the G20 Leaders Summit. The Prime Minister uses, this G20 presidency to say it will be a catalyst for a new global order, where his government has invested a lot of equity and effort in this presidency. And they want it to be a pivotal moment where, in the push that India is making for the African Union to be brought into the G20, the push for India to emerge as a leader of the global south, they're hoping that this presidency can show it's not a routine rotational presidency, but something special, something which marks a new moment in the emergence of a new global order.
The presidency of the G20 comes once in 20 years. There was a presidency in 2003-04 when Vajpayee was the Prime Minister and Yashwant Sinha was the Finance Minister. There will be a presidency in 2043. The hype about 2023 is extraordinary. I mean, I don't grudge them that. What did not occur to Vajpayee, Yashwant Sinha has occurred to Mr. Narendra Modi, and good luck to him. But please note that our place in G20 will be determined by our economic strength, also by our political strength, political stability, democracy, governance, etc., etc. Let's not talk about the second one because I think this is largely about the economics, or we are talking about economics. Among the G20 countries, we have the lowest per capita income. Among the BRICS countries, we have the lowest per capita income. So India is not top dog in the G20. We are down there. I don't blame this government. We are there and we have not moved up rapidly.
We had Borge Brande, the president of the World Economic Forum, here at the Business Today India at 100 summit this morning, and he said that the next 10 years will see the G3 determine the new global order. The United States, China, and India. This is the first time he explained the construct of the G3, and that India would be a $10 trillion economy by 2033. No one's really spoken of the G3 ever before this, and if things were quite as bad as you're suggesting, Mr. Chidambaram, then India's on your watch largely been a middle power. The fact that the world is seeing India emerge as a great power, the government will claim it's because of the energy that Prime Minister Modi has brought to the job.
I don't agree with this G3. G3 in terms of per capita, if that happens, I'll be the happiest person. Not G3 in terms of GDP. The GDP is boosted because of our huge population, 1.4 billion. And we will continue to rise in population until we stabilize at about 1.7 billion. We may even become number 1 or number 2. That doesn't give us economic clout or political clout. Economic clout comes out of being leaders in a few industry, being world leaders in a few industry, world leaders in technology, rising per capita income, reduction of poverty, eventually leading to abolition of poverty. That gives us economic status. I don't think economic status is acquired by becoming the third largest GDP, largely because of our population. We are a poor country. Please remember, and I repeated it in the Raipur Congress, I repeat it here. In this country, 50% of the people hold 3% of the nation's wealth and enjoy 13% of the nation's income. Of the 50% of India's population, 23 crore are abjectly poor. All that is known to the world. It can't be hidden behind neon lights and LED lights. All that is known to the world, that there are many, many, many more poor people in this country than any other country. We should address those issues before we acquire to become the G3.
Mr. Chidambaram made a very important observation just now, which is that economic strength is also a derivative of political stability and power. Can it, given the current state of the Congress party and the state of Indian politics, then be argued, Mr. Chidambaram, that the Congress party at this moment isn't in a position to be able to give political stability by itself? If it is just about political stability being a key factor in economic power of a country, then the Congress is too enfeebled to be able to come anywhere close to the 272 mark by itself. And even if there is an opposition government, it will be a hodgepodge government of multiple parties, and it will be very difficult to steer the government, if it were to come to power, with the kind of purpose that's being seen. How do you respond to this?
I wish I could violently disagree with you, but I'm peace-loving, therefore I won't violently disagree.
I can call for a helmet, a bulletproof jacket.
It is a coalition government of Dr. Manmohan Singh, which had 145 members of the Congress party in the first 5 years and 206 in the next 5 years, which delivered the highest growth in this country for any 10-year period. If you will pardon immodesty, I happen to have a small role in that government. Highest economic growth ever in India was delivered between 2004 and 2014. For 3-4 years in running, we topped 9%. Never achieved before. Therefore, don't rubbish coalition governments. All of Europe is coalition governments.
And all of Europe is in, I mean, not all of Europe, but a lot of Europe is in a mess in terms of what the protests that we're seeing.
No, all of Europe is not in a mess. No. Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Iceland, they're all doing very well. You don't hear about them because they don't create trouble.
Okay, interesting. No, but a lot of Europe, because of coalition governments, is also seeing the kind of protests and the kind of internal turmoil. And Europe as a continent is weakened, whereas India's comprehensive national power has indeed gone up. By the evaluation of most think tanks, most global consultancies, India is seen now as an emerging great power. And we've never really heard of India being a great power in global conversations before this.
See, you were too young when Jawaharlal Nehru was Prime Minister.
No, sir, I wasn't
Maybe
around.
You're not even born.
I wasn't around.
Jawaharlal Nehru was considered a world statesman when India was very poor. So they had nothing to do with each other. He was a world statesman. India was a peacemaker. Peacekeeping forces in Korea, in Cambodia, here in Africa, there, etc. India was trying to play a global role when it had no economic strength at all. Therefore, I don't grudge the Prime Minister acquiring to global leadership positions, etc. I don't grudge that, wish him well. But the point I'm making is, unless we address issues of poverty, unemployment, abject poverty, this is not the kind of poverty you have in the US. There are poor people in the US. I used to joke, poverty in US means you don't have meat on your dinner table. But abject poverty in India is still there, and we must address that. These are the matters which should be addressed, and I think a coalition government can do as well as a single-party government. A single-party, double-engine government has created more trouble in Haryana and Manipur than a coalition government has.
In the time that I have left, I want to talk about Mission 2047, where the government of the day claims that India will be a developed country by 2047, Viksit Desh by 2047. In the way that things are, do you think that's the Indian trajectory of becoming a developed country by 2047?
See, depends on your definition of development. A middle-income country must have about $10,000–12,000 per capita. We are about $2,500 per capita. By 2047, that's another 24 years, 25 years. If we grow at 7.5% or 8%, we could become a middle-income country. But if we grow at the current rate, 5.7%, we will not become a middle.
I was speaking to Ruchir Sharma, formerly of Morgan Stanley, in New York recently during the Prime Minister's visit. And the point that he made is this 9–10% that you refer to is growth rate from an era in the past, because at that time there was more proclivity towards open and free trade, which isn't the global norm right now, and therefore this idea that India should grow in double digits or at 9% is simply not rooted in the economic reality of the moment.
You can always find an explanation for a constraint you're facing. Every government faces constraints. Did we not face constraints? Did Mr. Narasimha Rao not face constraints? Every government faces constraints. Your quality of your governance and your abilities to get over those constraints and yet grow at a clipping pace. The key is growth. It's growth which is the tide that lifts all boats. Growth is necessary but not sufficient. But without growth, you cannot aspire to become a middle-income country or an economic power. And my definition of growth is you must grow at least 7.5%, perhaps 8%. Now, the chief economic advisor predicted that we will grow at 6% for the rest of the decade. I wrote a column, a modest man predicts modest growth. But that's not enough. And here you saw the chairman of an economic advisory council 4–5 days ago is now saying what we've been saying for the last 8 years, that GST rate should be a single rate. And the current GST is robbing us of our tax revenues. So there are a lot of people in the government camp who seem to be echoing what we have been saying for the last 7–8 years.
But they got it done. I mean, GST, bringing all the state finance ministers together, trying to get the GST framework going.
That was done. No, I'm sorry. Yashwant Sinha formed the council, and I ran the council for several years before the GST was introduced. This GST is a terrible GST. And let me make a statement. If the government is replaced by another government, there will be GST 2.0. This GST will be scrapped.
Scrapped?
Yes.
What would be your single rate?
Single rate.
What would be that rate?
Well, that will depend upon the economic situation, but there is the report of the former chief economic advisor, Arvind Subramaniam. Please read that report. Single low rate with practically no exemptions. is the model of a GST which we recommended. I pleaded with Arun Jaitley, don't bring this bill. Please call all the political parties. Let's have a discussion and let's agree on a single rate. He says, no, we have decided on multiple rates. And that's the mess. And this GST is actually costing the government revenues which it could earn. And that's not my statement. That is the statement of the chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. Either he's on his way out and he's make the statement, or he's going to stay and influence the government.
You're just creating trouble for him, huh? No, but we're running out of time. I have occasion just for one question on the key divergence on economic thinking between the current government and your government, sir, which is on the issue of freebies and doles. You mentioned Arvind Subramaniam, the likes of Raghuram Rajan, even Abhijit Banerjee and so many other top economists, including many worthies from your party, had suggested during the pandemic that more cash should be given. Go for a universal basic income. It is this government's case that because they didn't come under pressure from Nobel laureates and from supposedly high-flying economists, I mean, that's what they say they are, that India has come out stronger. Otherwise, our fiscal situation would have been far worse than it is because the government resisted the temptation at a time when they were flying blind in the pandemic. They resisted the temptation.
This is the counterfactual fear. If we had not done this, we would have been worse. Why? If we had not done these and done other things, we would have been better, is my case. Why do you assume we would have been worse? Why is the counterfactual worse? It could be better. Please remember that this government did not know to get over the constraints it faced. We were better in facing the constraints and overcoming the constraints. As I said, every government faces constraints. It's your ability to get over those constraints. And that is to come back to freebies. This government does not give freebies. Some. The entire PLI is a freebie. Read Dr. Raghuram Rajan's lecture. The entire PLI is a freebie. And what about your IBC? Your IBC is resolving a few hundred cases, and the recovery is 20%. 20% of the liquidation value. What about that 80% which has been given away? The 80% that has been given away is not a freebie. Your cut-in tax rate, corporate tax rate, has given away 2,25,000 crore. Is that not a freebie to the corporates?
It's also led to tax buoyancy. It's also led to corporates. And you would have, someone like you would have advocated. I mean, I don't know if you had the sanction to go out and do, but you'd think that moderate tax rates is actually good.
Moderate tax rates does not mean touching the bottom. Are we priding ourselves we have the lowest tax rate in the world? Where is that 2,25,000 crore bonanza that was given to the corporates? Has it translated into private investment?
But soon after that was the pandemic as well. So, I mean, it's a question of timing. You had a black swan.
Pandemic is 2 years old, my dear friend. You will keep on talking about the pandemic even after 10 years. You will talk about UPA government even after 9 years. Time moves faster than you do.
Oh, absolutely. So, which is why it was important to have an alternate point of view, because we've had so many worthies from the government present a particular point of view. You've said maybe things would have been better had the government gone for a universal basic income. That's the promise that you will go to voters with in the next general elections, and the voters will decide whether they want...
Universal basic income has not been fleshed out. Universal basic income is a notion that is accepted by many, many economists in the world. It's not such a bad thing. I mean, don't damn it and don't defame it. Universal basic income in a poor country is an accepted principle. Now, when it's fleshed out, in my mind, I have the contours of a universal basic income. It will start with the bottom 15% or 20%. It will not be universal basic income for all the people of this country. It will start with the poorest of the poor. And I've told you, 16% of India's population is abjectly poor. We can start with 16%. What is wrong with that?
Okay.
Morally, it's correct. Ethically, it's correct. Economically, it's correct.
Okay, so that's the pitch the Congress, Mr. Chidambaram, and the India Alliance will go with. There will be a counter.
No, I'm not speaking for the India Alliance.
So you're not.
India Alliance has better minds, better leaders, and they will come up with a manifesto. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm saying I have fleshed out in my mind what a UBI can be to start with, and I think
what would be the amount of the UBI?
Well, this will all depend upon the year, because inflation has eaten
right
into,
now.
Right now. We'll have to work out the result. As I said,
you said you fleshed it out in your mind, now you're not telling us.
I said contours of the UBI. The data you allow our government's finance minister, whoever he or she may be, sit in that chair for a week and we'll tell you the numbers.
Okay, for that you need to go to the voters, you need to win their trust, and you need to come back. That's how you'll end up once again in the finance ministry.
Of course. You see, every politician, every political party must aspire to be in government. It's like cricket. Those who are out want to get those who are in out. Those who are in don't want those who are out to come in. It's like cricket. And that's the rule of a democratic opposition. We must aspire to come to power. We make no bones about it. The Congress party does aspire to come to power
Mr. Chidambaram's view is very clearly different from those who think power is poison. But I don't want to go down that road because that will be a whole different debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chidambaram, for coming here and presenting an alternate point of view of India at 100. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for such an insightful session. Before we move on to the next session, I'd like to call on stage Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO, India Today Group, to express a token of our gratitude to our esteemed guests. that means that that tea break was an intermittent one. I'm glad to see most of the audience back in their spaces, because this is going to be truly what India at 100 is all about. A forward-looking session, and an event like this is incomplete without addressing technology and harnessing its true potential to really make India a tech superpower by the year 2047. All right, I'm going to be moderating this session, so I will call my guests on stage. I have with me Rajan Navani, CMD, Jetline Group of Companies, Trivikraman Thampi, co-founder and CEO, Games 24/7, and Ankit Mehta, co-founder and CEO, Idea Forge Technology. Can we have a huge round of applause? Lovely to have everyone back right where we left them. And it's nice to not be standing at the dais right there and being joined by a stellar panel. Rajan, Vikram, Ankit, pleasure to have you with us at Business Today India at 100. And I want to start off with you, Rajan. The last time we spoke was at the Tech Today Congress, our signature tech event, and all our viral moments came from exactly what you were saying. So I'm going to go last in, first out. You understand gaming and content better than most. The last panel ended on talk of GST. So we'll get that out of the way, and then we'll talk purely tech. With what's happening in the gaming space, let's address the elephant in the room, Rajan. How do you think gaming companies, the massive ones sitting beside you as well, how will they be addressing, well, this monumental change, and what kind of tectonic shifts is it possible, is it making possible?
Thanks, Ayushan. Always a pleasure to be here with you. I think, the question that you have asked, in a way, defines a sector that is engaging hundreds of millions of people today, that's for sure. So therefore, it becomes extremely relevant in this context. And now we as, Jet Synthesis particularly, look at the video game industry, which is, relatively not affected by this. But I'm sure, we'll hear from my colleague here on the other side on the real money gaming, etc., which has been drastically affected, with this 28% GST. See, the video gaming industry is a $180 billion global industry, which is much larger in terms of entertainment than even the music and the Hollywood industry put together. And there, people are coming in to entertain themselves, putting in in-app purchases. Now with esports being recognized as a sport, growing to see how you can compete at a world stage to probably win a medal for your country. Now that industry, is of course the in-app purchase, GST, and all of that is relatively, at par with the way the rest of the world is.
But there's a larger theme there, Rajan. Yeah. The reason I ask you that is not just for a viral moment. Yeah. I ask you that because that's largely how policymakers view a lot of emerging tech, right? The next possible question would be what's happening with AI. We saw what happened with a sort of stutter in the Web3 ecosystem with the crypto approach. But now over here, aren't you a little worried in terms of largely how emerging tech is viewed? I'll rephrase that. We have a new data protection law, right, which really talks so much about data privacy, security. It's sort of, it doesn't really get into AI. We're hoping for the Digital India Act to really address that. But then again, you see that there's cognizance of a lot of emerging tech, but is there true understanding on the policy side?
No, definitely. I think, policy and innovation and disruption actually is a global phenomena where policy follows that. I mean, one can predict how the disruption is going to happen and then have. But so to me, I think globally, it's not only in India, the need for better and greater innovation in policy making is definitely a very critical piece. And I think when it comes to this sector, the online gaming world is actually defining a much larger constituency than, because video gaming industry, real money gaming industry, I think all of these should have been, identified a little better earlier and had policy kind of work with that. I mean, that's my take. But in talking of emerging tech and, what you talked of AI, and I think the disruption is going to come even greater when we look at things like quantum computing and quantum mechanics. I mean, I don't know if we have a moment, but I can, just kind of, put out the severity of that, right? Today, when we talk of generative AI, because everybody is seeing it, you realize how it is going to impact, a consumer because of ChatGPT. What it's going to do to enterprises is going to be multifold that effect, right? And I just came back from the Valley on Sunday. I mean, every time I go there, 100 million more jobs will get disrupted. I mean, that's the kind of quantum that is being discussed through the number of stealth companies that's coming. Add quantum to it. Quantum computing makes processing billions of times faster, right? We've all celebrated the Chandrayaan, right? And we talk of astrophysics, which talks about the macro, right? The world and the celestial beings and what it comprises of. When you talk of quantum mechanics, we're talking of the micro, right? And that, the way atoms and neutrons and all of that works together, is throwing a completely different shift to what can happen in the future. Because now we are coming as close to realization of creation than possible, and it changes the way intelligence will be viewed. Now, if you're taking that vision of the next 10 years and 15 years, how can policymakers really define a system or an architecture or a framework to deal with this pretty much like a human being is? Right? A law and order situation, what is right, what is wrong. So I think it's tough, but I think it can only change when you have occasions like this, where you have government, policymakers, industry, disruptors all sitting together to make change happen.
Vikram, I'd love to get your thoughts on the biggest news in the gaming industry, which has come as a setback to several gaming companies. It's a massive challenge, but you're heading one of the top gaming companies in the region. How are you overcoming that challenge, and what's the morale been like at a company like Games 24/7 since the announcement?
I mean, I think I'm not sure how much more I'm going to have to add on the core policy question than what's already been said by many out there. It is a very substantial tax increase. There's absolutely no doubt about it. The government's done what it thinks is best for the country. We appreciate the clarity, but we've said time and again it's going to make things very tough for the industry, and it will. But I think as I speak, people in our company, and I'm guessing in other companies as well, are working day and night and trying to figure out how to adjust product offerings, business models, and so on and so forth, to continue to not just survive, but hopefully do well in the new tax regime. It's certainly going to set the industry back by a few years. But we're hopeful that we're able to get past this and repivot and, kick off a new journey from here. So that's what I would say. There's a lot of uncertainty. See, one of the reasons you're not going to get anything more specific from me than that right now probably is because honestly, even I don't know how many of the things will play out, It's just hard to say, because until now we paid taxes on revenues, and I'm going to get just a tiny little bit technical here. Now we're going to pay taxes on deposits, right? The ratio of deposits to revenues is a variable number that depends on how players play, right? So, and how players are receptive to this kind of a new tax regime. So some of it's just going to be discovery. At this point of time, it's hard to say anything except it is going to be a very substantial tax increase one way or another.
Okay, I'm going to rephrase that because I was a lawyer in a previous life. Are the days of sunshine and rainbow over for Indian gaming companies?
I absolutely hope not, no. And I actually don't believe that. It's going to be a tough time. As a company, we're still bullish on the long-term prospects for the industry. We're just going to have to be very creative and figure out how to make our way through the next couple of years, which are going to be tough. But the government's done a lot of good things as well. They have the SRB, the MATI rules that have come out, the clarification on the TDS front. This is one area where the government felt differently about, how GST should be levied, and, we hope to continue to have the conversation. But overall, with the government, but overall, I would say that the prospects for the industry are still good. We're just going to have to repivot and figure certain things out all over again, I can tell you that the morale in our company is still strong. We know we have problems to solve. The culture at our company, from its very foundation has been a very scientific one. It's kind of the genesis of who we are as a business.
Right.
We call our operating culture the science of gaming. And so in our company today, the general sentiment is let's be scientific, let's ask the hard questions, answer those hard questions and figure out creative solutions to the problem we find ourselves in,
Fair enough. So from one candid founder who's doing cool things to another on the other end of the panel, Ankit, IdeaForge in the news for all the right reasons, and you do something really cool, and everything works out differently in your industry because, well, the funding is there, innovation hasn't stymied, and more importantly, well, you have a drone policy which is largely in place for a few years now. The government is considering a lot of partnerships with companies like yours as well. So it's make hay while the sun shines for IdeaForge and other drone companies?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the drone industry, particularly after the pandemic, it's an industry that in the minds of all our customers and the policymakers turned from a good-to-have industry to a must-have industry. And we've gone through that entire cycle of ignore, deny, and then accept, and now adopt. So I think we are in the adoption phase, and it's an industry that on a daily basis you will see the need of deploying it is actually strengthening with what's happening globally in terms of war, what's happening on our borders, and the need for economic development in our own country, and how drones can play a pivotal role in being the evidence creator in making the efficiency of each and every process, particularly on the infrastructure side, very, very transparent to all the stakeholders.
What's interesting there is now we've gotten, well, all the contentious stuff out of the way, Vikram. You can breathe a sigh of relief. I want to talk about innovation for the next 25 years, because we're talking about India being a tech superpower, well on its way, but by 2047, we're putting a timeline there, Rajan. Now, when we talk about India becoming a tech superpower in the next 25 years, or maybe 2 decades, AI has to be one of the big disruptors where we need to take pole position. And at this point, we're still a work in progress. Would you say quantum, would that be another space? Web3 maybe? Where do we really have to focus our innovation efforts?
No, I think all of these that you mentioned, and the disruption is happening because all of these are working together. And we are not even talking on how we are impacting consumer behavior through the multiple, kind of products and services that people are being exposed to. So I think, it's very easy for an entrepreneur to create an opportunity to, to adapt to consumer behavior that has changed. But most of the disruption has happened where you have pushed consumer behavior to change. And it's funny, right? Because once, the human mind has been expanded with a new idea, it never returns to its original dimension. I mean, you think of it, that today once a farmer is getting his subsidy, right, in his bank account, he's never going to go and stand in a line and wait for some agent to give him that, or WhatsApp where you don't have to pay for SMS. It kills industries. So what is going to impact changing consumer behavior is that one big thing. Today the problem is with generative AI, which is really not only being able to predict, what will happen, but actually getting it done. Even enterprises are getting disrupted at a massive scale. Moment enterprises get disrupted, the people behind those enterprises are all going to change. New skills are going to be, and imagine all of this happening when 5G is going to 6G, when quantum is happening. As I said, quantum computing is billions of times faster than our current, speed. I mean, we were talking earlier there, I remember when we were at NASA, we were evaluating 4-dimensional data. And that is also intelligence, right? And processing that to deliver an outcome. Today we have
so much faster because the transistors and chips are getting smaller. Like your mobile phone has a lot more on it. But quantum is disruption to that. Because today, that same transistor can operate, like, if you're just giving an example in common language, a bit is either your 0 or 1. But a qubit can be 0 or 1 at any point in time and can keep changing. So just imagine the multiple number of combinations. It's exactly like your human brain or the way intelligence works. Now, if everything around that as a computing is going to work in that era, and we have AR and external realities, even if you see the Gen Zs, because we work so much, look at the identity issues that are there today. Yeah. I mean, people are, identifying themselves differently. They're living in a digital always world. The real world is second to them. I mean, we spend time with such people and we see how real that is becoming, right? And it's a virtual world that some people have created and they believe they're socializing there, they're buying goods there. You said Web3, you're trading, your life is there, you're earning there. Yeah. So, I mean, with all of this happening, sorry, I'm just putting a thing, how do we navigate a world like that? But therein lies the opportunity for India. I think because India will always do things that have never been done before. We talk of best practices, we create next practices. India will create the next practices of the next 25 years for the world to understand and follow. Innovation here is not just innovation for the heck of innovation. It's innovation because there's a real need. We have billions of people whose problems need to be solved. And they need to be solved with non-negotiables of innovation, like scale, like affordability. Any Indian company has to drive better performance at lower cost at all times, right, to succeed. That model, the world has to adopt. You look at the healthcare systems in the West, the world cannot afford it. So I think there is a lot that I can keep talking about these subjects, but that is India's power and India's strength going into the future.
Bikram, do you agree that innovation, with some of the things that Rajan was alluding to, given the fact that we have a digital native population, the Gen Z he was speaking about, different consumption patterns, different mindsets, different approaches, and the next 25 years in a country like India poised for growth, do you think that the definition of innovation for a lot of startups and tech companies will need to change? It's not a one-size-fits-all approach.
I mean, when I think of the next 25 years, so when we look at things in our company, what we first try to do is, what do we have and what can we realistically achieve with it, And what is our biggest asset? What is our biggest strength? We don't want to be doing things that we're not have strengths in. And what is India's biggest asset today? What is India's biggest strength today? Is a massive youth population. I mean, India's population just under the age of 25 is probably 60% larger than the entire US population. So if I had to think of what is the asset that India needs to leverage to drive growth over the next 25 years, it's its youth. And when I say youth, I mean children as well, And if you talk of AI, you talk of innovation, if we can figure out how to make this youth population of ours, including children, deliver better education, deliver better skills, everything else will happen organically. The youth today is far hungrier than the youth at my time. At my time, my parents would just tell, most parents would say, beta, ya to doctor bano, ya engineer bano, very limited opportunities. I have seen with people that work in my house in Mumbai, the hunger for their children. I think what we need to do is figure out how to help those parents or those children satiate that hunger for their children. So the more we can leverage technology and AI, and I think AI has a huge role to play in education. One of the biggest challenges with education that I see it with my children, I'm sure everybody here sees it with their children, is you're not getting the right kind of instruction, you're not getting the right kind of personalized instruction. In our business, the most important term that we use all the time is, hey, I want to personalize everything for every single user. No single user is, every single user is unique. Every single user has different pain points, different joy points, and I want to make sure I give them something that's personalized to them and joyful for them. is education personalized today? You are a slow learner, you are a fast learner, you pick up math very quickly, but you struggle with English. You have the same way of learning everything in the country today, not just in India, but everywhere in the world. If we can solve that problem, if we can use AI, and the applications are all there, if we can use technology to deliver personalized education, and it can be done cheaply. You don't need millions of people to do that. You need the right technology. Then you've got a real innovation revolution going, because those educated people will drive all the innovation that you and I cannot even dream of today.
I love how you've coined the term, the innovation revolution, because I was going to talk about the AI revolution, but it's much bigger than that, Ankit. Right? When we talk about what you're doing with IdeaForge, and you see the next 10 or 20 years, right? Where does that next quantum leap in innovation really come from? Is it going to be AI being the disruptor? Because you said something very interesting earlier. You said that there was a time when you had to really spread awareness about what you were doing. You've gone through the grind, went against the grain, and now you've established yourself as a very successful company with public and private stakeholders, of course. But what I want to understand from you is, where do you see that innovation coming in a company like yours or a sector like yours, where people at this point are worried about emerging tech or increased automation?
So I think it's going to be very critical that we understand some of the previous journeys that other techs have had in this process. If you look at the CCTV industry, who sort of consciously remembers that a CCTV is installed somewhere? Like, it's a part of the infrastructure now, and it's not thought of, and there is so much analytics happening on that infrastructure, there is so much development happening, there is so much effort going on in ensuring that whatever data is being collected, it is being processed and an outcome is being delivered on that data, rather than that data being stored somewhere for some future reference that may or may not come, right? It's all become active intelligence, and all of it is enabled by artificial intelligence. That's the case that I clearly envisage with drones. Drones are going to become, in the next 10 years for sure, if not in the next 10, for the next 15 years for sure, a part of our public infra. They're going to be so commonplace that we are not going to be thinking about that, oh, my delivery happened through a drone, or my surveillance or that information came through a drone. It's going to be part of the infra, and the intelligence on each of these systems is going to be such that the outcomes will be delivered without needing a lot of conscious effort or a person in the loop in many cases. So that is definitely something that's going to happen in this industry. It's going to become more and more automated. And as it becomes more and more automated, we will find that to create that intelligence, we will continue to need a lot of people to ensure that that intelligence is delivering with accuracy, and it is not creating a scenario where wrong sort of outcomes are getting passed through the system. So there is going to be a lot of involvement of people as well, even though a lot of automation will come in tasks which are repeated, which can see a lot of conscious, opening there. The other thing that I believe it's going to happen is this deep tech revolution that is happening in our country. Innovation and IP, intellectual property, is going to be a very, very clear direction that the country is going to go towards. I am extremely heartened when I look at a lot of startups that are looking at deep efforts in solving local problems. No longer are Indians, and particularly entrepreneurs, waiting for somebody else in some other country to solve the problems in our country. We are going ahead, identifying problems that are native to us, and we are solving them, and we are solving them at scale. I'm extremely excited about what's going to happen in our country in the next few years.
We're going to take that theme because you mentioned drones being ubiquitous. We've spoken about AI taking over. I remember a cartoon nearly 40 years ago, which was playing out through the 90s, the Jetsons. And the Jetsons were supposed to exist in this current scenario right now. That's how they were envisioned. But just a little forward thinking from all of you all. One quick take on a tech-led future for every Indian. That's what we've called this particular session. What's that one technology which will be an absolute game changer in the next 25 years? Starting with you, Ankit.
Drones, of course.
I should have rephrased that, but in the interest of time, Vikram?
No, I think AI is going to be, from what we understand today, I think AI is going to be deeply transformative in the changes it brings about, because it's going to, you know, it's going to do many, many things much better and faster than we are capable of doing. You know, that's just a fact now. We've seen it happen in our company again and again, where machines are doing so many things better and faster than we could. But that's also allowing our team to really stretch the boundaries of creativity, or let's put it more broadly, I think it's going to allow human beings to stretch the boundaries of creativity. And so what follows after that is anybody's guess.
Rajan, you can't use the two that were already used before.
Not at all. I think I'm quite clear it's quantum mechanics, but I think the one thing that will really probably change the world very differently is when you have a chip in your brain. And that's happening because really, if you talk about any progress, it's about human imagination. We use only 7% of our brain, maybe less. And today the world is working on how to expand that. Just think of what will happen to the world. And I truly believe that that will happen in some shape and form or the other.
When we put the clip of this particular answer on X or Twitter, Elon Musk must be listening. Thank you, gentlemen, for an absolutely stellar session. A tech-enabled future for every Indian. Thank you so much. Thank you. I could do it over there, but I'm going to do it right over here. Can we please have Saurabh Majumdar, editor Business Today, to join us on stage and express a token of our gratitude. All right, we hope you enjoyed the last session. Of course, the speakers will be available for a chat, but the next panel is about the path to global economic leadership. In this session, we will explore the critical elements and strategies necessary for India to achieve and maintain a position of global economic leadership. The panel for this session consists of Ambassador Atul Keshav, President of the US IBC, Gautam Chikarmane, Vice President, Observer Research Foundation, and R. Gopalan, former Secretary at the Finance Ministry. It will be moderated by Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Good evening. A long day, started very early on time, and we'll also keep time because we have a couple of more sessions, including, I would say, one of the stellar ones, because we'll have pretty much the entire ISRO top brass here live with us. But that's for a little bit later with my colleague Shivarur. I have a fantastic panel here. And the topic is the path to becoming a global economic power. Ambassador, before I come to you to set the tone for us, you've been here in India in an official capacity, and you've seen India from multiple different angles. In the morning, we started this in the backdrop of the G20, and to repeat that once more, the Prime Minister has given Business Today the only interview that he has done ever on the G20, only to our publication. And while we started with the G20, we had someone on the stage come up and say, well, stop talking about the G20, talk about the G3. And his G3 is the US, China, and India. So the first proposition on the path to becoming a global economic superpower is the G3 a valid concept to you as the former diplomat and the person who understands this best on the panel?
Well, Siddharth, thank you so much, and warm greetings to my fellow panelists. It's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Look, I will talk about the G2, and that's the United States and India. I'm a retired...
a round of applause for that.
I'm a retired American diplomat. I've put a lot of years into trying to build up U.S.-India relations, working with many, many, many thousands of people, well-wishers in both countries. And I would respectfully submit, and you may agree or disagree, but I think after the state visit and that wonderful, very forward-leaning, ambitious 58-point joint statement, I would posit to you that U.S.-India relations are as good today as I certainly have ever seen in my entire life. And I feel really, really good about that. So you may agree or disagree, but that's where the focus has to be. Thank you so much. The focus for our effort has to be on building U.S.-India relations. Ours are the two biggest democracies. We have a very robust agenda in the initiative on critical and emerging technologies. We have the Indus X agenda as well. And so business work between the United States and India to try to implement these goals. And really, the ambition in that joint statement is about the future world that we want to build between the United States and India, not only for our citizens, but frankly for all of humanity. I think we share the same values, we have the same vision, we operate on the same software. So if you look at things like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, defense, cybersecurity, it is clear it's a G2 world, and that's the United States and India.
Gautam, as someone who has spent a lot of time, and you were telling us off stage that you spent time writing 3 books, including a book about India, the economy in 2030. The question I'm taking forward from what the ambassador said, and I think it's quite obvious what he said. Why should we be talking about the G3? China really isn't a friend, so we should only be focused on the G2. Take that thought forward, Gautam.
I think we should continue to talk about G3 because despite the fact that China has now metamorphosed into a rogue nation and is creating trouble for every country across the world without any exception whatsoever, countries are finding it very difficult to decouple from it. New words, new jargon is coming out, de-risked instead of decoupled, etc., etc. I think all these are face saves for the West, who is unable to take a hard call on decoupling from China, which is, to my mind, inevitable. Now, whether we de-risk or decouple, the fact that everybody is now averse to China is a fact, but it is equally a fact that China is here for the long term. It has got its supply chains embedded everywhere. How do we get out of this is the question that has been bothering me and I think many governments, including ours. And my answer is the following, and I'm open to debating and questioning. We have survived in the last 50 years 3 oil shocks, 1 global economic crisis, actually it's a North Atlantic crisis, but let us call it a global international economic crisis. There was an Asian crisis before that. All the countries all over the world have survived this. We have lived through these painful times. We have survived the pandemic.
And the 2008 meltdown also.
Yeah, that's the crisis I was talking about. And we have survived the COVID crisis. At the same time, a lot of thinkers keep saying, and leaders, that we are living in a world of black swans. Disruption is the new stability, so to speak. If that is the case, what is preventing countries across the world to take one big hit at one big time and move on? and just decouple, because this is a rogue nation. It has weaponized everything from trade, education, people. It has even weaponized its own citizens through 5 laws, which has made every citizen a spy.
Right.
Now, if we take that one big bullet and take it once and for all together, I think that's when G2 will arise. Until then, G3 will remain.
Okay. So that's a very good point. Mr. Gopalan, as an economic policy maker, you spent all your professional life in that. You still work after leaving the government. Somebody today itself told me, don't say China +1, say India +1. And this is in context over the last couple of years as the world decided and learned that it needs to de-risk from China and have an alternative. They said the +1 was India. Are we in a position, because we are looking ahead, that we can genuinely hope to be India +1 for the rest of the world, if not right away, but at least 10, 15, 20 years down the line, Mr. Gopalan?
It's possible, but we have to do a lot of work to make ourselves worthy of doing that. Now, we have to see that we grow, and we grow on an average about 10.5% on nominal rate. To get to this, your 25 trillion, you are looking at about 2047. It's possible to do with the same, with the exchange rate depreciating to the extent of inflation differential between US and India, and population being 1.64 billion at that point in time. It's possible to get that, $25 trillion and get to a per capita income of $15,000 to $40. It's possible. This is arithmetically possible. But once again, what all things we are going to do? We have to ensure that we grow at 7.5 to 8% continuously. And if that has got to happen, a lot of things have to be done, which includes work on infrastructure creation, skill development, HR issues. Then we have to look at how to get over to the renewable area. How do we make renewable a profitable one and a sustainable one as far as this country is concerned? Get into trade, how to make ourselves part of the supply chain in the world, and ensure that our tariffs are, in a manner of speaking, good enough to ensure that the supply chain philosophy really, kind of work, and get into innovation and R&D in a very big way, which our percentage of GDP, what we spend on that is very, very little.
Right.
We need to ensure that that goes up in a very, very meaningful way. Then we have to make using all this, we have to make our manufacturing services internationally competitive, which there are a lot of things which are underneath that, which we are not able to carry out, which we need to do in a very meaningful way. Then we have to keep our financial sector, very stable as we go along, and also look at ensuring that ease of doing business, regulations, strangling the way the businesses and the entire activities in the country go about. All those things have to be really, brought to a stage where it is internationally worthy of anybody coming into this country and investing. A lot to do, but we can do it.
We can do it. Ambassador, the current development that we are seeing across the world, including in India, in trade terms can be explained with the sort of advent of the World Trade Order, a certain set of rules, compliances. And that trade order seems to be unraveling for a variety of reasons. Bilateral pacts, regional trade pacts seem to be back in flavor. And when I started off in the profession, that was the first big thing. In fact, my first beat was WTO that I covered. Now no one talks about it. In the context of becoming the economic superpower, becoming one of the biggest economies in the world, how should Indian policymakers and the general Aam Aadmi look at global trade? Because there are multiple different facets of the impact. What would you tell us?
So, Siddharth, this is clearly India's golden moment. And it is India's breakout moment. And the Prime Minister talks about the Amrit Kal, the golden era. And it has come. India has achieved so much in the past few years, and yet there is so much more that is yet to come. And when you think about the many, many different things where India hopes to set very high ambitions for itself, it's going to need global capital and global know-how. So I represent a business association. It is very important to appreciate the psychology of capital, because India is inviting the entire world to come and make in India, invest in India, develop jobs in India, export from India to enhance India's prosperity. That moment, I pray, will last for a long time and will attract a very high degree of high quality investment and will help propel India to the next tiers of GDP, from today 4 trillion to 5 and then 10 and then 20 and even more. So with regard to the psychology of capital, capital wants to be safe. It wants to go to the easiest possible place to go, where the regulations are coherent, everything is transparent, there's very quick arbitration of disputes, there's a level playing field. And I think if India creates that environment, and this government has worked very hard on ease of doing business, and making India attractive to the global investment community, I think it can really propel and power India to the next level if you can attract that high quality global capital. Certainly India, going to what Gautam said earlier, India is so attractive to the global investment community right now. They understand the logic of it, the geostrategic context compels people to look at India, to the extent that regulatory and legislative and policy predictability can be assured. I think you're going to capture a very great deal of attention from global business, and it's going to transform the lives of Indians, including increasing their prosperity by multiples of what it is now.
Ambassador, a quick follow-up before I go to others on the panel, and this is not a business question. 30 years back, India used to be equated with our troublesome neighbor. And everything was seen from that prism. Visiting high dignitaries from the United States would make sure that they had to equalize between Delhi and the neighbor's capital. That doesn't happen anymore now. We also saw the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Pact, a pact which I think was stillborn in some ways. What is really driving this current bonhomie? Is it because American capital now realizes that they overinvested in only one part of the world, or is it a genuine appreciation of the potential of the Indian economy?
So I go back to the state visit of the Prime Minister to the United States in June. And of course, you're going to have the President of the United States here very soon for the G20. These are very turbulent geostrategic, geopolitical times. There is a war raging in Europe that is the worst war since World War II, and it shows no sign of ending. There are all kinds of...
If I may interrupt you, permit me that Indians and India don't share the same opinion of this war that the United States, for example, has.
So Siddharth, let me make my point and then we can get back to that. If you look at the European zone, there's already a moment of great uncertainty. There's a lot of apprehension in the Indo-Pacific. And so great democracies like the United States and India look around a crowded room of all the nation states and see in each other commonality, common values, common outlook, shared strategic perspectives, shared compulsions, and it is driving us together. Look at the joint statement, see the ambition enshrined in it. We have gone past the issues of the past, and we are aggressively focused on what the future of the world will look like, what it will mean for our citizens in terms of economic development, in terms of human freedom, in terms of the unfolding of these new deep tech and future tech platforms that we're all a little bit apprehensive about. And so I think that it is because of this geostrategic wave chop that the United States and India see each other and say, wow, I recognize myself in you. I recognize your values, your citizens and our citizens get along so well. We should do more together.
We should do more together, Gautam. What does the world see in Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is obviously the catalyst over the last 10 years, his 10th year in the current term, for driving a lot of the change?
I think this government has gone out of its way to reach out to the rest of the world. It has been punching above its weight. We are not in the Security Council yet, but our voice has begun to count in any case. I think outside the Security Council as a conglomerator of the Global South and as a potential leader of the Global South, India has made its mark. I want to encapsulate all these in the form of a leadership which is telling us, and we are telling the world therefore, that India is ready. We are creating public goods for the globe. We have exported our vaccines to 101 countries free of cost, while other countries who are apparently technologically more advanced than us, wealthier than us, stronger than us, have been scratching at the people to pay. India has gone and done free diplomacies. This is part of our global public goods. Our payment systems are the world class. We are the best in the world right now, and we are exporting these again as a global public good. The manner in which we use our digital public infrastructure is also being studied, and which will again be an export to producing global public goods. Now, as India produces, offers, and consolidates its stand in producing global public goods, back home, it has to do the reverse. It has to get out of doing business. The Jan Vishwas bill came out 1.5 weeks ago. It has decriminalized 113 compliances, and it is being made a big deal. Actually, it's not. The big deal is that this is a framework for future decriminalization. There are 26,134 compliances that have imprisonment clauses for violations as ridiculous as not reconstituting a canteen committee every 2 years, despite the contractor giving you good service, or not painting the inner walls of toilet through lime washing the inner walls of toilet. All these have to go. My opinion and little bit of access tells me these are on their way out. So as India becomes a stronger nation, the two things that I see happening are the government getting out of the way of investors, of entrepreneurs, of wealth creators, job creators at home, and producing public goods for the world. The third point here is we are all concentrating on the union government while business happens in the state. And I think a lot of state governments are behind the curve. They need to strengthen the momentum. There is immense corruption still happening. There is Inspector Raj harassment still happening. And once the Jan Vishwas bill equivalents are done at the union level, there are 5,000 such clauses. Many of them influence the state clauses. My opinion is that over the next 5 years or 10 years, we are going to see a cleanup which will be as big as the 1991 reforms.
That's a very good statement to make. Some of the easiest, the biggest reforms which were just a stroke of the pen, and Mr. Gopalan has been involved in several of them, were done. Now, Mr. Gopalan, and Gautam referred to that, there's a lot of difficult, nitty-gritty, granular, line-by-line work that has to be done. My question takes off from what Gautam said. If the Union of India, if the center government is so keen about the economy, do you agree with Gautam's statement about the states? And if you don't, because you've been a state-level policy maker also, why is it so, and what more needs to be done to get them also to a certain playing field?
Well, the states are extremely important. Bulk of the infrastructure work takes place through the state budgets. And states at the cutting edge level of establishment of industry or running industry, they matter on a day-to-day basis. So they are very, very important, and how to incentivize them to ensure that the people who do business are left to do business, not to get into handling the government. That's a very, very crucial thing. Now there are, one way of looking at, in my view, of course, the Niti Aayog is doing indices on ease of doing business and so many other things. They are rating the states and therefore that's a good enough thing for investors to go into those states which are much better off as compared to many other states which are not. This is one. The second thing is that, I mean, somehow a movement has to be built in which, like the GST Council, is it possible to look at an All India Council? There is one in Niti Aayog, but that's into overall kind of issues. But can there be specific things like for agriculture, like for many other issues like health and education? Can we reach a faster understanding among various states in the country and with the center? One way of looking at is creating that kind of a council which can sit and work on the problems and try to solve them as and when they arise. That is a second way of helping the state governments to ensure that they are, manner of speaking, welcoming the investment and business activities. Of course, the public has to play a role. The NGOs have to play a role. They have to ensure that those states where the tendencies are not good, they are exposed.
Yes,
and that is the thing which a public has to play a role. The NGOs have to play a role in this.
But our politics also, and I will not sidetrack this debate, also sometimes works the other way, and we see this debate about welfareism. We'll leave that for some other time. Ambassador, I'm going to quote a couple of lines from the Prime Minister's interview. And this is for you to explain to the average person in the audience and our viewers what this really means. The Prime Minister says, and I quote, "It is in this spirit that I have taken the initiative to make the African Union a permanent member of G20 during our presidency. I am confident we will receive support to realize the same. This will make the G20 more representative and give greater voice to the global South." He also says, "A big threat to the world order emerges when countries feel that their views, concerns and issues are not taken in consideration in decision making." Gautam referred to the UN Security Council. We'll leave that for a moment. Would I be right in asking a question that while that issue hangs in the air, India is saying, in some ways, forget that, let's get the African Union along, let's make our bloc bigger. Is that the right way to read it?
Siddharth, unlike my respected panelists and you, I will give your audience the bald truth. Thank you for laughing. Look, I think the Prime Minister has a very, very valid point. I was born in Africa. I grew up in Africa. The country I grew up in, is a developing country. It had a terrible time in the 1990s with the AIDS epidemic. It is now getting back on its feet, and it finds itself buffeted by the geostrategic currents that we talked about earlier. And I think countries like that really look for Indian leadership in world affairs. And they really want to see India bring positive visions for the future of humanity to their people and to their citizens. In a lot of Africa and in a lot of other countries, there's a view that Indian investment is positive. It brings and injects know-how into the country. It helps upskill people who work in Indian enterprises and Indian projects. And so it actually makes a lot of sense to bring Africa to the table at things like the G20, because there's so much that can be learned and there's so much benefit that can flow from that. And I say that as someone who spent my early years in Africa. So let us see how that unfolds. But I think the world is crying out for positive leadership. And certainly we in America recognize all of the great achievements of India. Look at Chandrayaan-3. That was an extremely difficult thing to do, putting it on the south pole of the moon, and yet India pulled it off. And India is doing so many other things, public goods for its citizens, as Gautam talked about, that are not only just good for Indians, but good for the entire world. So a lot of positive feeling in America, but also in places where I've lived in earlier parts of my life.
Thank you for that bald truth, and I absolutely didn't know that you have a background in Africa. that part from an 11-page interview that I quoted, and it's available in the magazine, folks, I had absolutely no clue. Gautam, we've spoken sort of about the more positive aspects. I have two questions to ask, for which I'll come to you. In all of this, a 25-year horizon, one of the most pressing mass issues that the Indian economy faces currently is high inflation. And along with that is high unemployment. Now you can debate the relative terms, but the India Today Mood of the Nation survey, the most recent one, also highlights that these two are very key and critical issues. No economy can continue to grow at 10%, but no economy can also continue to grow with persistently high inflation. Is this an issue, and what needs to be done to ensure that we don't get derailed?
So the derailing part I spoke about earlier, government has to get out of the way.
It did. Air India, classic example.
Yeah, the last panel, you saw the energy in the last panel, which is the technology panel, and you saw what they are up to. They don't care. They are saying we are going to do this and we're going to do that, and I trust them far more, and I think they have found their paths within the regulatory confines, and I see that part is on course. As far as the inflation goes, I think it's a more complex issue. As long as India is an energy importing country, we will be importing inflation or disinflation, or reduction in inflation all our lives. Electrification through solar panels, wind panels, clean energy, etc. will help. But as long as we are dependent, and we are going to remain dependent, at least in the forthcoming decade, on fuels, inflation will be like this. Now, if that part is taken care of, the supply side of inflation, which Nirmala Sitharamanji talked about, needs to be given a fillip. Why is that not happening, is the question. Why isn't more investment coming? And I think if we focus on the supply side, a lot of other inflations will go away. What matters to the person on the road is food inflation, fuel inflation, travel, these are the things. If it is manufacturing inflation or mobile phone inflation, it doesn't hurt very much. Food is taken care of. Energy will never be taken care of because we are importing 80%. Now, that leaves us with where is the room for maneuver? And I think technology, this work from home, today India has the lowest data rates among the entire world. In fact, I think a lot of what we are doing, what India is doing, we keep saying the government should do this, the government should not do this, the government did that bad and this did slightly. Actually, India is moving already on the strength of the private sector, on the strength of the private citizens. Had we not had these cheap data sets, had Geo not come at that right time, we wouldn't be, just imagine those 2 years, how we would have gone forth. That data is nothing to do with the government, it's just a policy of a private sector company, which found an opportunity to give data and expand and create valuation. It was a win-win for all. I believe there will be several more such enterprises, some of whom we saw in the earlier panel. The digitalization, that's another cost reducer. I think therefore, with the velocity of money also increasing in the system, I think we are going to balance high inflation with the greater production. That production may be manufacturing as the government seems to want, and that's where the jobs are. But the production could also be through services. And I think if services today are 60%, even if we increase our services economy, I think even there we are going to see a lot more inflation toning down and wealth creating opportunities. By and large, I think between the two, the government getting out of the way of an honest businessman doing business, the countries stopping to suspect and look at wealth negatively. I think wealth is good, wealth is great, and everybody here wants wealth, but the moment somebody makes money, you want to point fingers, that has to end. That suit boot ki sarkar, such an idiotic phrase. I think everybody should be wearing a suit boot. Not just the people, not just the sarkar.
Absolutely.
I think these are the psychological parts. I see no problem in inflation management. Okay. Between the RBI and supply side changes, inflation will remain. By the way, it is mandated by law. You have to be between 4 and 6 %. So you have to keep that inflation. I don't see inflation as a big problem. I see the system getting in the way, the bureaucracy, the inspectors getting in the way of the energies of our young nation. We are, by the way, we have one of the lowest dependency ratios. We are 47 and falling. We need to harness this opportunity.
Absolutely. Mr. Gopalan, we come to the end of the session, but before I go, the last few years have been a deep structural transformation of the Indian economy. It's a K-shaped recovery by a wide consensus. Is it going to continue to remain a K-shaped economy, or will we see a change in that in the near future? Quick answer, sir.
Depends on what
Sir, your mic, please.
Depends on what policy measures we take to overcome that. Once again, the last quartile, the lower quartile, the kind of, consumption which they are doing is not being catered to by the country as of now. They don't have the income. They lost heavily, but we need to see how they are able to get into the consumption bracket as we go along. Some amount of, capital transfer to them is one area. Then possibly when the economy grows, obviously they will be benefited in a huge way. But unless that unorganized sector in the country is able to come back on its rails, when policies are put in place to ensure that that happens, it is possible to get a growth which will not only have a sustainable growth, it also reduce inequality in the country.
Absolutely. Like any other path, anywhere in the world, including India, no path is completely smooth. There are troubles, there are thorns, there are unexpected turns, and for India and its economy to grow to becoming the G2, and I promise, Ambassador, I'll try and make sure that I always say the G2, not even the G3 now from here on. It's going to be a time of absolute opportunities and many challenges. The panel here has tried to decipher them for us, and I thank all of you for the effort, and you in the audience. With that, it's a wrap on this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siddharth. That was fun. Really enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good question.
Thank you, gentlemen, for an insightful session. I'd like to call upon stage Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO at the India Today Group, to felicitate our panel.
to them. My colleague who runs India today, Shiv Arur, will be in conversation with them. We will try to patch Dr. Somnath, who's the head of ISRO from Bangalore. This is something that we are attempting. You may not see the video over here because he's from Bangalore. You will see the video when you go back home or on YouTube. You may not see the video here, but you will see the video on television and on video. So in case that happens, just so that you know, you'll hear an audio. They're all in Bangalore. They're all sitting together. And we have that feed coming in to our Mediaplex. It's not here, but you will get to see it. So that being said, we'll attempt that. Ayush, please come.
Thank you, Rahul, for making my job easier. Shiv, you're going to be on stage introducing this. Well, all I can say is the next session is truly interstellar, and we're calling it Reaching for the Stars. In this session, we will focus on the critical role of India's scientific prowess, technological innovation, and its potential to contribute to economic growth. Of course, we will have Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State for Science and Technology, and we also have Nilesh Desai, Director SAC, Dr. Anil Bhardwaj, Director PRL, Dr. Ritesh Sarma, Scientist SAC, and Dr. S.K. Srivastav, Chief General Manager of ISRO. And most importantly, Shiv, Rahul's already told us about the surprise that will be following suit. Can we have a huge round of applause, because this is the team behind one of the most proud moments in India's history. Shiv, over to you.
With no further ado, I'd like to welcome on stage, because Ayush has already made the introductions, our deepest privilege and honor to host on stage today a stellar panel, starting with our Honorable Minister of State for Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh. Please, sir. And I'd like to call all our scientists on stage as well, please. Please, please. In just a moment from now, we're going to have a live link where you're going to be able to hear from the man of the moment, Dr. Somnath. You've seen him on television. You saw him this morning with the Prime Minister and his incredible team in Bengaluru as well. Dr. Singh was also there. And so as soon as we get him in, we're going to be able to ask him some questions. It's been a truly, truly memorable day. Dr. Singh, while we're waiting, I'd like to start with you, because you were there. You know, we saw it on TV. You were there. The emotions, the fervor, the tears. What was it like seeing our scientists felicitated in the manner that they were this morning? And relive that moment for us for a moment, sir.
No, I think because Honorable Prime Minister Shri Modi has a natural connect with the scientific fraternity. Also because he has a natural temper for science. And I think never before the scientific community has felt so enabled before, because we had the talent, we had the potential, we had the capabilities, we had the capacity to work hard. You would recall the pictures of Sarabhai carrying launcher on the carriage of his bicycle. But I think what was lacking was at the level of the policy planners, at the level of the leadership of the day, the kind of enabling milieu which was required for the scientist to put in his best or her best. That has happened in the recent few years, particularly in the last 4 or 5 years after Prime Minister Modi unlocked the gates of Sriharikota. Now you would recall on the 14th of July, when the launching of this mission happened, Chandrayaan 3, we had more than about 1,000 media persons. Now this was a place which was forbidden even for peeping inside the gates of the launching station. We had boys and girls from colleges, schools, we had members of society, we had people from all over India there to work. And that is also resulted in a feeling of belonging, the manner in which the whole nation was. Also, we, on the one hand, I think Prime Minister's support has been at two levels primarily. One, of course, the moral support, which you saw happening when Chandrayaan 2 did not go the way it went, and he was there, which you saw today also. And he said that my mind, my heart was here, although I was there. And second, at the level of the support otherwise, the funding, the kind of freedom to work. We were working in a kind of, we had a wheel of secrecy, I don't know for what reason, that was thrown open to the private participation. Within 3-4 years, we have more than 150 private startups working in collaboration with Sriharikota, some of them world-class startups. Many of them have turned into lucrative entrepreneurs. Now we have the National Research Foundation Anusandhan policy brought in just in the last session of the Parliament, which will be even more enabling, which will give room to about 60-70% of the participation from non-government sources. So I think if we have to play a global role, if you have to live up to the global parameters, if you have to meet the global challenges, and if we have to establish ourselves as a global leader, as a global player, we would have to follow the global strategies and the global work style, which was not happening before Prime Minister Modi came in. And now, I think the demarcation with the public and the private has to go away. The industry has to be an equal stakeholder. The era of working in silos is over. A more synergized and integrated approach is what is required. And I think this has done wonders in just 3-4 years in the last, ever since a new policy came in.
In just a moment, I'm going to play out the highlights of what the Prime Minister announced today. I'm sure many of you have already heard the big announcements, but it's different listening to the Prime Minister actually say them, because like the Minister just said, there is a personal connect, there is an emotion involved when the Prime Minister is there in person, and he made it a point, Dr. Singh, to be there in person. Because we all remember...
And a huge gesture, Shiv. Yes. Even before he landed in the national capital, he was there.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. From Greece, he flew straight to Bengaluru, which was a gesture. I was in Bengaluru, Dr. Singh, in 2019 during Chandrayaan 2. And I remember the emotion and the pain. I will never say that any space mission can be called a failure because of the huge number of learnings from Chandrayaan 2 that have fueled Chandrayaan 3. It is because of Chandrayaan 2's learnings and lessons that Chandrayaan 3 has actually been a success. But how you've interacted with those same persons who were there then and now, sir.
Yeah.
How have they taken, that sense of loss, that sense of pain, and converted it into this global success?
Yeah, to add to what you are saying, actually, it's never unsuccessful. Rather, on the contrary, even if you see statistically, our record is much better compared to several other countries who have actually started out much earlier than us, be it the United States of America, be it the then Soviet Union. Yeah. For example, most of their missions, and all these gentlemen from the space fraternity would bear me out, have not been successful in first 2-3 attempts. The US has made more than 4 or 5 attempts in certain cases before getting a safe or a successful landing. So the landing did happen even in case Chandrayaan 2. Yes. That's why Chandrayaan 2 was there to welcome Chandrayaan 3 and send out a signal, hi buddy, welcome. So what has happened, it didn't end up to the same logic culmination as we had envisaged. So that was one thing. Now learning from that experience, the design was changed, the structure was different, even the software was made more precise. So much of hard work has gone, which is just unimaginable. Artificial dummy moons were created, it was practiced. And that's why those of us who were closely associated with the mission or had been watching were more nervous on certain occasions, like for example when Chandrayaan suddenly comes down from about 300 kilometers downwards, then the speed goes down from 6,000 kilometers per hour to just about 200 odd kilometers.
Nobody was breathing at that time.
And towards 150 or 50 meters, then it's left to the wisdom of Vikram. Because we have no contact. Then that is the actual test. How well we have trained this boy. Just when you send a soldier to the front and, then it is up to him to take the precise decision. So there it is to decide on its own within that small radius where exactly it should be landing. But fortunately, and I think that also speaks volumes about all these gentlemen, it didn't take even a moment. It just landed where it had to, where it was heading for. It didn't even have to change. The signals were so precise, so smooth. In fact, it happened a few moments, a few seconds, a few minutes earlier than it was expected to happen.
It's truly a privilege to have you here. on a day like this when the nation has honored, through the Prime Minister, the heroes of ISRO, to have all of you here at this BT India at 100 event is a privilege and an honor for us. You were talking about the landing, Dr. Singh. All of us in the media reported those 15 minutes of terror, the kind of trust you have to place in the lander itself. I've just gotten a signal that we have Dr. Somnath, the chief of ISRO, the man of the moment, one of the most humble people you'll ever meet, because he is someone who never takes the credit. He always points at his team. You're not going to be able to see him here, but he is going to be live and you're going to be able to hear him. First of all, a big round of applause for Dr. Somnath.
And before you connect him, Shiv, I would just like to clarify before the audience, he was keen to be here. I mean, he's been in touch with me. He couldn't because all of them are busy monitoring the entire mission. So they can't be leaving the monitoring station. So that's a very good reason for him not to be here.
So, yeah, so when he says he's busy, he really means it. So the Chandrayaan 3 mission has a window of 14 days, small amount of time, and they have the pressure and expectations of space agencies across the world, I imagine.
Absolutely.
Singh,
also because
who are going to be
the inferences which are going to be obtained by Chandrayaan 3 are going to be eye-opener even for the rest of the world, because this is because this is a new area which is unexplored hitherto, the virgin area of the South Pole. B, even though Americans landed a human being way back 1969, Neil Armstrong, but it was Chandrayaan series which brought back the evidence of the presence of water molecules. So that makes it even more interesting, and even that finding was an eye-opener for the rest of the world, because it gives you a direct or an indirect indication of the possibility or complete or whole or less possibility of the human habitat being there or even life. So it makes it all the more interesting.
Dr. Somnath, welcome. So good to have you, and truly a privilege for us to have you on this first interaction at the BT India 100 event. Congratulations on behalf of all of us here at the India Today Group and everyone watching this right now. You're sitting at the ISRO headquarters with your amazing team who are now the adulation of the entire world. We also watched the Prime Minister felicitate you. Tell us what that was like, Dr. Somnath, to start with. The emotions involved in this morning's felicitation ceremony with Prime Minister Modi.
During those critical events. In fact, he was there with us during the landing. So he was at South Africa, his heart and soul, I believe, was with us. And we could feel it. His face was shaking. Then there was almost being a soft landing. And this face came out overjoyed to see the soft touching. And he was so eager to speak to us. And we enjoyed his sharing comments and congratulations in the control room while we were enjoying the soft landing of the Renewable. And we offered us that he talked to Bangalore control center maybe soon after he is able to. And he took us to the world, and that we were waiting for that moment to happen. And when he came, he was so apologetic to us. I think that's not the nature. I think that so I'm just sorry that you people are waiting early morning to come to the control center and procedure. Then I told that we all love to 24 hours a day, so it's okay. But then you also understand that he starts getting emotional. When you think about us, that type of emotion that goes through our mind, not only seeing our moods of our political structures, but also seeing our own Prime Minister amongst us, just come to us, congratulating us and saying nice words about us, and also realizing the contribution that we made for our making our India proud.
One of the biggest takeaway from we in the media, Dr. Somnath, as you know, we're always looking for that big headline in every event. And for us, the big headline was that August 23rd, the day that you and your team achieved, what nobody else in the world has ever achieved, landing a spacecraft on the south pole of the moon. That date has been declared as National Space Day. We know that there has been a global space week that is celebrated, but India now has the honor, Dr. Somnath, of having its very own National Space Day, and that's thanks to you and your team, sir.
predict for our accomplishments related to moon. Also related to space, one of we know that the space lead deliberation, this is the United Nations deliberation of two great events of the erstwhile powerful nations in the space, and their topic is what is credited to the World Space Week. Today, you just imagine that India can use talk about their space week, it's the national space week. I think it is the rightful place for being a World Space Week, so Space Day. So I believe that our contribution in terms of going to moon, landing on the South Pole, being very unique, in the history of the human being, I think this is something phenomenal to happen for us. And it also places our India to the top of the world.
Dr. Somnath, the landing site names was a source of great suspense for millions of people across the country. Everyone was wondering what the site where Vikram has landed will be designated, will be called. Were you expecting the Prime Minister to make that announcement today? Because everyone had their fingers crossed that an announcement would be named, and the Prime Minister did not disappoint. He's named it Shiv Shakti Point, where the Vikram has landed.
So he gave us very clearly that it has always been a thinking mind that we must make this right. Right from Chandrayaan 2, he explained to us why at that time it was for us. He said, we must land safely first. We must make a soft landing. Then we will name. This is he decided. And this decision is now come to a conclusion today. He decided, and he named both the sides, Chandrayaan 2 as well as Chandrayaan 3 sides. Chandrayaan 3 are Shiv Shakti Point, Chandrayaan 2 are Tiranga Point. So we were overjoyed by this naming. I think it is conventional for space people. That is such an extra-planetary event takes place. We generally name the location. So it is customary, but it is very spontaneous something to identify the name. This is more Indian Indian sounding name, and this is something very unique, and we only can do that.
Dr. Somnath, Dr. Singh, Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Minister of State for Science and Technology, is also here. We've been talking to him. Unfortunately, you can't see each other, but you can hear each other. Dr. Singh, one of the wonderful images from today's ceremony at the ISRO was the Prime Minister and Dr. Somnath with the amazing community of women scientists of ISRO. They've become such a huge inspiration and an eye-opener for people across the country. I am from the South. I am aware about how ISRO has a large community of women scientists. For many people, this was completely new and an eye-opener, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. We have a huge presence of women scientists in most of our mission teams, even in the forthcoming Gaganyaan team. But I don't know whether you notice, Shiv, when Somnath ji was referring to Prime Minister's connect with the scientific fraternity, the Prime Minister's expression when he came, he had the presence of mind to say that I was impatient to meet you all, that's why I've come straight here, but my impatience might have caused inconvenience to you because I'm disturbing you early morning. So look here, the presence of mind of a person. He was so much consumed of his own, urge to meet the scientific fraternity there, but at the same time, he was conscious enough, had the presence of mind enough to also realize if possibly they might have undergone the inconvenience of rising up early morning. So I think that makes the connect between Prime Minister and every section of society, for that matter, in case the scientific fraternity, very spontaneous, very natural.
Dr. Somnath, the Prime Minister apologized for waking you all up early, but I am going to guess that none of you have had any sleep since the Vikram lander actually touched the lunar surface. So there's no question of waking up early. You've all been completely awake since August 23rd, sir. Am I right or am I wrong?
They are good at it. So
Shiv, on a lighter note, actually, from the point of view of moon, it's a day going on. So it's going to be 14 Earth days equal to 1 lunar day. So they will have to remain awake as long as the sun sets after 14 days.
So they get to sleep after 14 days only. Amazing. You know, that's what the people of ISRO are actually made of. And there's no rest. I'm going to come to that, and we have the other scientists who we're going to talk to also in just a moment. But Dr. Somnath has with him the entire team of Chandrayaan, the senior leadership, the project directors, associate director Dr. Kalpana is also there. She was one among the many women scientists who was there this morning when the Prime Minister specifically spent time with them. Dr. Singh, you also saw that in Bengaluru. Dr. Kalpana, if you can hear me, I hope you can hear me as well. Give us your thoughts and sentiments, ma'am. Shiv Shakti has been, is the name that's been given to the landing site. That has its own connotations, Shiv and Shakti. You know, the Nari Shakti of ISRO is something that the Prime Minister has made it a point to highlight quite a bit. Images of our amazing women scientists like yourself, ma'am, have been going viral all across the internet. I know you've not had time to see it, but what was the day like for you and women scientists like you of ISRO today, ma'am? And Dr. Kalpana, what is the mood like in ISRO? You know, we saw, even when the Prime Minister had logged in through that video call on the day of the landing and today in person, there was a purity, ma'am, in the smiles and the emotions across all of your faces, all of the women scientists as well. What has the mood been like at your place of work since the Prime Minister left this morning? Incredible. I mean, absolutely incredible that, this entire community of space scientists are able to keep their spirits up, enjoy things for a little while, being able to compartmentalize their time and still do this. Dr. Singh, and I'll go to the scientists as well after this, is that, sir, this is not just national pressure on ISRO. This is global pressure. India is the first country in the world to land a spacecraft on the south pole of the moon, which means whether it is NASA, whether it is the European Space Agency, whether it is any other space agency, they are all counting on what Dr. Somnath and his team are going to do over the next 12, 13 days, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely, Shiv. Because the terrain is unexplored, the kind of conclusions and inferences that are going to be obtained will be also for the first time be available to all the space agencies, including NASA, and see the manner in which this mission has been planned. There's going to be a wide range of experimentation and information gathering. For example, last time it discovered the presence of water molecules, it now would like to go further. And in the south polar area, you also expect some craters, some water, ice, particles, etc. So presence of oxygen, presence of hydrogen, etc. Then the atmospheric studies, the plasma, ion and electron, the ionic atmosphere. At the third level, it might go in for the soil elements, the magnesium, calcium, potassium, the presence, not presence, quantity of presence. At fourth level, it might go in for the seismicity, the moonquakes, the vulnerability. Then it might also go in for the in situ studies. Then also the possibilities of petroleum sources. So it's going to be a wide range of experiments which are going to gather inferences which might have a bearing for human beings on the earth as well. So I think it's going to be not only interesting, it's also going to unfold many mysteries of the universe. As I said, when Chandrayaan brought back the evidence of the water molecules being there, I think that was the first time the mankind was inspired to find scientific answers to those poetic imageries and the poetic fantasies of people living there, and which was a subject of literature, cinema, etc. The first time there was a motivation, look here, we could find scientific answers to that.
Every time there is a big rocket launch or a space mission, you see the rocket launch, from Sriharikota, the Satish Dhawan Space Center. You see the beautiful images of the rocket. You very rarely or very briefly see the people behind the mission. This time things have been different. There has been a personal touch. You've seen the faces of the scientists. You're seeing them right now here at the BT India at 100 event. And we've invited these scientists also.
And before you go to them, Shiv, I would just like to put on record the appreciation and acknowledgement of Prime Minister Modi in making this happen. It has been possible, these friends here, because Prime Minister brought us out from that wheel of secrecy.
It's incredible. And that's the reason, what I'd also like to say is scientists like to do their work. They don't like to be in front of the media. They'd rather continue doing their work very quietly. So that's the reason why I'd like to thank all of you, especially for taking the time out and being here, because we understand that the spotlight is not something that you create. Nilesh ji, who's based out of Ahmedabad, and he is director of the Space Application Center. He played a role in the Chandrayaan program's landing, some of those decisions. You've heard him in the media recently because he has been a very important component in the large ecosystem that takes care of things. Before I go back to Dr. Somnath and his team, Nilesh ji, very quickly, tell us about what today felt like. After all that hard work, after the success on August the 23rd, what did today feel like with the honor and felicitations, sir?
Yeah. Thank you. And it has really been a great motivating moment, and especially with our presence of our Honorable Prime Minister, who instantly connects with the people from a small child to a renowned scientist. So that we could experience in person today in his presence. And when he said with emotions that he was very eager to land in the country and first meet scientists like all of us. So it was really a very elating moment for all of us. And especially we were more motivated because, as all of you may be aware, Chandrayaan 1, we had almost 30% of instruments which were indigenous, built in India. Then we moved to Chandrayaan 2, where we had in the orbiter almost 100% of instruments built by our scientists here. And this time it was with a soft landing also, all the features have been thought of and integrated with the experience and the capabilities of our scientists. So it has really been a very satisfying as well as very motivating experience with the presence of Honorable Prime Minister, and earlier during launch, Honorable Minister was also there. Yeah. So it was really a great moment for all of the scientists here present, and especially with the presence of we have a 30% women force in our institution, and we would strive to achieve that 50% or more target also. So considering that, this motivation for even our women scientists was a great affair today. Thank you.
Dr. Bharadwaj, sentiments today. Entire nation with you. Scientists, sometimes science may feel like a lonely profession. You're in the lab or you're behind a computer or doing something. Here, do you suddenly feel like the entire country is with you?
Yeah, it was certainly a euphoric moment for all of us when we had a successful landing. And for scientists who developed the instrument which is working now on the moon, it gives a great feel of satisfaction for all of us that the baby which you created and sent it on the lander, Vikram lander and the Pragyan rover, working very well and giving us excellent quality of science data. We are extremely busy right now for next 14 days till the lunar day continues, and we'll try to collect as much data as possible to bring out new science, as has been already told that this landing site is extremely new. We have landed for the first time. But let me also tell you that now India has 4 spacecraft around the moon.
Yeah.
Chandrayaan 2 orbiter, propulsion module of Chandrayaan 3, the Vikram lander, and the Pragyan rover. So four spacecraft on the moon.
And the first at the South Pole. So,
All right.
This is absolutely history. It's unprecedented. Dr. Somnath, Dr. Bharadwaj just mentioned the Pragyan. Pragyan is on everyone's mind, on everyone's lips. Everyone is hooked to the ISRO's social media accounts, waiting for those latest pictures of cute little Pragyan. How is he doing? What's the latest from Pragyan that you can share with us, sir?
Pragyan is doing fantastic science now. It has moved almost 12 meters from the lander. It's moved very slowly. It's a few kg weight. It can't run fast, so it's rolling. It is technical to very fantastic instrument and also beautiful navigation camera. But the data rate from that is small and the speed is small, so we have to do very slowly again. We are expecting to turn especially that we can take some pictures for the lander today, tomorrow. We hope that will happen. But I want to tell you a very important announcement that the instruments of the Pragyan, both of them are working very well, and they have done sampling of the lunar orbit using a laser-based instrument as well as an alpha particle-based instrument. Both are giving beautiful results. Of course, the scientists there can explain the details to you. But then I would even say that what we wanted to achieve through the Pragyan has been achieved, and we are looking at building much more faster, more resilient Pragyan versions in the future. This is inspiring us because it's a popular robotic mission with its own intelligence. And we packed everything in such a small space to do an independent satellite work. Just 35 kilograms, far away on the moon. It's a remarkable engineering feat.
It's the marvel of the entire country. I'm sure there's an entire generation of parents who are going to name their kids Vikram and Pragyan. That's for sure. Those names are going to come back into fashion very soon. Ritesh, no rest for ISRO. You know, I will end with Dr. Somnath, but before that I'll get words from the three of you. No rest for ISRO. 14 days of Chandrayaan 3. Then you've got your India's first mission to the sun. By the way, I hope you all know that ISRO on September 2nd will be blasting off towards the sun, the Aditya L1 mission. After that, you've got Gaganyaan, as Dr. Singh also was telling us. So no rest. Your hands are full with missions now.
Thank you, Shiva, and good evening to all of you. And on a lighter note, first I want to tell, today our Honorable Prime Minister has given the name Shiva Shakti. Yes. And you must be delighted because your name is also contains there.
I've been getting messages all day about that, by the way.
Okay, now coming to the hard work of this one, when the lander craft was crash landed on the 2019 6 September night, then we were not disheartened because our Honorable Prime Minister was there and he has given the motivational speech, and from their failures we came back, and again we did a lot of experiments. So not a single point where we can get the failure, because the system what we built this time, this was not where we are getting the success. Amazing. But where we are getting the failure. Means these are the testing of the boundary conditions. So we did the crane test, helicopter test, then propulsion test. Many tests we have carried out. And after that, the 4 years of hard work of all the scientists and engineers, we did the field test, etc. And the crater we have made at the Chittadurga as well as the Sriharikota. And there we have did all the hazard avoidance systems. And you have seen the last 15 seconds of event. There was one hazard detection and avoidance method was happened. So there we have to find out that where we have to land safely. So that also we did autonomously, and after the loss of field test only we came to get the results, and we got the confidence, yeah, really we can do this time, and we achieved this one. So this was one of the main crux of this, all the hard work and the event, that do lots of field work, then only no one can beat you to get the success.
Dr. Srivastava, very quickly, your sentiments on a day like this. Every man and woman of ISRO and our space community matters in missions like this.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. It was a great feeling on 23rd August and also today when the Prime Minister addressed all of us. The feelings cannot be really described in words. And I can say one thing, that last time when we could not do the soft landing on moon, Prime Minister came next morning and he talked about the ISRO spirit. And I think it is that ISRO spirit which could make it happen. Thank you so very much.
Incredible. And Hari Krishna, final comment from you about looking forward to the next one. You know, failures and successes are going to be part of reaching into the unknown, but it's about moving on, learning, and moving on quickly.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shiv. It's truly an honor to be here, and we take it each and every step, and then we march on. So here, being in Delhi, we know that the kind of pulse, the kind of support that we are getting from all of you, it does really matter to us. The kind of support that we get from the people of India, that only helps us to march ahead.
And I can promise you that with the kind of viewership that the Chandrayaan-3 mission has had online on social media, I'm sure you've seen all the records being broken. The fact is, every single thing that ISRO does from now on is going to be a mega event, and I can personally guarantee you that it will be big here on India Today. I'd like to end with the heroes of the day, Dr. Somnath and his team. Sir, many people wanted me to ask you this question, so I'm going to end on a light note. How do space scientists unwind, sir? With your high-pressure jobs, what do you guys do? And Dr. Somnath, I'm especially asking you this question because there is a viral video of you dancing, sir. So many people in the country think space scientists also got the moves. How do you unwind, Dr. Somnath?
Before I end, I just want to introduce my team here. The topic is you mentioned Director of is Sankaran, the Mission Director Srikam, Director of ETS is Dr. Narayan, Scientist Secretary Satanu, and Dr. Anupama, Director of the Impact. Thank you for this. Coming back to your question, unwinding. We never unwind the way I dance in that same video. It's not a party after the success. Our way of unwinding is a different manner. I think many of the people whom I know have developed various passions other than the science and engineering. They have created passions for themselves. Some of them are very musicians. Some of them are excellent instrument players. Some of them do beautiful art. And some of them get into social work. And some of them be with their family. And those type of social life stories that actually never have extravagant social life possibility at all. So one episode of their work nature of the world and very confined and little controlled environment of the world, which makes them not to be exposed too much. I think very large percentage of our staff, scientists, etc., conform to the living conditions and walk away into the need to perform. So it's naturally they put them into environment and relax into lighter personal level activities. Many of them create. Some of them write beautiful articles. Some of them, they have music made out of it. I have so many of my colleagues. Occasionally we get together as members of family and then showcase our talent, and we organize different centers, etc., do this type of thing. So they find their own ways of unwinding, but not into the social service of unwinding that you are more familiar with now.
No, Shiv, if you permit, because Somnath is being very modest. I think the work culture which is followed in ISRO is a kind of a role model for all professional groups. It's a perfect blend of Indian tradition and the most modern, updated scientific practice. After every launch, there is an SOP which is gone from generation to generation. They pay obeisance at Tirupati at the beginning of the session, then afterwards, after the successful culmination. And you know, the unwinding part. Soon after the official announcement is made of the mission having been successful, they distribute a laddu. A Tirupati laddu. So that is their unwinding club. So and the other part of it is that nobody superannuates in ISRO. If you see the picture, you'll find all the former chairmen also sitting there, all the retired scientists. So they adopt a mission as a life's mission. So they don't dissociate themselves even when they are officially no longer there. And with the Prime Minister having brought in the changes that have been there in the last 4 or 5 years, I agree with you, as you said in the beginning, there's been a quantum jump. And you said they are very busy now with Aditya and Gaganyaan. They're going to be all the more busy because so many of the private missions also lined up now. And as far as the space economy is concerned, we were just 1 billion space economy right now. We hope to be 40 billion by 2040. And the projection yesterday only, I think 2 days back, the AL ARL protection, the other protection, even predicted that we could achieve 100 billion, the manner in which, at the pace at which we have started moving after the unlocking of the space sector by Prime Minister Modi. So I think they're going to be very, very busy for good reasons and going to contribute to the economy of India in future.
I'd only like to end by not only saluting and thanking all of our scientists, Dr. Somnath and his team, but I also want to specifically mention and salute their families, the people behind them, the people who are the strength behind them, giving them the latitude and the freedom to do the incredible work that has made this nation completely so proud. So our namaskars to them, our salutes, none of that is ever going to be enough. And we will, of course, be celebrating National Space Day next year on August 23rd. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Dr. Somnath and team. Thank you.
Our editor, Business Today, to please join us on stage and express a token of our gratitude to this interstellar panel. Shiv, you've kept the energy really high now, yeah? But it all really culminates in our final session. Everyone, brace yourselves. Do grab a seat, because this is going to be, well, our final session of the evening coming up right after this. Once again, a huge round of applause, please. Business Today, India at 100. The grand finale, it's all been building towards this crescendo. And the next session is aptly titled India's Economic Destiny. In this session, we have two stalwarts of Indian politics and thought leaders in their own right, ready to engage in a constructive discussion on India's economic landscape and the path that India should tread to secure its economic destiny. Well, our guests, I would like to invite on stage Jayant Sinha, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, BJP, Chairman of the Standing Committee on Finance in Parliament. And he'll be joined by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Member CWC, Chairman, Parliamentary Standing Committee, Jurist, National Spokesperson of the Congress Party. And this session is moderated by none other than Rahul Kaval.
For the concluding session at the Business Today India at 100 Summit, we will now have a contest of ideas, because during the day we've had ministers from the Modi government explain why India will be the world's third largest economy in the next few years, why under Prime Minister Modi, India is finally achieving its rightful place in the world. And on the other hand, we've had the likes of former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram explain why India had been growing at any time, and he argued that India was actually growing faster during the UPA than it is now, and that India is growing not only because of the efforts, but despite that there's so much more that can be done on inflation, on unemployment. So is the government of the day doing a good job about building India's economic future, or is the performance actually suboptimal? To talk about Mission 2047, the economic outlook in India's trajectory from here, join me in raising a round of applause as I welcome Jayant Sinha, Member of Parliament of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and squaring off against him, one of India's top lawyers and senior spokesperson and member of the Congress Party, Dr. Singhvi. So thank you very much for joining us. I want to start by asking Jayant Sinha ji about the arguments made by Mr. Chidambaram at the India at 100 Summit. A, that India was growing at 9%, 8% during Manmohan Singh's time. Now, even your chief economic advisors think that India can grow only at 6% or so in the years to come. That we've been hearing a lot about foreign investment coming in, but the talk is more than the reality. And that India is growing for sure, but it's not growing because you're doing a fabulous job, but because we have a big population, we have a young population, and that is why we are growing. But we should be doing much more, and he thinks if the opposition had a chance, they'd do a better chance of steering the economy than you are. Let's start from there. Mr. Sinha.
Good evening, Rahul, and wonderful to be on the show, wonderful to be with my esteemed colleague, Shri Abhishek Manu Singhvi ji. And of course, Mr. Chidambaram is going to present the opposition's point of view. Sadly, he's completely wrong. The reality is that India has done a splendid job in the last 9.5 years, and we are probably the best positioned major economy on the planet right now. When the UPA left in 2013, 2014, India was counted as one of the fragile 5 economies in the world. Now, everyone views us as the shining star of the global economy. And why is that? That is because when they left office in 2014, India was growing at 4%, had been growing at 4% for the last 2 or 3 years. Inflation was running at 10 or 12%. We had a large current account deficit. We'd just come out of a balance of payments crisis. So the economy was teetering on the edge. We were a fragile 5 country. Today, we are the shining star of the global economy, growing at about 7%. All the macroeconomic parameters are in robust health, and we are probably better positioned than any other economy right now. Why? Because our policies are excellent. We are growing very quickly. We are attracting foreign investment. We are attracting domestic investment at unprecedented rates. We have a healthy, young, well-trained workforce. And the positioning that the Honorable Prime Minister has done geopolitically for India has meant that we are attracting a tremendous amount of manufacturing investments. We are attracting investments in the services sector and so on. So as you look forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister has said, India is going through an Amrit Kal. An Amrit Kal, the next 25 years are going to see India as a Viksit Bharat, a developed country, a Viksit Bharat as a developed country. And here the fact that we are so well positioned after 9.5 years of our leadership, of the Honorable Prime Minister's visionary and bold leadership, means that we will be able to grow 7, 8, 9% a year going forward. And if we can sustain those growth rates, and all indicators are that we can, we will be in 2047 a $25 trillion economy with $15,000 GDP per capita. That's where we are headed, on path to be a global superpower, driving sustainable prosperity for India and the world. That's how India is positioned today.
Dr. Singhvi, the BJP contests furiously the suggestion that there is an inevitability about India's growth trajectory. the comparison that countries like Argentina have fallen from positions of relative strength in economic prowess to a far weaker economic position because of economic and political mismanagement. And therefore, if India has emerged stronger from the pandemic, if the world now talks about China +1 and thinks of India as arguably the key beneficiary, if all the investment banks, big investors are excited about India becoming a $10 trillion economy in the next 10 years, the government argues it's because of the political stability and the vision of Prime Minister Modi and his government, which a fractured, unstable coalition simply cannot hope to provide. Dr. Singhvi.
Rahul, just give me a few moments. I mean, first and foremost, let's be clear. Who would be the happiest if India became a developed economy in 2047? I would be the happiest, you would be the happiest, my friend Mr. Jayant Sinha would be the happiest. Each one of us would be proud. But look, we have to smell the coffee. We have to have a reality check, because without a reality check, our approximation to the ideal which we all want may not be so easy, and adjectives cannot take the place of facts. I'm sorry I'm going to give you a few facts, but these facts are important on two parameters. I will not do the comparator with Mr. Jayant Sinha did. I'll do that second. The first is, there is a definition of a developed economy. It's not his perception of a developed economy nor mine. The World Bank has defined a developed economy. That is something which is supposed to be a lower income, a lower middle income, an upper middle income, and a upper income country. Where are we at the moment? We are a lower middle income country with a figure of per capita between $1,000 odd to $4,000 odd. What is the World Bank definition of a developed country, which we must become in 2047? I would be the proudest person. It's 12,000 plus. Well, if you think we can go there, nothing like it. But that's the reality check. Number two, where are we on the Human Development Index? There are only 4 things I'm going to say. The Human Development Index, unfortunately, ranks us 132 out of 191. And it deals with health, education, happiness quotient, long and healthy life, etc., etc. The third index, the World Hunger Index, where does it put us? The Global Hunger Index puts us at 107 out of 121. Behind, friends, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, even Rwanda. It's not something to be proud of, but it is important to have a reality check. We have to overcome all these obstacles to come anywhere near. And as far as the comparator goes, I'm not about Mr. Chidambaram or about Mr. Jayant Sinha. The comparators are published official government figures. The 1 year of 13-14 is not relevant. The 1 year of 19-20 is not relevant. The average annual per year growth rate, and now we have 2 comparators, 10 years of UPA and almost 10 years of NDA. The average annual growth rate with dips and with peaks for the UPA is 6.8%. It was actually 7%, but because of some happenstance, it became 6.8. The same figure for the NDA is 5.4%. Judge for yourself. The growth in percentage terms in the GDP, same periods, 97% the GDP grew in our time. It has grown 63% in the NDA time.
Okay.
Just half a minute more. Per capita has grown 5% in UPA, 4.2%, and most important, unemployment. 8.3%, CMI published figures. It's been between 2.5% to 4% right through UPA. So let's not, it's very good to be proud, it's very good to him, and as we said, it's something for which every Indian should be proud. But then we have to not do back-thumping, backslapping, self-congratulatory boasts, and also, of course, the most important about this government, an exclusivist approach. India started in 2014, economic growth started in 2014. India's exponential growth started in 2014. Let's not be exclusivist.
Dr. Singhvi bringing the power of rhetoric as a lawyer to an economic argument, but to make the point which Mr. Chidambaram made before him, that if you look at the growth rate of the GDP on the watch of Manmohan Singh, compare that with the current government, data says India grew faster under the UPA. Point number 2, it's not just about how fast the GDP is growing, there's also on your watch increasing income inequality. India's per capita GDP is at 128 in an international ranking, and therefore there is higher concentration of wealth amongst the rich. The poor are getting poorer, and that's happened on your watch. Slower growth, greater income inequality. Jayant Sinha.
Rahul, with all due respect to two very eminent and senior parliamentarians, Shri Chidambaram ji and Abhishek Manu Singhvi ji, I have to reject what they're saying. Now, let me first come to the issue of growth, GDP per capita growth. Then I'll come to the issue of inequality. First, when we talk about GDP growth rate, there are two reasons why just a simple recitation of the GDP growth rate over 9.5 years is utterly wrong. First, when we handed over the economy to the UPA in 2004, the economy was growing at about 7 or 8%. They inherited an economy that had tremendous momentum. And they sustained the momentum for a period of time till their bad economic policies, I will say, caught up with them. They tanked the economy, led it to 4% growth for 2 years, the high inflation and all the other factors that I mentioned earlier. So factor number one, they got a very good economy, they tanked it, they drove it into the ditch. Number two, we had a once in 100-year crisis that we had to deal with. It's called COVID. Around the world, GDP growth rates dropped dramatically for every country, including in India. We had the lowest, we had negative GDP growth rate of -7% or so in the COVID year of 2021-2022. And this was the worst economic performance of India's economy post-independence. Never happened before. So if our growth rate has come down, it's come down because of the COVID pandemic. And of course, as I said, they inherited an economy in great shape. We inherited an economy that was in the ditch, growing at 4%, and we had to put it back on the rails. So we turned that economy around. We dealt with the COVID pandemic. And now you have an economy that is called the shining star of the global economy. So, as I said, with all due respect to my senior colleagues, I reject the arguments. That is utterly incorrect. Now, let's come to your second question of inequality. As far as inequality is concerned, the human development indicators that Abhishek ji mentioned have indicated that we have taken a massive number of people out of extreme poverty, about 150 million people, 15 crores. That extreme poverty in India is coming down very, very sharply, very, very quickly because of the very inclusive policies that we followed. The whole world, in the B20, the G20, in every global conference, is praising India's social safety net that we've created. The 80 crore people that are getting free food through the Garib Kalyan Yojana, the Ayushman Bharat that we've created, which is providing people free health care, the DBT that we have created so that Kisan Samman Nidhi and other such social safety net programs are directly coming into people's bank accounts. So we are massively making our growth inclusive. We are reducing and in fact have almost eliminated extreme poverty. And that is why we are so well positioned for the future. Now, coming finally to the point that Abhishek ji said about being a developed country, he's absolutely right. It's not my definition or his definition. It's the World Bank's definition. And as he correctly pointed out, the World Bank's definition of an upper income country is over $14,000. I quoted that if we sustain growth rates of 8%, which is what we are aiming to do, by 2047, we will be a $25 trillion economy with $15,000 GDP per capita, defined as an upper income country, defined as a developed country.
Dr. Singhvi, you cannot take away, when you look at the total GDP growth rate in the last 9 years, the fact that you had a 100-year COVID pandemic, which obviously crashes and negatively impacts growth. And the second assertion that you inherited from Vajpayee ji a much stronger economy, which they say became strong because of the policies followed by the Vajpayee government, whereas because of the policies followed by your government, they claim they inherited a weaker economy. And you had the Russia-Ukraine war, and you had the pandemic.
Rahul, nobody is denying COVID. COVID is a given, and it is also COVID which gives you artificially rocketing and exponentially rising growth rates post-COVID. On a negative or low base, you know what happens to the successive years. But we are giving you here
average annual growth rates for 10 years. That is, divide the whole growth rate and divide by 10 years versus 9. There cannot be any jugglery about this. How can there be? Now, if you start saying and blaming everything on legacy, then you are a poor loser. You are finding excuses. You have a legacy of Nehru, it's bad. You have a legacy which we inherited. You inherited such a bad economy that you took 10 years to get out of it. Will anybody believe that? The average annual growth rate, some years, of course, the actual annual growth rate was 8%, 8.5%. But the average is 6.4%. You are down at 5.2% and you are attributing it to legacy. You have to find a better excuse.
Jensen, I respond to this.
No, one second, I'll tell you the reason. The reason he might not want to mention, obviously he cannot. Reason number one is that well before COVID, the economy got a kick in the solar plexus in October, November 2016. It's a kick which is a short-term COVID kick. Fortunately, it did last as long as COVID. It lasted several months. It's called demonetization. It got another problem of a flawed GST. Of course, after opposing GST, GST is now their showpiece. But GST was never imagined for 7 rates, including the recent one of 28%. Most amazingly, it is because of this going back to pre-91, virtually turning the clock back on liberalization. Have you seen the trade policies? The trade policies have had the highest number of increase in tariffs, 3,000 tariff increases by them, affecting 70% of India's imports, introduction of license Raj in things like importing laptops. How many free trade agreements have you signed? As far as I know, not a single one. You are negotiating several, but not signed any. We signed 11. These are excuses when you talk of legacy. The reasons are demonetization, trade policy is not good enough, flawed GST, manufacturing base not sufficiently increased, etc., etc. So, you have to be frank, you have to be upfront, and we can all join together to help. But don't always say that it is because of what you inherited. You've gone back to inheritances from Nehru.
Jai and Sinha, Dr. Singhvi and Mr. Chidambaram both making the argument that you're actually becoming more protectionist. Going back to the pre-1991 era where India was isolationist, he mentioned the tariffs on laptops and also the fact that
not one FTA.
And also the argument that your government's top economic advisors seem to be referring to like a 6% or so rate of economic growth in the years to come, whereas their aspiration, their delivery was much higher. Whereas your aspiration only now, as pronounced by your top economic advisors, is of a 6% rate of growth, that you're simply not aiming high enough, despite initially claiming that you wanted double-digit rates of growth.
Let me first address the 2 issues that Abhishek ji brought up. Number 1, he talked about demonetization, and number 2, he talked about legacy. Legacy comes first. Let me explain the legacy issue. The Indian economy is like an aircraft carrier. You can't turn it around in 1 minute. It's not a speedboat. It's an aircraft carrier. Once you point it in a certain direction, it takes a while to turn it around. So it's not a question of legacy. When you inherit an economy growing at 4%, turning it around, addressing the NPA issue of the banks, addressing our current account deficit, fixing our export engine, these things take time, and they did take time. I was part of the team that worked on addressing all of these issues, and we turned it around, and we had very rapid growth once we had turned it around. So it's not a question of legacy, it's a question of what the reality is when you're dealing with a large-sized economy like India's at $3-4 trillion, number 1. Number 2, let's come to the issue of demonetization. There is a belief among many serious economists that demonetization has in fact contributed to faster economic growth in India because it has really, really helped us in formalizing the economy. And let me bring GST into it as well, which is what Abhishek ji addressed. And between demonetization and GST, we have formalized the economy. If we are enjoying the benefits of UPI, we are enjoying the benefits of digitization. In large measure, it's because of demonetization and GST, and that's driving growth. That's why we are very well positioned right now, and the world is praising our digital public infrastructure. So I've addressed both the legacy issues and the demonetization issues. Let me now come to trade. When it comes to trade, you have to understand that we are dealing with a neighbor that's not playing fair. We have a neighbor that's not playing fair, that's following trade mercantilist policies that require import restrictions by virtually every country, even the US, which is, very proudly a free trading, free market country, has imposed import restrictions and import tariffs on Chinese goods. Why is that? Because you have a country that's not playing by the rules. So we've got to fix the rules so that our companies are also on a level playing field relative to Chinese companies. And then through the very, very progressive and the very successful PLI scheme, we are driving growth in manufacturing, and there are many successful examples. I'll just point to smartphones to tell you that we are now exporting smartphones in India.
There the argument by the likes of Raghuram Rajan earlier, Mr. Chidambaram today, is that you're basically assembling smartphones. He said, this is not manufacturing in the true sense of manufacturing. This is just marginal value add, largely assembly, and therefore it's no big deal.
So value add is going up continuously, Rahul, and it takes time for you to bring the entire value chain, including some of these very specific, high value, very high technology components, which include semiconductors, which include displays. The displays on these phones are very, very high-tech manufactured products. So it takes us time to set up the factories to do displays. It takes us time to set up the factories to do semiconductors, to do storage. And by the way, we have PLIs against all of these, so that we will build the entire value chain in India. And we know that's what countries would like India to do. We're getting a lot of support from the US and Europe in that regard. And companies like Apple and Tesla are coming to India and producing those very, very sophisticated goods that are required, and which will over time lead us to be even more competitive.
You want to make a quick argument? Because I just want to shift gears and talk about...
Just two comments. China, nobody's talking about. China doesn't come in the way of your FTAs with several other countries. We did 11. You've done none.
No, they're saying we're negotiating hard. We don't want to compromise on India's interests.
You can negotiate. We're talking of 10 years on 10 years. Of course, a lot of things which my good friend is saying is about the future. And the future, I hope, turns out very well for him. He'll have all these things in the future. We're talking of the past. We're talking of the comparison. The future has to be judged partly on the basis of the past. And this is a very good time to do it because it's almost 10 years versus 10 years. On manufacturing, I want to give you a reality check. Do you know how much is India's share of manufacturing? Yes, the PLI will do well in the future, I hope so. But it started only 2 years ago, in a big way, 1.5 years ago. You've had 9 years. The India's share of world manufacturing is 3%. China's is 28%. Actually, we have become a very good service sector country, something to be proud of. But we've not done well in manufacturing at all.
They can argue they're laying much more emphasis on manufacturing in India and ensuring that companies like Foxconn, Apple, several others come to India. There's this whole ecosystem that's being built. To criticize PLI and value add is very easy. They're trying to build an ecosystem.
I'm not criticizing PLI at all. I'm a big supporter of PLI. I'm saying these are all in the womb of the future. And we are not astrologers at this program. We are talking hard facts. And I'm just giving you all a reality check to know where we stand. Let's not, projections cannot take the place of reality. Chest-thumping claims should never take the chest of reality, except especially in economic matters. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Rahul, I'm not talking about so much the past or even the future. I'm talking about today. And I'm telling you, we are well positioned to being a global superpower driving sustainable prosperity. And with all due respect to Abhishek ji, I think he's arguing against his own position. Because he's saying on the one hand that China is 28% of global manufacturing. Then he's saying this is not about China, it's about other countries. It is about China. Because if you look at many of the industries of the future, whether you look at smartphone manufacturing, you look at electronic components, you even look at some types of software like TikTok, or you talk about solar panels, or you talk about batteries. In all of these cases, the competition, the unfair competition we're dealing with is from China. So we've got to level the playing field, and we have to give our companies the kind of support that the US is giving through its Inflation Reduction Act, that Europe is giving through its Green New Deal. And so we have to be able to provide a level playing field. Now, I'll conclude, Rahul, by saying the following. I am a free marketeer, I am a competition person as much as anyone else. But at the same time, and this is why we are so forceful in the G20, we've got to ensure a level playing field for all countries and all companies around the world. We don't have that right now. So we have to support our companies while at the same time pushing for free and open markets.
I want to spend a moment on the big G20 Leaders Summit, which happens in the beginning of September, and the amount of energy that the government and the Prime Minister himself have invested in making India's presidency a grand success. I had the opportunity of interviewing the Prime Minister earlier this week, and he spoke of how in India's G20 presidency, he thinks, Dr. Singh, we will be a catalyst to a new world order. We had Borge Brande, the president of the World Economic Forum, with us at this Business Today India at 100 Summit. He spoke of the future being defined in the international world order by the G3. The US, China and India. This is not Jayant Sinha or Piyush Goyal or Nirmala Sitharaman saying that. This is the president of the World Economic Forum acknowledging an emerging India. Under your watch, India was at best a middle power. Because of what Jayant Sinha and his party have done over the last 9 years, they claim they've set India on a trajectory of being a great power in the years to come, being the G3.
Just examine your words, Rahul. Aren't they overinflated? India is on the rise. India is on the rise for a variety of factors. Each year brings a gradual growth in those factors. A huge anti-China sentiment across the world, cutting across countries and ideologies, is helping that. But to even suggest, imagine how egotistic and exclusive it is to suggest that India has become great only and solely because of the efforts of NDA, and that too in the last few years. We are very proud to have the G20 here. G20s have been held earlier. We immediately concede that we've never been able to manage events with projections even half as well as the NDA does or Prime Minister Modi does. Certainly Prime Minister Manmohan Singh could not do that management of events as well. But then, let's not allow bubbles to take the place of reality. The G20 is a venerated institution. India's presidency has come at a time when everything is going hunky-dory. We are integrated with the West, and there's a huge anti-China sentiment, and we must capitalize on that.
Basically, you're just lucky.
That. But to suggest that when the actual figures which I'm saying speak for themselves, then how can you use you see, there's a difference between figures and the adjectives. It's as simple as that. There's a disconnect between my figures and the adjectives you use.
Let's build on the argument that Dr. Singhvi is making, that A, on account of the economic policies followed by China during the pandemic, they've emerged weaker. On account of the real estate debt bubble that kept building, companies like Evergrande, Country Garden are going under, and there is suddenly a wobble in the Chinese economy, and because of the fact that the Chinese supply chains proved unreliant during the pandemic and soon after, the world is now looking at diversifying manufacturing outside China, not because India's red tape has come down per se, or it's become easier to do business in India, but because this is a global tailwind which is helping you. कि आपकी किस्मत अच्छी है, आपने इतना नहीं किया. It's looking better than it is because you're just lucky.
Rahul, this reminds me of the famous saying that Napoleon Bonaparte was quoted on. Somebody asked him, what kind of generals do you want, Napoleon? And he said, I want them lucky. Lucky is something that comes from preparation, it comes from being opportunistic, it comes from doing the right things at the right time. So that's how we have got here. Of course, it is about the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister and all his senior colleagues. But fundamentally, and here I fully agree with Abhishek ji, it's about all of us as Indians. And just think about the show that we had before this one, Rahul. We were celebrating the incredible success of Chandrayaan. What a proud moment for all of us as Indians. And what did the Honorable Prime Minister do after the BRICS summit? He flew directly to Bangalore, where he celebrated ISRO, he celebrated the scientists and engineers of India, he celebrated India's incredible efforts to really build up our space capabilities and our space economy. If we are doing well today, of course it is because of India, and of course it is because of Indians. But what we have done is we have unleashed the capabilities, the energy, the entrepreneurship of all the great Indian talent that exists. That is what the UPA could not do, is to unleash that entrepreneurial energy. We have unleashed it through our policies. We can see it in Chandrayaan, we can see it in our unicorns, and we are seeing it now as
Dr. Singhvi,
investors and visitors are flocking to India.
many people who are sitting here watching you across the multiverse will say that you're being unfair in calling the Prime Minister an event manager. Now imagine, you said event acha karte.
No.
You said
I said
he's good at events better than
we
Manmohan
cannot
Singh.
do events, projections as well as he does. We said that's
No,
very different thing in event
but sir,
management.
imagine.
I'm very careful about the kind of terms I use for the Prime Minister.
That's why you're one of the best and highest paid lawyers in the country, which
No,
is
he's
fine.
our Prime Minister. He's not Mr. Jayant Sinha's Prime Minister or your Prime Minister. He's the country's Prime Minister.
Of course, he's the Prime Minister of all Indians.
He deserves, just as I would expect the Prime Minister to have
No,
said.
you didn't hear my question.
Just 1 second, I'm interrupting for. Just as I would have expected the Prime Minister to say, which he doesn't say, congratulations Vikram Sarabhai, congratulations Nehru, congratulations Indira Gandhi, and that said congratulations ISRO. I wish he had said that.
You know, you compared Manmohan Singh with Prime Minister Modi. The fact is, after having attended the BRICS summit in South Africa, to get off the flight early in the morning and to go meet those scientists, that, you know, we had Dr. Somnath and 5 ISRO scientists here at the India at 100 summit. They were genuinely emotional. I mean, that is leadership. That is leading from the front. That's not event management or saying that it's not just events.
No.
You know, that is standing. When they failed, he stood with them, lent them a shoulder when they were crying. When they're celebrating, he's joining them in their success.
Rahul, that is not being criticized remotely by anyone. What is criticized is an exclusivist approach, as if the space program was born yesterday, as if it is the NDA's achievement. It's India's achievement built on foundations at least 50 to 60 years old. That's all I'm saying. Of course, the Prime Minister has done a great thing and he has remarkable energy to have come down and gone there. He should do it. He's the leader of the country and everybody needs their ego and their energy to be boosted, as ISRO does. But the point I'm making is this government and this Prime Minister is far too exclusivist. He is not collective. He doesn't want to carry people together. It can't be I, me, myself in a democracy. Especially in space, in atomic energy, in foreign policy. These are fundamental foundations built by stalwarts right from the days of Nehru, right through succeeding generations.
This suggestion or the insinuation that things are happening now and they never happened in the past, the Congress contests that furiously, essentially making the point that growth and India's journey is a continuum. You can't make it seem as if nothing happened before 2014, that India was in the pits. Everything that's happening now, including the Chandrayaan, rides on the back of India's journey from the 40s in the space arena, from the 60s to now. You give no credit and therefore he's accusing you of being exclusivist.
That's entirely wrong, Rahul. In fact, I can turn the tables on them. Yes, Pandit Nehru was our Prime Minister for 17 years, but after his death, we named it the Nehru Memorial Library, and it was only a museum for one Prime Minister. What about all the other Prime Ministers who came after that? What about their contributions to the country? Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji was Prime Minister for 6 years, but we still called it the Nehru Memorial. It is our Prime Minister with his inclusive thinking, not his exclusive thinking, that has made it a memorial to all Prime Ministers. Every Prime Minister is highlighted there. Their contributions are highlighted there. Sadly, I will have to say that as far as the Congress party is concerned, in the thrall of one single family, everything was named after one family. It was only one family that counted. All the contributions that were made by all the other stalwarts of the freedom struggle through all the development that India went through, none of that was highlighted. I could actually say they are being exclusive and we are being inclusive. So let's not get into that level of rhetoric, but the fact of the matter is, I would say very clearly, action after action demonstrates that our government has been very, very inclusive. We have highlighted everybody's achievements and everybody's accomplishments.
Let's build on this exclusivist versus inclusivist argument, because Jensen has a very good point. Under your government, everything was named some Gandhi something, right? The Nehru Memorial Library is the example he cited. Most people sitting here would argue that calling it the Prime Minister's Museum and Library is so much better than calling it the Nehru Memorial, because that seems to suggest that nobody else did everything and that life began and ended with Nehru.
this is trivializing the concept of inclusivity. If Jayant Sinha's best example for inclusivity is the Nehru Memorial change to a Prime Minister's museum, then I submit it would be almost laughable. Inclusivity is measured. I don't think anybody, quantitatively or qualitatively, can call India a more inclusive country after 2014. How can you be inclusive when you have so much divisiveness every day in your newspapers? Inclusivity is pluralism. Inclusivity is diversity. Inclusivity is a sense of confidence in every person. Now this is a business today conclave, but you cannot create a business environment with so much of fear among sections of the nation. Those are also Indians. And you are calling yourself more inclusive? Your inclusivity is a distorted definition of inclusivity. And it does not reach large sections of people. In fact, you have promulgated a climate of fear amongst them. Every day, the head-hanging and shaming incidents we read of the newspapers, including today, about a school and a principal, has created a climate which is the antithesis of inclusivity. Please don't trivialize the issue. Don't trivialize the issue by giving an example of one building.
When there is an election on the anvil, economic arguments in the end, make their way towards politics. But no, Manipur, these aren't examples, Jayant Sinha, of inclusivity. These are examples of exclusivity, and no business confidence in a global context can be generated in a society where there are social tensions. And therefore, if India is truly to grow, you need to be far more inclusive, is the argument that Dr. Singhvi makes, than you are. It's not just about the bells and whistles of policy, it's also about having genuine inclusivity in our approach.
Rahul, our government's mool mantra is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. That is inclusion. 80 crore people are getting free food grains. That is inclusivity. Everybody has got a toilet. That's inclusivity. Everybody has got electricity. That's inclusivity. Everybody got vaccinated. That's inclusivity. We have roads for everyone. We have infrastructure for everyone. So as far as government services, delivery of all of these welfare programs are concerned, there's nothing more inclusive than making sure that there is universal delivery of these essential public services, which we have achieved. That is inclusivity, number one. Number two, and of course, Abhishek ji is really the expert here, and I'm speaking very far out of my domain of expertise. But as far as our constitution is concerned, we have Article 14, right of equality under law, Article 19, all of these rights are guaranteed to us, the right to freedom of religion, the right to expression, freedom of expression, the right to eat what you want, the right to live where you want, the right to commerce, all of these are granted under our constitution. We have sworn an oath to that constitution. To think that all of us as parliamentarians or public representatives that have sworn a sacred oath to that constitution will engage in this kind of behavior, I don't think I will accept that, or anybody in my party will accept that.
So ultimately, it's also about public validation, Dr. Singh. We're coming to the end of this session. The government can claim, it's about your idea of India, your pitch to the voters, and the fact that they choose them. You can't say that you are better if the voters are continuously picking them.
One of the greatest errors of history is to assume that electoral validation is the truth or is correct. It is precisely against majoritarianism that rights in the Constitution are guaranteed. Almost 30% of Part 3 of the Constitution is intended to act as a bulwark against the majority. The majority always wins because it gets the more votes. That's the precise reason why you have these rights entrenched in favor of those who are not majority.
And so we can trust Abhishek ji to fight for these rights as a constitutional lawyer.
Well, I do that
so our faith is in his hands, and very good hands.
I do that every day in courts. But that cannot change the fact that we are talking theory about oaths and about articles. But we are not talking practice. I don't think anybody can deny that there is an ambience of divisiveness, distrust, trust deficit of an unprecedented level. And I'm now talking business. You cannot have stability, fast growth without a climate of trust, and that is also because India is the planet Earth's most diverse spot. We do no service or no largesse to anybody by being inclusive. We do a favor to ourselves by being inclusive because it is self-preservatory.
Jayant Sinha, final words.
Final words, these are business issues, business topics. I have complete faith and trust with my colleagues in the legal profession like Abhishek ji, who are fighting every day, and I applaud them for that. Fighting every day for our constitution, for our constitutional rights, making sure that they are upheld. As long as we have these checks and balances, we don't need to worry. We will certainly make sure that we have a rock-solid, well-functioning constitutional democracy.
Well, we've had a high-caliber verbal joust. So can we have a round of applause as we thank our gladiators in this session, Jayant Sinha and Dr. Singh. We thank you very much for lighting up this summit with the power of your arguments. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. For an enthralling session, I'd like to call Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV, to felicitate our esteemed guests. I'd also like to take a moment to thank all our partners and sponsors supported by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, logistics partner All Cargo, celebration partner Radico, radio partner Red FM 93.5, ambient media partner Khushi, gifting partner India Circus by Krishna Mehta, and trade media partner Best Media Info. Before we wrap the day's proceedings, a huge round of applause for our final session. And the only man standing in between a lovely dinner with cocktails is not me. It happens to be Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV. I'm your host, Ayush Alavadi, saying thank you for being a lovely audience, and I'm going to leave you in the very able hands of Siddharth Zarabi.
Okay, I almost edged Ayush out of the frame, not because I wanted to grab the mic, but because I know you've had a long day. But thank you, Ayush, for this wonderful day-long comparing. But more importantly, to the entire audience, those who are here and those who are watching us on the Business Today Multiverse, on India Today. We've had a fantastic day. We started with decoding the Prime Minister's interview, his only and an exclusive interview in the latest issue of the Business Today magazine. Please pick up your copy. And we've had high caliber discussions throughout the day. As we look ahead at India at 100, I wish you all the very best. Be safe, make money, and spend it responsibly. That's the message we would give you from the Business Today Multiverse. Thank you very much.